Good morning, everybody. Brown Bear, Tenwood, good to see you both. Let me move slightly over here so we're not blocking the chat on the side of the screen. Welcome, welcome. It's been a little bit since we've been using this screen. I'm trying not to just speed run into the tier list so that I can, I don't know, I feel uncomfortable not doing gaming content while we're here. But I did promise Tenwin that I would give this a shot and we can spend some time on a just chatting screen. Actually get some use out of the background that my lovely artist and rigging team made that we haven't seen since the debut. Kataka, welcome. Good to see you. I completely forgot to post about this. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to run a quick post on Twitter because I am an idiot who didn't remember to post anything about my fucking stream. So we're just going to, there we go. Pillars companion tier list and starting Disco Elysium. There we go. VTuber. Nope. There we go. All right. To post that. God damn it. There we go. Sorry about that. Spaceship, hope I don't get jettisoned out there. Like, don't worry, Lord Brown Bear. You're fine. I'm just transmitting to you from out in deep space. It's fine. You don't have to worry about a damn thing, buddy. Let me just make sure. Not again. But thank you. Thank you all for being here. I am just, God, you could just tell I'm not comfortable with just chatting without having a video game up on screen. Week was good. Work was annoying. Fucking everything in regards to my actual job that I have to do, but I'm not streaming. Just did not want to function today. Or this week. What the fuck am I talking about? Ugh. How do people do this? They're able to come up with subjects to talk about. Meanwhile, I'm just like, and I got no fucking clue what I'm doing. Also, it does occur to me, definitely need to invest in getting like some background music for when I'm in the just chatting section as well, because I can probably tell it's very, very quiet on your guys' end, aside from me yapping. Definitely not something that definitely something I need to consider investing in. Let me take a sip. More caffeine, please. More caffeine. What is the waiting for stream starts from? Oh, actually, that is, it's one of the tracks. I can't remember the exact one I ended up picking. Oh shit! It's one of the tracks from the Heartbound soundtrack. That is the game that is done by Thor and Pirate Software of Twitch and his game studio. He made it essentially open source, or not really open source. He gave streamers permission to use any of the tracks for streams, so long as they do not try to monetize the music itself. So he said if you need it for background music, if you need it so that you can just run something to have a little bit of noise in the background, or you need just a basic music piece to play, he has no problem with any of that. So I've been using it just as a basic music piece for the just starting. Though I have looked on VGen and a few other sites. It shouldn't be too hard to get a simple, like 2-minute long looping piece of music to play when we're doing all of this. So, you know, definitely something to look into when I get the chance. My tier list got fucked up at some point. I am having to adjust the names. Why is it doing this? Okay, I guess we need to. Oh God, why is it doing that? Oh God, no. Okay, I'm gonna have to retype that one then. Are we good now? No, we're not. Okay. There we go. Okay, but yeah. Oh, yeah, it's from the Heartbound OST. He even said it in a short that I double checked to take a look at to make sure that I wasn't imagining that he had said all of that. Where he talked about the music being free to for streamers and anyone else who's doing content creation. Again, just so long as you don't monetize the music itself. So he has no problem with it being on stream. And plus, I try to use, as you've seen, I've only really used it for the just starting or getting ready, waiting for the stream to start kind of stuff. I wish there was a way for me to randomize the companion so I'm not just going in order. It's my birthday on Wednesday, turning 28. The weight of lack of accomplishments hanging heavy. Tenwin, I'm older than you. Believe me, you're preaching to the choir here. You're preaching to the choir, my dude. It's oh god, it's kind of weird having the chat on that side because I look to the opposite direction when I'm looking at my monitor. Ugh. That might be another thing that I'm gonna have to fix at some point. But okay, again, I'm horrible at this yapping thing. Can you tell? I'm just stumbling over everything that I'm saying. I'm just gonna go ahead and bring up the tier list, and we're gonna see how long we can stretch this out. Oh, no, it's on the wrong screen. God damn it. Why is it not? Oh, dear God, it fucked up. It fucked up. Hold on. Nope, still not on the right one. What the fuck? Hold on. Oh, okay. It does not. Hold on. Hold on. I swear to God, I can get this to work. Put that there. Close you. And pull up OBS. There we go. Okay, okay. Let me just slide back over here. Let me put myself behind the chat box so my claws do not block your guys' messages. All right. Oh, dear. He's calling you Roshi, Lord Brownbear. Oh, dear Lord. You don't even get Jiraiya, you get Roshi. I mean, some people still like that because Roshi's still a badass after what happened in Super, but up until that point, he really wasn't. Just saying. But here we go. Here we go. As you can see, we've got a pretty basic tier list. We've got our S tier. You will be in my party. We have A tier. You will be my friend, and I will enjoy having you in my party. B tier, let's go on an adventure. Just, these are the people you take every now and then for side quests and other things like that. C is, you know what, fine, sure, come on. These are people who mainly you're only going to be taking either for mechanical reasons or because they're good for a specific fight or because it's a specific side quest that they have content on. D is, nah, and these are the people who largely did not, of course, you didn't add. Wait, what? Why are they not in there? They're supposed to be in there. I added them in there. Oh my God. It must have refreshed the page and taken them out. Hold the phone. God damn it. Well, it's a good thing I still have them downloaded. Hold on. Why did it not add them? Why did it not add them? What the fuck? Okay, I'm going to have to do them individually for some reason. It didn't have a problem with that before. There we go. Okay. Are we functioning now? There we go. Ay vey. Yes, there we go. They are in there. Don't worry, Tenwin. I took your advice. I added them in. And of course, oh my God, why is it now? Oh God, it's off kilter. I hate having to do. Oh no, I'm going to have to. No, it's not adjusted right. There we go. There we go. Now it has all the tiers in there. Wow, this is more aggravating than I thought it was going to be. Okay. This is the real reason why I only do gaming content, because I don't understand how OBS works with all of these layers. I really don't. I'm going to be very honest with you. It's not obvious enough. Forget talking. I can talk. I can babble. I can sound unintelligible when I do this. But trying to get OBS to function the way I want it to is still a fucking mystery to me. Ugh. Scuff is part of the experience. I am, okay, again, Tenwin, there's a reason I have to be on stream when I am doing video games to help prevent me from save scumming out the ass. I don't like scuff, and it constantly aggravates me. This is why I don't randomly turn on my mic in the starting soon screen, even when I'm having issues, to let you guys know what's happening. I'd rather type it in the chat because I'm already furious when things don't work. Like, I mean, you've seen me get salty at Armored Core and some of the other games. Like, it gets bad very quickly when I have no fucking control over a situation, especially when it's something like OBS, which I should have fucking control over. Ugh. But yes, and finally, of course, F tier is get the fuck out. Simple, straightforward. Now, I am, and this is something that not everybody does. I've seen a lot of VTubers do tier lists. I've seen a lot of people do tier lists in general when it comes to social media and all that. I am a S tier purist. S tier should have as few things in it because S tier is meant to actually represent the top. If you're just putting a whole bunch of shit in S tier, then quite frankly, you should probably make that your new A tier and make another one above that. I get it. Tier lists, they're just for fun. Hey, we have our first bot. Hello, bot. Get the fuck out. I don't have any patience for that right now. Get the electrical weapons. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Zap, zap, motherfucker. All right. But as I say, so basically the idea being that I think you all know based on what we've talked about who's going to be an S tier. But, I mean, it's just a matter of point. Yeah, out the airlock. Exactly. Just thump. Goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, pardon me. There we go. But yes, aka the Maneha tier. Kind of, yeah. I'm not going to lie. Well, there's going to be one or two where I'm going to actually, I might put them down there as well. I haven't decided yet. Ugh. But as I said, the only thing I wish I could do is I wish I could randomize this a little bit. Hold on. Can I? Oh, I can. Okay, hold on. I'm going to close my eyes and I'm just going to. Hold on. Just give it a few seconds. Just keep moving them around. Just keep moving them around. Just keep moving them around. Hold on. I'm almost done. Almost done. Okay. There we go. Randomize the order a little bit so that we're not just... Because I saw Durance was fairly early in the order, and that's kind of cheating. So I went ahead and moved him back and just moved everybody else around. So we're going to start with that. They really should add a button that just randomizes the order of whatever pictures are down there. You'd think they would have that, but apparently they don't. All right. So yes, as I said, S tier purist. So we're going to keep it as minimal as possible there. Also, not really an F tier purist because you can fuck up a lot in a game, especially with stuff like this. So we're just going to go with what we have. All right. This is going to get really awkward because I have to keep this up apparently. Otherwise it doesn't work. Okay, let's try this. Okay. So firstly, we have, oh God, now I have to remember everybody's names. Fatia, right? It was Fatia, right? I can't see the chat. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to move this over here so I can actually see what the fuck you fuckers are saying. Facina. Why the fuck did I think it was Fatia? I don't even know where that came from. I got the right letter, though. See, this is the problem. Like, as long as I'm saying their names over the course of the game, I remember them. The second we stop playing the game, half their names disappear from my fucking memory because I don't remember a goddamn thing when it comes to that. Okay. Well, Tenwin is here. Tenwin is here to save me from my own stupidity. Thank you, Tenwin. Thank you. We have Facina. So Facina, what was she? She was a wizard druid. At least that was how we played her. But she could be either a wizard or a druid in the game, which was a kind of unique fucking class combination, if I do say so. Fatia's origin meaning is a feminine name with Arabic and Portuguese origins. In Arabic, it leads to Fatima or Fatia, one who abstains or is captivating and has connections to Fatima, daughter of Prophet Muhammad, making it significant in Islamic culture. Oh, okay. I mean, I'm sure I had heard it somewhere with that. I don't know why my brain was like, again, at least I got the right letter for the first part of her name. But yes, Facina. Facina. Unique, a very interesting combination, dual spellcaster, druid, wizard. Honestly, she worked out pretty well for what parts of the game we took her on. That was mainly the Forgotten, it was the Whale area, the Forgotten Sanctum, Forgotten Sanctuary. Has some excellent dry wit. Yes, good writing. But the main weakness, and this is, let's be honest, this is the weakness for pretty much all of the, I don't remember what they were officially called, Tenwin, the quasi-companions. She did kill that Juana child. That was purely a gameplay getting in the way of shit, though. The sidekicks, yes. God, I don't know. I don't know why that title always sounds weird when you apply it, considering technically everybody's a sidekick in these kind of games when they're traveling around with the major character. But as for Facina, quite frankly, she's her and probably most of the, at least, well, 3/4 of the other companions are probably going to be low C tiers. Not bad by any stretch of the imagination. They do have some interesting build combinations. We've got Constantine down here, who's a chanter, and I can't remember what else. Barbarian? No, it wasn't Barbarian. If PoE 2 had a bigger budget, what if they made them all full companions, or would it have been too much? I think of them, Facina and Yidwin would make the most sense. Facina partially from a gameplay perspective as well, because she's the only other wizard. Well, actually, now that I think about it, Facina might not have been made simply because she's a wizard or druid, both of which you have already in your party. Say what you will about Yidwin. She's also a cipher, but she's also a rogue, which we don't have access to normally unless you make Adir a rogue. Constantine was a chanter barbarian. Ah, okay. All right. If it had a bit, no, we read that. Okay, but yes, Facina, as well as most of the sidekicks, are probably going to be a solid C tier. They don't really bring too much to the overall story. They bring a little bit of extra dialogue to the various DLCs. Facina with Forgotten Sanctum, Yidwin with Beast of Winter. Do you account for personality here? A little bit. The personality kind of stuff and how it gels is definitely going to be very subjective, Tenwin. Very subjective. Because that's the kind of thing where it's like some people might really love a companion and I might just fucking hate them. And I think we can all agree that in character, nobody likes Durance, but we don't have to do this from the perspective of our character. We're doing this from the perspective of us. All right. But yes, let's keep focused on Facina. Let's keep focused on Facina right now. I can move my mouse out of the way so we don't have that. Okay. Personally, as part of the writing, so if the writing works well with the character, I think that helps. Yeah, that's definitely part of it. In general, but again, that's why I'm saying the personality can be very subjective. For example, I have seen some of the complaints about the Avowed companions, especially Marius for some reason, and I don't get it. To me, Marius made perfect sense. He was a little bit abrasive. He was a little bit friendly. He had that kind of catchiness to him that only really gets resolved by his personal quest once you get to Galawain's tusks. I think they find Marius annoying with his complaining. I don't know. It never came across as complaining. It came across as Marius giving advice and then kind of getting annoyed when people would treat it like an option. And I get why Marius was so obsessed with survival that I'm not surprised he gets offended when people treat his advice to keep you alive as optional. But we will get to that when we get to Marius. Sorry, Durance, your trial has already been completed by the Dre. I started wait. Watcher, it is time you suggested the trial of D's. Okay, I get it. I was out of the loop there. Honestly, the banter in Avowed felt a bit weak. It felt like the writers couldn't commit to negative dialogue beyond teasing. Well, okay, how about this, Lord Rabbit? Let's save that for when we actually get to the Avowed companions. We're focusing on Facina right now. Our first Avowed companion is not going to show up for a while, and it is going to be Marius, judging from what I'm seeing on the chart here. But we will deal with that in time. So again, let's focus on Facina. Sidekick, C tier. kind of a fun personality. I'll at least give them props for doing someone who's basically a negative Nancy of about a lot of things. She's very sarcastic. She's very abrasive. She fills a nice niche. As I said, Wizard Druid is a very interesting combo in Pillars, especially with the way the class system works in the second game. I will give them a lot of props for giving that a try. And I do think that that's an interesting way to play her. Even if she was a very, very squishy. Even with her transformation combat form, it just was not very good. It's surprisingly impressive, a negative Nancy that is likable. Yeah, because she never, she has a little bit towards you at the beginning when you're first showing up in Nekataka and you're running essentially errands for her by dealing with her ex who stole from the shop she's working at, from Arkamir's shop. She's a little bit directed towards you, but as soon as you complete that quest, it's much more her being negative about the things that happen around you rather than being negative towards you specifically. And also some of her conversations do show that while she is a very sarcastic and abrasive, I would even say acidic personality for her, she is still a person who is genuinely curious and is interested in the world. Like, her whole point of being a wizard is wanting to learn to create her own spells, to learn about all this. It's just that learning about how the archmages are and how they act has kind of ruined magic for her for a bit. Like, or maybe not ruined magic, but ruined like any sense of, she doesn't seem the type to be hero worshipping, but it does seem like it destroyed whatever respect she had for wizards as a institution, and instead convinced her that the only thing she really needed to focus on was her own studies. Which I can totally understand. Between the archmages on one hand, doing all of their political shenanigans that make every other person on the planet look small by comparison, and then you have other magical traditions like, what is it called? Braggin Hill Academy from the Adirans, which it's very clear that that academy is meant to pump out mages that are loyal to the Adiran state above all. I can understand why independent wizards like Facina would just kind of not want to deal with any of that. I'm so tempted, even if it wouldn't work, to suggest we had the archmages we met for funsies. I mean, honestly, they'd all, as far as character goes, they'd all probably fall in B tier. They're solid, but they're not like amazing. Console Hot's just a power-hungry lich. Tane is interesting, but I'll be honest, I wouldn't want them to do what they did in Avowed again, because that would start to feel really gimmicky, for lack of a better term. I wonder if the academy is run by an archmage or someone of that equivalent. I would only say no, because there's no way in fucking hell that Adir would let one of their major, like, institutions of learning in their empire, in the heart of their empire, be managed by an outsider. Again, Braggin Hill Academy seems to largely exist to churn out battle mages and court wizards for the exclusive use of the Adiran state. So I highly doubt they would want an archmage running it, assuming the archmage isn't Adiran. Again, here's the thing, though. If he was Adiran, they'd be expecting him to push Adiran interests amongst the archmages, and we didn't see any evidence of that. Now, that's absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, but my money's on no. That's where I'm just kind of saying with it. Overall, yeah, Facina, sidekick, C tier, some interesting dialogue, some interesting personality discussions, a little bit of extra backstory into Arkamir and the Archmages in regards to how petty and just kind of, well, human, mortal, kith they can be. Could be Minoletta, who knows? Yeah, who knows? I keep getting distracted because we keep tangenting. As for the rest of the Archmages, as I said, they'd probably be in B tier. Lengrath in a slightly higher position just because of the interesting lore implications from the DLC. Arkamir at least seems to try to get things done. As for, I cannot remember her name, Maura, I think it was, the tentacle mage. Oh, we didn't really see much of her before she died and then got resurrected and then died again. And as for the guy who came up with the fire spells, I think it was, the actual guy who joined the Hand Occult and ended up becoming erased from history, I don't think what we met down in the DLC was much of who he was left by that point. I mean, aside from his ambition to not be forgotten, I think most of the rest of his personality had been wiped away by Whale. Lengrath is actually somewhat agreeable. Arkamir's an asshole, but he's a very active asshole. Sees what was best for the status quo. Yeah. Okay, but that's going to be enough. As I said, Facina, C tier, kind of just middle of the road. Nice to have on the DLC, but otherwise, not really interested one way or the other. Next up, we've got Maya. Now, I did romance her in PoE 2, largely because there wasn't really any other option. I wasn't really interested in Jody, so, oh, excuse me. Let me take a sip here. There we go. Maya, Maya, I think, is a tough one because in order to rank her, I think it comes down to what your opinion of the Royal Deadfire Company is. And I will say, those ending slides where we discovered that what we had delivered was not just like recon orders or instructions for espionage or spying, and it turned out to be assassination orders. I have to separate that from Maya herself, because as even Maya said, or at least implied, she did not know what was in those orders by any stretch of the imagination. And she seemed to, at least at the beginning, be very appreciative of the fact that she did not know how much the Royal Deadfire Company was doing. Funnily enough, I think we see the same issues with the Deadfire Company towards the end of Maya's story that Kai was starting to come to in his own time, that he mentioned why he left the Rautayan Navy after their campaign in the Deadfire, after their initial campaign, I should say, when they actually went in essentially as a military force and not a quasi-political, quasi-trading company designed to spread Rautayan influence. Maya is very much, she is a hardliner. She's fully loyal to Rautai. And I guess the line is, she's loyal to Rautai. She's not necessarily loyal to the company, but she's been given orders to treat the company as an extension of Rautai's ability to influence the region. It's interesting. I actually kind of wish we'd gotten a bit more. I have to wonder if you do side with the Royal Deadfire Company, if you do get more dialogue out of her towards the end to try and explain what's going on, or to try and, I don't know, fit in better. Maybe there was stuff I missed because I was too diplomatic with everyone and I kind of maintained a neutral position until the very end of the game so that we didn't really have much of a choice in that regard. I don't know. In mechanics wise, she's great. She much like, oh God, the name, the dwarf, what's her name? Sagani. I remember Sagani. Much like Sagani, the only hunter in the respective games, only one with an animal companion. Honestly, I think her animal companion is a little more useful than Sagani's fox companion was. The bird Ishi is a little bit better at assisting with crowd control, not getting hit. I know, I don't remember the full name. Ishiza, yeah. But Ishi was what she kept calling him, so we're gonna go with that. We've got I'll just slow down with my rationale while we are having the ad play. I'm actually, while the ad's playing, since I know that Brown Bear, you and Tenwin don't really see it because you guys have been subscribed. Do you think I should go back up to doing 3 minute ads once an hour? I was watching Girl DM, who we've rated into a few times, and she has her set up to do 3 minute ads every hour. So that way you have 57 minutes uninterrupted in between. And I was thinking we could do that because then when that comes up, I have more of an incentive, because they're 3 minutes long, to fully pause the game and wait for that to end before continuing. Still be the same amount of ads. We would just, I would basically be taking short breaks once an hour. That's just my thought. I need to figure out how to change it, or at least to force it, because I know how to do it manually to run a 3 minute ad, and that's what I was doing before. But being able to keep that consistently on track was a pain in the ass. She has her set up to do it automatically, but I have to figure out how to do that in the Twitch settings because I can only figure out how to set it up for an hour or for every half hour that way. Okay, but the ad's about to die. I'll keep it in mind. I'll keep it in mind. So Maya, as I was saying, mechanics-wise, I think she's really good. Her usage of guns is actually really nice. She's a companion devoted to them. She's a sharpshooter for the Rautaian Navy. It's an interesting story beat. She has some insight into the early Rautaian conquests in the region. Maybe a bit more of a pain for non-subs. I wouldn't mind, but ads don't affect me to begin with. I know, but again, I would still have the marker up here at the top, and I would be more willing to do like full-blown breaks during those ads. Like, oh, it's an ad break. Game's going to be paused. I'm going to go refill my gamer subs. I'm going to go take a piss. I'm going to go take I'm going to stretch. I'm like going to actively take a break for a few minutes while we do that. And it lets everybody also do the same. Like, go get some water, go get a snack, whatever the hell you need to do. That was just what I was thinking. I don't know. I just feel like it would be a little bit better. A minute and a half, there's been a couple of times where I've just forgotten the ad was playing and I've just played right through it. So like a 3-minute one would be a bit easier for me to notice, like, okay, I need to stop. The non-subs can't see anything. I'm going to wait, etc. And to be fair, it's not like I was trying to do that before. Avowed kind of got in the way of that because I was really excited to play, and we just kind of played through every single ad in one of those, and I didn't even pay attention. I'm not even going to lie. That's entirely on me. Okay. God, I keep tangenting. Okay, Maya, solid mechanics, solid companion. Her romance, I actually did like. I like how she has to broach it very carefully. It's very obvious that she's from a military and a very like duty-bound family. The way she treated it, the way she wasn't even sure if she was like, hey, look, you really need to tell me if this is something, because if it's not, I need to keep a lid on my feelings about it, because that's how a military person acts in these kind of situations. So I did like that. She's also like, quite honestly, big, strong military woman acting kind of dainty and feminine when you actually get her to open up a bit was, I mean, you could say it's a little bit stereotypical, but at the same time, it really worked with Maya, and the voice actress did an amazing job selling it, where she managed to keep Maya's same like professional tone, but add in enough like emotion to it that you could tell she was actually opening up to you. Of course, we ended up siding with the Juana, which meant she bailed on us at the last second, because I understand. She wasn't the only one after all. We lost Palagina too in the last portion of the game. But I at least understand it, and I can at least, both from an out-of-character perspective and an in-character from my watcher's perspective, I can appreciate how they wrote it. Big F on that? I don't agree. Lord Brown Bear. The game makes a point that the three main political companions, Seraphin technically is a political companion, but he's made it very clear he doesn't care what happens to the Principe as a whole, especially after he learns that they're dealing with the Crooksburg slavers. He kind of gives up on them as an organization. Oh, that it was sad. Oh, okay. Yes. No, I agree. But that does segue into a good point, since this is the first political companion of PoE 2. Which is, I did appreciate that they stuck to their guns. Palagina is fiercely loyal to the Republics, and Maya is equally loyal to the Rautaian Empire. They're not going to help you turn on them just because you're their friend. Now, they don't leave you lurching in the wind. They leave a note. They leave some kind of explanation. They understand why you did it. They simply have to, the game acknowledges that your companions have equally powerful motivations to you as the player character. I would have appreciated less a letter and more like a final goodbye. Maybe when you're getting back on your ship, they like have them leave as they're doing that. Something to that extent. I would have think that would have worked well. The letter is still appreciated. The writing is still appreciated. And I'm glad we didn't side directly against the Valiant Trading Company, because if we had to kill Palagina, I wouldn't have liked that. If they're in your party, they say goodbye to your face. So that's why we didn't see it, because I was trying to be circumspect I was trying to be like, oh, I'm not going to bring them to this conversation. I want to see what happens. Well, I got to see what happens. They leave a note. Maybe I should have brought them. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's on me then. But I'm going to put Pallegina in the solid B tier. Pretty good. Pretty amazing. I liked having her with us. I liked having her on the adventures. Not a go-to, like I want to bring her on everything, but I definitely wanted to see her on a lot of the content, especially anything that had to deal with the actual Royal Deadfire Company. Maya's also really funny, even if she isn't the best for diplomacy. Again, it's like, I will say that also helps her into B tier, is that she has points in diplomacy, seemingly just so she knows the worst thing to say to cause people to get angry. I do appreciate that from like if you're going to play a character that plays into that, into the, I want to needle people on the various political factions, I could also see a reason to take Maya. Even if you ended up, say, siding with the Principe, I could see that as a reason to bring Maya on a lot of content because she does have that clever, sarcastic kind of personality that would pair well with those kind of dialogue options. I could easily see her, like, I could easily see her filling the same role that in Mass Effect, Garrus kind of fills for Shepard. I could easily see Maya kind of being the person who's the most likely to play off of a sarcastic, most of the sarcastic lines are clever or passionate. So a clever, passionate watcher with those personality traits, I could imagine playing off Maya's dialogue really well if you could like expand it even more so. If you don't romance her, like I could easily see them having that kind of relationship where it's just like easily able to banter back and forth. But yes, she's going to sit in B tier. I will adjust these based on when we start putting additional people in the same tiers as relation to one another. So if someone, like for example, most of the sidekicks are probably going to be lower end of C tier simply because of the lack of content. Although if a full companion makes it below them, that's going to be a problem, and you'll see why. Constantine, our companion for the Seeker Slayer Survivor DLC, the combat DLC, essentially. Chanter Barbarian, though I think obviously based on his design, he was very much meant to just be a chanter. And here's where my bias is going to show, and we're going to see this again when we get to Kana not too far from now. I really don't like the chanter, like, class. I don't like how it plays. I don't like the fact that the game seems to break more often than not when you're using one. We had the entire problem where Kana just straight up stopped casting constantly. Constantine had a similar issue when we brought him in the DLC. He was squishy as hell. He couldn't really fight in melee, but if you kept him at range, he was practically useless. Constantine was given a bad hand, even compared to the other DLC sidekicks, because SSS wasn't a good expansion with very limited interactions and talking moments. To be fair, I think the talking moments he got, explaining why he left, explaining why he even left his sister who was in the competition, his relationship with the various other combatants that show up, was well written. But you're right, there wasn't that much of it, which is a shame. It's also interesting because he's kind of the only other Gallowayne follower that we pick up in the game aside from Haravius. And to see the contrast in their perspectives on Gallowayne would have been really interesting. But they didn't do that too much. I mean, you kind of see it a little bit, but yeah. I don't think that he was given time. I don't think he was given enough time or resources to really flesh out properly. And then he was attached to, as you said, Tenwin. I wouldn't necessarily say, here's the thing where I would say, I don't think SSS was bad. I do think it was limited. It was because it was a combat focused DLC. It was very limited in what they could do for it, which I think is a shame because the what are they called? The Tangalo, whatever, the T name for Gallowayne's version that's in the Deadfire. Getting a little more insight into how the Hawana view it separately from Gallowayne might have been interesting as well. But we didn't really get too much of that. Also, Gallowayne being a petty bitch throughout the entire thing. I don't know. Gallowayne's already kind of mid on my tier for the gods. That DLC did not do anything to make me feel better about him. Not a goddamn thing. I think Chanter is a much easier class to play if you're the player character is the Chanter. My personal experience is that I frequently forgot to check the Chanter for what verse they're on, and in PoE 1, setting up the chant buds was part of the pain. Yes, exactly. I could see if you made Chanter your main, it could be a different story, because it does seem like a class where you set up the AI behaviors for your companions, and then you fine-tune your Chanter to be able to be like, okay, my companions are going to do this. I'm going to have this buff up when they're doing that. And then when they move to the next thing that they're going to do, I'm going to have this next buff that's like, if you want to micromanage the shit out of your companions, I could see you getting a lot of mileage out of the Chanter. I don't. I don't. We could have easily doubled the amount of time that we spend in combat if I had wanted to do that. Yeah, would I probably have had less frustration in some of the combat encounters? Probably. But it would have been matched by my frustration of setting everything up and constantly second guessing every single decision that I made. That said, we're going to be putting Constantine solidly in the C tier. And again, the sidekicks are going to be pretty low in the C tier once we start getting other companions in here. But that's just the nature of the beast. If the Chanter was the MC, it would be easier overall, but yeah. It's a shame because, again, Kana at least made the chanting well, you know what? I'll bring it up when we get to Kana because he's not going to be too far from here. We'll talk more about the Chanter class when we bring up Kana. Now, Haravius, my man, my boy, my fucking MVP of the first game. And with a good story, and with a good reference in the second game's DLC, which has me wondering if he will show up much later in the timeline of Aora, which would be kind of fucking awesome in my opinion. He is foul-mouthed, a womanizer, but he's written really fucking well, and he does give some very nice insights into the Glanfathan culture, helping to fully explain why they feel like they need to protect the Ingwithan ruins. Now, that we're not even going to comment on how their entire culture was essentially created and essentially manipulated by the Ingwithans to protect their religious sites so that their ascension to godhood would never be uncovered. I'm not judging the Glanfathans for something that they don't fucking know. It's also implied he fucks animals. Yes, well, we're not going to hold that against him. He's a druid, and it's heavily implied druids in this universe have a nasty habit of doing that anyways. At least he only does it when he's in animal form. And to be fair, I think most of the implications there, Lord Brownbear, was that he was fucking other druids who were also in their animal forms. I don't know if that really makes it much better, but at least they can consent. I don't know. We're wandering into a territory that sounds horribly like a deviant artist's fetish fuel. I'm not here to judge him on that. He had great dialogue. He had some of the best banter in the entire game. You wanted to bring him in almost every party, not just because he was combat effective, but because he had banter with just about every other companion. In for a throat, but not with a spear. Yeah. Every conversation he had with Adir was fucking amazing. And I really like to imagine that Adir developed the way he did as a character because Haravius verbally bitch slapped him a few times while we were traveling with him. Like, if you're playing an Orlan character, it's also partially your watcher who's calling him out on his bigotry. But if it's just Haravius, I like to imagine Haravius was having some serious conversations with Adir in between those little moments that we saw out on the street, where Haravius is just like, look, dude, you want to play this game? We can play this game. I can talk shit about the Dear Wooden people all day long, and I'm not going to run out of insults or creative ways to insult you before you do. Or you are not winning this fight, Adir. And the thing is, again, it seems to work because Adir seems to be a much more relaxed and less like obviously on the nose bigot in the second game. To be fair, he's not around. The Orlans of the Deadfire are not the Orlans of Glanfath, and I do think that has a part to play in Adir's personality regarding that. If you brought Haravius into the DLC, you hear his comments on Orlan's head. I have a more interesting game we could play. Dear Wooden's penis. Yeah, exactly. Haravius doesn't respond with, I'm insulted. Haravius responds with, you better be able to take as good as you get. Or as good as you give, I should say. Now, to be fair, he also has the fallback of, I'm going to transform into a giant cat and rip your throat out if you don't stop. But I think it actually plays to Haravius's clan being the more moderate ones, that he is willing to go for barbs and insults first, rather than just breaking out the weapons. He very easily could. He could have been you could easily transform Haravius into a minor antagonist in the context of PoE 1 if you piss him off. It's like, I don't think obviously the game isn't written that way, but I could easily see a context where you piss off Haravius enough that he becomes an antagonist who turns the Glenfathans against you to try and slow your quest down out of spite and anger. He seems like that kind of person if you really pushed him. The fact that his ending has him going back to his tribe, beating the ever-loving shit out of all the other druids that banished him, but then not taking power and just basically saying, I did that just to prove you all fucking wrong, I think does speak to the fact that Haravius is a great dude to have as a friend, but goddamn, if you have him as an enemy, watch your fucking back. He's not going to stop. Either at the very least, he will humble you, and at the very worst, he will, again, straight up rip out your throat with his teeth. There's no getting around that. There's no getting around that. Now, if you're playing a Watcher who's more diplomatic, like my character was, him being sort of the party's bad cop, like in almost every conversation where we had a diplomatic option, my character would say the nice thing, and Haravius would say something to the effect of, and if you don't take the Watcher's offer, I'm going to kill you. So him getting to play the sarcastic bad cop to our good cop was also brilliantly well done. What I find curious is that when you bring him to an Engwithern ruin, is that instead of really arguing against you, he goes in on a sarcastic spiel, more or less streamlining the argument he expects to have with you. Yeah, well, I mean, he's very much aware we have to do this thing. Following Theos, getting the information is important, not just for the Dear Wooden, but for the Glenfathans. Stopping the Hollowborn curse is a priority. I don't think Haravius is blind to the fact that the Hollowborn curse will not stop at the Deerwood. And indeed, if Theos had had his way, it wasn't going to. It was going to consume more souls from the surrounding area in order to fuel his attempt to power boost Woedica back into relevancy. He knew there was going to be an issue, but he also knew that culturally he had to at least put up a facade of being against you going in. Again, it's funnily enough, it kind of reminds me of the Samara situation from Mass Effect 2. If you've ever played Mass Effect 2, Samara is the Asari Justicar companion, and she makes a very strenuous point that she will swear fealty to you to support your quest, but when your time with her is done, if you have violated her code strenuously, she will kill you. Now, this doesn't come up in the story, but it is at least acknowledged that if you fuck up enough around her, she's not going to want anything to do with you, and once you release her, she's going to want to kill you. I have a feeling with Haravius, he never goes through anything formal like that. He's not a very lawful character. He's very chaotic. But I have a feeling that if he had discovered that you had played him, or that you had gone into the Engwithern ruins for a cause that was less important than you led on, he absolutely would have basically been like, yeah, let's go to Twin Elms, and then immediately sold you out to the Glenfathans and be like, yeah, this guy's been in the ruin. I brought him here. Take him down. It's not even a thought in my mind that he wouldn't do that. But it's only upon finding out about Theos, finding out the full story, that he basically is like, look, my people are going to hate it, but you have to do this. In my experience, I usually picked Haravius after visiting Defiant Space, so his compliance felt a little unexpected. Yeah, I could see that. I don't even remember in what order we found him, because we were just kind of exploring, and then Tenwin was like, oh, you want to get this guy? He's over here. And I was like, oh, okay, Druid, sweet. And then we discovered just how fucking broken Druids are in the first game. God damn. Sorry, Aloth, wizards don't mean jack shit until you get to like the very end of the game. Druids are fucking useful at every single tier of power in terms of their spell casting. No fucking comparison. For that, Haravius is going to be an easy A tier. He's solid. His dialogue is well written. I could see how some people could get a little bit annoyed by how he acts a lot of the time. If you don't like his womanizing, you're not going to like some of his side conversations where he just kind of goes on about it. Though, again, you do have to notice that if anyone, in several of the dialogues, mainly Pallegina, he knows when he's gone too far, because when someone says to stop, he stops. As long as it's not Adair telling him to stop making up jokes for Dear Woodends, because Heravius just seems to do that because Adair keeps coming up with stupid shit to say about Orleans. So I don't blame him there. All right, Kana. Forget I said anything. I rather like my visitor. Yeah. Pallegina knows how to put him in his place. Kana. Okay, now here is where we get interesting, because almost all of these characters, their story content has paralleled their usefulness in gameplay. But because of how the Chanter class worked, and because of where we got him in the story, Kana has amazing conversations, very well written, and his mechanics fucking suck. Terrell, welcome. We're doing a tier list for our companions from the Pillars and Avowed game. And then we'll be doing Disco Elysium later. So welcome. Oh, but again, Kana is an interesting one. Story-wise, I like him. Attitude-wise, he's basically written as being like one of the Watcher's best friends if you play a very like diplomatic, very lawful good, neutral good kind of style Watcher. He's very much in that vein. He just wants to use his knowledge to help his people and to enrich the world. He wants to uncover knowledge. He's basically an amateur archaeologist. Just put Adair in S. We already know he ends there. No, Terrell. I am an S purist. Only one thing goes in S. And I think we know who it actually will be. But don't worry. Adair's going to get some love when we get to him. He's a big nerd and we love him. Exactly. Kana's writing is good. His voice acting is impeccable for his character. I love the voice they chose for him. He comes across as jolly. I mean, look at this fucking picture. He's just a happy fucking dude. He's happy adventuring. He's happy fighting. He's happy going around and helping people out. His reaction to the tablet was so sad. Oh, exactly. And that was kind of crushing, especially since we waited so long. You could just imagine that Kana would have been like, yeah, I'm willing to wait. I know the Watcher will keep his promise. And we did. We eventually went down there. We eventually tried to uncover it. And it was all for naught. I felt really bad for him. I honestly did. I thought there would be something. Now, of course, out of character, we also had the concern that personally, my interpretation is that the Ingwithans affected Rautayan culture in a similar manner to how they had affected the Gladfothans. And given what we saw in Deadfire with the Huana, who are the predecessors to the Rautayans, I absolutely am convinced that, yes, the Ingwithans purposely altered the Rautayan culture, probably right after they split off from the Huana from the cataclysm that destroyed Ukaizo. It wouldn't surprise me if Ingwithan members of the Leaden Key or other survivors who served under Theos at the time purposely rewrote early Rautayan culture to make it more subservient to the gods, to the Ingwithans. Hearing the same VA play a Tyranny companion was jarring. I mean, I don't know. I'm able to separate it pretty well. Both did really good work. Barrick was a really well voice acted character, in my opinion. Really sad how, honestly, the Anarchy ending is really sad for Barrick. I kind of feel bad how we ended up with that in Tyranny, but let's focus on Kana. We got enough companions to sit through. I didn't realize I was actually going to yap this much. Part of me was afraid we'd already be done with the tier list by now, but we're not even 5 characters in. Overall, but yeah, Kana's main problem again is that I don't like the Chanter class. And the Chanter class, as we saw in Pillars 1, has some straight up bugs that make it practically unusable if you're unlucky enough to get those bugs. That was partially why I stuck him as a summon build, because at least then, when his chants did work, they were at least somewhat useful, and I didn't have to worry too much about, like, spawning, like, paying attention much. He would just spawn additional shit that would distract the enemy, and that was usually more than enough. Ugh. I need more gamer subs. Hold on. There we go. The only thing I think is that his reactivity, so he had some good banter with the companions, but he didn't have too many moments with the Watcher, but I am willing to chalk that up to me not taking him enough. Because, quite frankly, once I got Haravius and we had Sagani to provide like crowd control, it was hard to justify bringing Kana. And by the time I really got around to using him, God, it was the late game and we were doing the exploration of the Ingwithan ruins beneath Kadnua. Like, I feel really bad. It's one of those things where it's like, if I go back and play Pillars 1 again, I would want to bring Kana on more of the side quests and try to see what else he says. Oh, wrong one. There we go. Move the fucking screen. That would be my hope, would be to take him on more content, see what other reactivity he has, try to see more of his content, because as he stands, and I know some of you are not going to like this, he's at the head of C tier. Like, he is at the very tip top of C tier for me. And it's driven entirely by his writing and personality. Because again, his combat capability and what we used him for drove me bonkers with how it didn't want to work. I'm like, he is at the top of C. And again, it's purely on his writing. It's purely on the VA's voice acting. And it's purely on his, quite frankly, his vibes. It's really weird to have just this jovial, upbeat companion and have him kind of stay like that the entire game. And it's not that he doesn't have much of an arc, but it does exist regarding his ideas around his people and whether how much they should embrace tradition versus change. Something that we kind of see paralleled in Aloth with his opinions about animancy and how things work with the leaden key. In fact, it makes me wonder if they have more dialogue together over the course of the game if I had taken them more. Because the two of them seem like they would actually have more to talk about, since they're kind of the only two traditionally educated of the companions in the first game. No one else in the first game really has like a dedicated educational degree. Well, actually, yeah, degree, because they both graduated from what is essentially Aora's equivalent of a university, the Chanters College and Bracken Hill Academy. They do chat a little, but Aloth remains averse to debate. Well, again, not necessarily debate, but they seem like the only two who would gel personality-wise, as far as Aloth wants to uncover more arcane knowledge and grow himself as a sorcerer, and Kana is obsessed with uncovering more knowledge that he can incorporate into his chants and into the history of Rauatai. I don't know. It's definitely one of those things where I feel like if I had used him more, he would probably go up in B tier. He would still be kind of low in B tier just because of my dislike of the Chanter class and the way it functions and the bugs from the first game. But he would be solidly in there. As it stands, really high C. But again, it's driven almost entirely by vibes. All right. And here, all right, here we go. The first of the Avowed companions, Marius. And this is where we can bring up where people, as you said, people were complaining about Marius being, I guess, just that he complains too much. There's one exchange where Isilmir tries to flirt with Kana. Okay, that one I should probably find at some point. That sounds hilarious. Oh, not just because Kana's like, I can't imagine Kana is. First of all, Kana doesn't strike me as being gay. I mean, maybe he is. I don't know. But I have a feeling he'd feel a little bit awkward about being hit on by a woman that is inside a dude's body from awakening from his soul. That just sounds like it's asking for problems. Why? Okay, there we go. Okay, the ad's playing. If we can hold off on doing Marius if you want to talk to me more about Kana while we wait for the ad to finish. There is one exchange. Oh no, you already said that. But yeah. Like, I don't know. It's definitely a thing where it's like, if I had just used Kana more, he probably would be up in the low end of B tier rather than high C. But the way it is, I just can't justify putting him up there. Like, even just comparing him to Maya, where we took Maya, especially towards like the latter third of the game, we took her on a lot of stuff, especially the DLCs. She was just proving too useful to leave behind with her ranged attack. Fun fact, there's a rare interaction between Isilmir and Adir where Isilmir straight up claims to love Adir, and it is incredibly awkward. Okay, that's another one I gotta take a look at. I can't imagine that Aloth was very happy about Isilmir making that statement later. Especially not early on, because Aloth and Ader didn't really develop any kind of rapport with each other until much later in the game and going into the second one. They very much were personally opposed to one another in a lot of ways in the beginning of the first. Kind of only thrown together because the Watcher was like, hey, we all need to get out of this town. We may as well do it together. Okay. Ad's about to end. Marius, the first of the Avowed companions. Again, people were complaining about him complaining. I don't know. I never saw it. Like, yeah, he makes comments. Again, part of it is because Marius, especially once you complete his side quest, going into Galawain's Tusk, going into his village, his entire life is based around survival. The idea that something is going to come and kill him, something from the darkness, something unknown. The childhood trauma affects literally everything he is. On the one hand, it is a little one note. On the other, it's actually written really well because once you see it fully, once you see why he acts the way he does, it recontextualizes pretty much every conversation you've had with him and every complaint that he's made over the game. This gets back to what I was saying earlier before I decided, okay, let's not tangent too far on Marius because he's going to be coming up later anyways, which is that it's not that he's complaining about people in general. He complains about people making light of survival because he makes his own jokes. Even in your first encounter with him in the bar, he's bantering back and forth with the drunkards, even as they're getting ready to try and shank him. But it's when people take his advice and then don't follow through. And it's, you know what it is? It's an expert. It's someone who has learned their trade through years of experience, actual hard-won, hard-earned experience, and having people dismiss that out of hand. Now, Kai does it to get a rise out of him because Kai's known Marius for years now. But notice that Kai never dismisses Marius's advice. He just makes fun of Marius's specific choices of advice. And as the envoy, you do have the option to lean into that slightly, where you can just kind of disregard him when he does bring up some of his suggestions over the course of the adventure. And that's usually when he gets really bitter towards the envoy. At least that was the vibe I was getting from it. Largely, we didn't choose many of those dialogue options. We mainly choose ones that essentially reinforce, like, no, Marius, you're the expert. I'm not disregarding your opinion. I am taking it into account, but I can't just turn down the tasks that have been given to me. And when you do that, when you address it in a manner of one professional to another, Marius is much less abrasive with his complaints. He still is like, well, I don't think that's a good idea, but he at least acknowledges that you are acknowledging him and his expertise. The flirt between Isilmir and Kana happens right after Merwald on the overworld. Slick to fit your britches, scholar lad. Kana blushes. What? Nothing? I said nothing. Oh, okay. Actually, I think we saw that one, but it was so long ago that I couldn't fucking remember it. So now we know Isilmir likes her men both incredibly smart and incredibly dumb. She ain't here for any midwits. She wants either the dumb himbo Adir or she wants the scholar. Poor Aloth. Dude has no fucking luck with any of this. It must only get more awkward if you play a female watcher who romances Aloth. That would be, I have to imagine that doesn't go over well. Or maybe it does. I don't know. Moving on. But back to Marius. As I said, Marius is the professional. He's pragmatic. He tries to be very practical with all of his advice. I actually really do like, and I wish I had asked them at the time, and maybe it wouldn't have locked us out of his training to get the stat bonuses. If I had talked to him more in the early areas to get all of his advice before we would travel to the next areas, because I did like that was good, that was well done. It also adds a little bit to the world because, well, you don't see a lot of these mechanics. You don't see all of these various minor berries and mushrooms and stuff that treat for minor illnesses and traveling diseases and stuff like that Marius has had to deal with through his life. But it speaks to his professionalism. It speaks to his expertise in the matter. So again, this might just be a case where I just didn't see it. I saw it as, maybe it's because, and actually this might be it. I played my envoy very straight-laced. He is an envoy of Adir. He is a representative of the Imperial Court. He is a professional. This is something he has done for years at the service of one of the most powerful men in all of Aora. So by treating other people with professionalism, you see that from Kai and a few others where they kind of go, wow, you're actually taking this seriously. I'm kind of surprised. With Marius, he never questions that. The only thing he questions is how much danger you're all going to be when you get in there. But as long as you, again, treat the matter as a professional job, as something that you have to do, Marius never turns you down. Now, yes, you can probably say, oh, well, he's a companion. He's not just going to abandon you, that kind of thing. That doesn't happen in most of these games, and that is true. But the way it's delivered via the VA and the writing implies much more that it's, again, as long as you're not disregarding what Marius says, he's far more willing to go along with it, even if he personally thinks that it might be a bad idea. Again, Marius is the consummate professional. You hired him to help you. He's going to help you. He understands if some of the advice he gives is not heeded, but he does want it to be known. So you can't claim later that he did not tell you. So personally, for me, he is a solid B. Is he higher than Maya? No, but they're closer than I would have thought. In fact, they're closer even in personality. Maya has a similar streak of professionalism to her, though she covers it as well with more sarcasm. Honestly, Marius and Maya probably would have gotten along great if they had sat down for drinks at some point. The two of them, I think, would have gotten along brilliantly, especially complaining about idiot clients and idiot officers who don't heed the advice of the people under them who have more experience than them. That sounds exactly like something they do. Marius and Heravius, though, oh, he would. That's one of those things where they would meet in a bar, they would hit it off there, but the second they got out into an actual stressful situation, the two of them would want to fucking murder one another. They would end up being polar opposites in terms of their personality, and Marius would hate it. And Heravius, with his gung-ho, Galloway, no-care attitude, would fucking infuriate him. And the worst part is, Heravius wouldn't see that at first. He would just keep needling Marius, and not in the friendly way that Kai does. He would go 0 to 100 on the needling just out of the gate, and I don't think Marius would be like, I'm doing this job, and then I'm getting out of here immediately. I don't want to deal with you at all. They're both adept at survival, but their approaches are practically the opposite. Yes. Marius respects nature, but respects it in the way that one does an opponent. Heravius respects nature as one does a companion. It is very much the difference between a druid and a ranger, or a druid and a hunter, I guess, to use Aora's language. And Marius is very much still sees himself as apart from that nature because, well, he was born and raised amongst the Wardens of Solace. That's kind of, I think, inbuilt into their personality. Even as they defend Galloway's tusks, they are apart from it. Oh, pardon me. They are apart from it. They are separate from it. And that's just how it's going to be. All right, Tenwin, you're going to have to give me this one because I don't even remember her fucking name. The drunk Orlin. That is all I remember. Mirke. I don't think we even talked to her on our boat after we recruited her. I don't think I used her a single time. I have no recollection about anything. She doesn't have any dialogue. Then that's why. Congratulations, Mirke. You are the first of F tier. I recruited you because I wanted to get the completionist. No, not even D tier. I don't find her entertaining. I don't find her interesting. A drunk Orlin. Whoop-de-fucking-do. She could be a drunk elf, a drunk human, a drunk Amauan. It wouldn't fucking matter. She's a drunk, bare-fisted barbarian. And we've got a far more interesting drug-addled barbarian later down the line. Okay, Lord Brown Bear, calm down there. Calm down there. This shit is in the just chatting category. We don't need to scare anybody off. She was a completely free sidekick added with the pirate customization pack. He's actually a monk fighter. Right. Sorry, monk. My apologies. All of the monk abilities got put into the fighter tree in Avowed, and my brain is already associating them with barbarian for some reason. That's entirely on me. But regardless, yes, monk fighter or pure monk, pure fighter, whichever one you go with. She has no dialogue. She has nothing really to add to the story. She kind of helps you in Act 1 because she assists with blowing up. Is she the one who helps us blow up the guy, or is that the other Orlin that Seraphim knows? No, that's the other Orlin. Never mind. She doesn't even help us against what's his name that we kill in the first act, the pirate who attacked our ship. B something, the asshole psychopath. God, there's too many names, too many. I love CRPGs, but eventually I stop remembering names and I just remember like character traits because I can't remember everybody's names. She is the one who helps you take care of Benwith? Oh, okay. I was wrong then. But yeah, like Benwith. Okay, whoever the fuck it is. Oh God, Benwith. Yes, I even got it wrong. Oh God. Only if you choose to sabotage his arms. Right. That is the one thing she does. And that's it. She is an F tier. I'm sorry, Mirka. You should not have even been a companion. Like, well, I guess it's a good thing she was, because we decided to go on a total Principi death run towards the end of the game, and I brutally murdered everyone in that fucking keep twice because they respawned and I had to fight my way out again. Oh, God. So, yeah. No, she is our first entry into F. She's just like, I can't even justify D, because D at least usually is like, oh, they didn't do anything wrong. It just doesn't gel with me or doesn't work properly. But it's like, she's the source of one of the best lines. Seraphim, you sure, Captain? The rumor is that Merke was born 3 sheets soused. It's just not enough. It's not enough, Tenwin. She's not enough to take her out of F tier. She was spared because she didn't want to get caught having helped kill Benwith. Right. She wanted to leave. Right. Well, that kept her alive. I'm just going to headcanon that she went off with Seraphim when he went to go make his own pirate crew, and she ended up as one of his fighters. Like, that's all I've got. She'd be D tier because she's short stacked. That's just me. Hey, up. These are subjective. I understand people will rate things higher or lower based on their own subjective opinions, but this is what I'm dealing with. And my deal is she is F tier. She should not have even been a companion. Don't worry. She will not be the only one down there. We all know what's coming later. All right. Next up is the other guy who I don't remember the name of because I didn't use him even a single time. I don't think I even upgraded his equipment. Reke. Yes. However, Reke, unlike Merke, has some dialogue and has some very interesting lore connotations. You did upgrade his equipment? I don't even remember. Voiced by Sam Riegel. Yep, in a very good role, quite frankly. What dialogue we do get from him is quite well done. And he is sort of the alien of the group, so to speak. His culture is, near as we can tell, vastly different from anything else on Aora. He's a monotheist in a setting that has been avowedly polytheist in every aspect. Even the Ingwithans say that in the ancient times there were many cruel gods, plural. And yet Reke is out here talking about the one God, the singular God, the only God. Which has me very curious about what in the fuck is going on with the Yezua, I think is what they're called, or whatever land he's from, far to the east, past the great storms. He does have a single lore line in Beast of Winter, but that's if you bring him, which most don't. Not surprised. I mean, we fight a god in that. I have to imagine that he has to be like, wait, what? No, his lore implications are very interesting. And I really hope it goes somewhere. I honestly hope he was interesting enough that if we get him as a companion in a theoretical Third Pillars game, I would be interested to see what they do with him. Because he maybe we go to this lost continent, this third part of the Ingwithan triumvirate, because we know that there was the Ingwithans proper, there were the Huana of Ukaizo, and there was that third nation who I can't remember the name of, but it begins with a Y. And every time I say it, I think of the weird Latinized pronunciation for Jesus or for Yahweh or whatever the heck it is, because it always sounds like it somewhat to me. Yezua or something like that, I think. It has a Y and a Z in it, which makes it sound really weird to me. If he shows up as a companion in a theoretical Third Pillars game, or we get more on him later as an NPC, I think there's something there, because it is interesting what he implies for what happened to the third group of the Ingwithan empire, essentially. Can you just imagine if Haravius or Reke popped up in a potential sequel to Avowed or PoE3, fans go wild, and the rest just go, oh, okay, should I know this guy? I think Haravius could sell it easily. Like, Haravius' attitude, he would still make a good companion. Reke, not so much. Reke, as I said, his whole thing is his implications. But those implications are strong enough that I think they could make a good character out of him at a later date if they're willing to make him a full-blown companion. And to be fair, fans are not going to go wild over Reke. Like, let's be honest, Tenwin. No one's going to go wild over Reke. But it will be interesting to see if they do something with him. So for that, he is going to go into D tier. He's not to my taste, but he does have some very interesting lore connotations that make him worthwhile, in my opinion. People went wild over Sansa. Why? I mean, it was nice to see him. It made sense why he was there. But whoop-de-doo, the map makers here. Okay. Like, it was nice to see him again, except it's my envoy and not my watcher. So my envoy has no relation to him. My watcher's the only one who does. So I don't know why people are getting, I don't know. I mean, also, I like that we can kind of call Sansa out at the end of his quest line where we're like, dude, you sent these people to die. One of them had a pillar dropped on his head. Another one was out on a rocky outcropping and starved to death. Like, you fuck. You did not prepare these people properly at all. The only one that survived only survived because he started grave robbing to buy supplies. Like, I like that we could, like, our watcher was so nice to Sansa that I think Sansa forgot how dangerous the world can be. So he went off to the Living Lands with a bunch of these other cartographers to do all this shit and completely forgot how utterly horrifying parts of Aora can be. Ugh. If my envoy and my watcher sat down to have a conversation, like, my watcher would give a stunning review of Sansa, like, oh yeah, nice guy. He gave me all this stuff. And my envoy would just be like, he's a fucking lunatic who got half a dozen people probably killed. Like, how he did not cause more problems is astounding. But I don't have anything else to say about Reke. Next we have, oh God, Ted would help. His name begins with a V, doesn't it? I don't remember. I don't remember. It's our Beast of Winter. No. Put him back down. He's not that bad. Oh, I can't remember. Vatnir. I was close. I was off by one letter. Vatnir. Kind of in the same boat as Reke. Interesting lore implications. It's nice to see what a Rimmergand godlike looks like. They are quite intimidating. I wish I could, hold on, can I? We're just gonna scoot it down so people can see. I like the horns. I like the triple eye, the weeping of the mask that covers his face. The design is top tier, especially for a godlike companion. That said, God, he's not good. And they want you to bring him on the Rimmergand quest, where a third of his spell book becomes useless because every single enemy is immune to cold. He's like, the only time you want to bring him is in the DLC. And he is at his weakest, at his most useless in the DLC. Oh, it's bad. I distinctly remember at the end of the DLC, I openly questioned, why did I bring you? You have made this DLC, this entire DLC, harder by bringing him. I was already kind of gimping myself by bringing Yidwin because she was not built for damage. She was very much a support siphon. God, I made it even worse by bringing Vat. It was not a good idea to bring them both. I also do like his character in theory because he's a desperate man that just wanted to flee from the cold and the darkness of the white that lends, because due to him being godlike, his attempt at leaving just made things work for him. Yes, interesting character idea, interesting dialogue, but he actively makes one of the toughest DLCs in the game harder and worse by his presence. And to cap it all off, by taking him away from the settlement, the locals get worse. They become more violent and more aggressive and more fanatical without him there to compensate. You make the Deadfire a worse place by bringing him along on your adventures. For that reason, and because I personally started to really dislike him towards the end of the DLC, he's going straight into D tier. He's slightly, come on game, he's slightly above Reke, just because his dialogue, when you do bring him, is actually interesting. They at least try to give you a reason to bring him. But God, he actively made things worse and more difficult for me to the point where, again, by the end of the DLC, I never wanted to bring him into anything ever again. Also being the only ending godlike we see. Yeah. I mean, Takehu, but yeah. Ugh. Ay vey. Oh, no, you meant ending. Okay, you didn't mean ending game. You meant Rimmergan ending. An entropy. Entropy is how I usually refer to it. An entropy godlike. Yeah. Godlike of Rimmergan. Yes. As I said, unique character concept, unique character design. I love how they incorporated all of Rimmergan's like various aspects into him. The wounds, the metal mask, the 3 eyes, the horns. An end times godlike. Ah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Still, I prefer entropy because that seems to entropy for me is easier to remember with Rimmergand, and fits kind of how I view him more. So that's just a personal thing with me. Though maybe there are actual entropy godlike, and maybe there's something he is specifically in game called an ending godlike. Okay. Well, still, entropy is how I associate Rimmergand, so that's what he's going to be called for the most part. Oh shit! I just saw who was next. Okay. All right, here we go. You all know where she's fucking going. You all know where she fucking goes. I wish we could play one. Not yet. We all know where this goes. I think we're all on the same page with this one. I don't know who on the DLC team was in charge of Mineha, but I can't tell if they dropped the ball or if they just wrote her in a way that none of us get what she's on. I do not understand her character. She is an entire portion of the White March DLC is devoted to dealing with Andra and dealing with the relationship of Andra to the wider world. And here you have a gift bearer of Andra with no unique dialogue for the entirety of that quest. She provides no insights. She provides no lore information. She provides nothing. And what makes her worse than Mirke is the fact that, again, she is a follower of Andra. She is a worshiper of Andra. She has awakened to a past life and wishes to forget it and thus follows the path of Andra because that's Andra's purview. And yet she provides nothing. Mirka is just there. She is a blank space. Mineha is actively a problem. Mineha actively should be better, but isn't. She's also a full companion, not a sidekick. That means she should be way more than Mirka, but she isn't. Exactly. And this offends me on a writing level. This offends me on a game design level. Worse, she's a barbarian who doesn't seem to do very well as a barbarian. She gets fucking bitch slapped in every combat encounter we brought her on. Oh wow, my head's actually starting to hurt. Oh dear. I do not need a migraine. We're not even a quarter of the way through stream. I do not need Mineha giving me a migraine out of nowhere. Please no. I'm hoping that that's just my head hurting a little bit. Oh my God. When the only memorable thing that comes out of your existence as an NPC is a joke line in the sequel about her and Pallegina being in the same room when you keep them both at the Fortress of Kadua. That is, oh my God, like everything that Durance and Grieving Mother and Devil of Karak talk about regarding animancy and the soul and the gods are all relevant in how you interpret what happens in the second game with Aothas. Even if all three of those characters don't show up, everything they talk about is relevant to what happens at the ending of PoE 1 and almost all of the relationship with the gods in PoE 2. Adir and Aloth show up in the second game along with Pallegina, all to provide additional context and friendly faces in the second game. Every single companion, even people like Vatnir, at least provide insight into parts of the world that we've never seen. Maneha is a follower of Andra, a devoted gift bearer, or what are they called? Gift taker, gift maker, gift something of Andra. And she adds nothing. Gift bearer, that's the word. Yes, a gift bearer of Andra. And she adds nothing. Zero. Like, say what you will, Merke is a drunk pirate, but that's all she is, a drunk pirate. You're not expecting a drunk pirate to have philosophical conversation. Like, even Seraphin largely comes off as a drunk pirate until you start diving into his history and you actually delve into him as a character. But Maneha gives you nothing. Oh yeah, I awokened to a past life while I was fighting as a mercenary and it's kind of haunting me. Okay, you gonna expound on that? We already have somebody who's awoken to a past life. His name's Aloth. He's over there. You want to talk to him? No. I awoke to a past life. You want to talk to me? No, not really. Okay. We got Durance over there who could talk your ear off about how awakening is a horrible thing and it's probably going to damn your soul for eternity. No, you don't want to talk to him either? Okay. Seraphin has a heart of gold and is hilarious. Exactly. His personality also carries him. Maneha has that. Doesn't have that. She doesn't have much of a personality. She doesn't have, there's an overworld dialogue where Kana flirts with her for some reason. I mean, she's the only female. I got the feeling Kana is only interested in female Amawa. He doesn't exactly have any other options. Poor Kana. Kana, go back to Rauatai, get married, have a bunch of kids, give lectures at the lore college, and live your best life, buddy. That's the only thing I want from you. My watcher's going to visit Rauatai just to listen to him give a speech at the lore college. That's the only, like, Kana, just go have a good life. The awakening is the most mild shit. She has some vague memories and nightmares. That was it. It was one of those awakenings that was barely an awakening. Yeah. And she couldn't handle it. Now, there could have been a good way to do her character. Like, she awoke to only a partial memory. And we saw what awakening to full memories does to people like us and Merwald. It can drive you insane. There's an entire bad ending where your character goes mentally deranged because they can't deal with their awakening. Making her have to confront that even a mild awakening, a minor one that awoke only part of that previous soul, was enough to rattle and shake her. Have that be her character. A woman who presents herself, much like Pallegina, as tough, professional, a warrior, a mercenary. But unlike Pallegina, she doesn't have that resolve. Pallegina could awaken and probably not bat an eye, whereas Maneha awakens to a partial memory and loses her mind, loses all the resolve and all the will to fight that she had before. That could have been an interesting character arc, someone who truly cannot deal with the aspects of awakening. But if that's the case, honestly, if you wanted to do that as an angle, she should have been a companion from the beginning. I'm dead serious. Having her have to deal with us encountering Merwald, with us awakening to our own past selves, running into other characters with awakening, Sagani, having to track down someone whose soul was from a previous life, could have been an interesting plot point for Maneha to have to deal with how she dealt with her awakening by seeing what other people dealt with. But they don't do that. She's a DLC companion, and that's it. Also, an old friend of mine who played the game played an Orlin and romanced Maya. Take out the climbing. Yeah. I mean, you don't always need climbing gear. I mean, there are positions. Maya strikes me as a woman who is open to interesting positions if you're willing to make the case for them. The ad is playing right now. I will shit on Maneha more in 56 seconds. But I think, can you at least see where I'm coming from, Tenwin? Where it's like, if she had been an early game base companion and her story had largely dealt with losing her ability to fight or losing her resolve because of even a minor awakening, and then watch, like, Imagine her response if she had been there when we found Merwald, realizing that a full awakening, a multiple awakening as Merwald suffered, which is horrifying when you really think about it. Like, our character could barely handle one soul awakening. Merwald had like 4 at the same time. I agree fully. Just saying Maneha's portrait looks like a school picture. Oh, absolutely. Her portrait also, like, I think what they were going for again was tough warrior woman, but it just looks, I don't know, it just looks off. There's no other real way to put it. Her portrait just looks off. Like, Mirke still kind of looks like a drug pirate. Reke kind of has this coyish look to him where he's like, you can tell that he's like watching you, but not out of maliciousness, out of a genuine like, I don't understand you and I don't understand this world that I'm in and you don't understand me. Vatnir has just the constant look of pain. Everyone else's portraits are pretty damn good, but Maneha's just like, honestly, the person with the closest portrait to her in terms of personality is Zawa. And that's just because Zawa's portrait does not reflect who he is at all. But that almost adds to the hilarity of it. There was a soldier and marauder, but the other spirits were just memories of those two. Yes. I think it also implied he awoke to another one, but I'm misremembering. Even so, again, the point, though, Brown Bear, is our character as the Watcher could barely handle one soul awakening. I can't imagine what Merwald was dealing with 2, especially when those 2 were so closely linked to one another. I think Zawa's portrait is him high as a kite. Yeah, but because of his face, he comes across as, I am stern monk Zawa. And that is not him. That is not him at the slightest. Oh, Zawa. Mixa, welcome. We're doing a tier list. I have no idea how long it's going to take, but we're going to be doing Disco Elysium after that. Let's keep going. We have shat upon Maneha as much as we can. It is all uphill. It is all up from here. She is literally the worst of the worst. There's no other word to put for it. Zawa taking the portrait. Zawa is unsure if that snowman is real or made out of stars. Zawa, we're in the tropics. Zawa does not understand. No, I mean, they wouldn't really. His character arc fully completes, and we see that with the book that he wrote in the second one that is referenced. But, you know, I would almost not be against, if a game is set in the Examinal Plains, him being like a retired monk out somewhere in the wilderness just writing about the Nalpasca and his people and trying to pass on their culture to anyone who will listen, that would be a nice Easter egg. I'm not even gonna lie, it would be a nice Easter egg. All right, let's move on. We'll talk more about Zawa when we get to him. We've shat upon Maneha. It is all up from here. There is literally nothing that is worse than her creating the best kush. Oh, you know it. You know it. Seraphin, technically our first new companion in the second game, pirate, member of the Principi, absolute chaotic good in, well, borderline chaotic neutral, but tries to be chaotic good most of the time, of companions. A Cypher, a Rogue, or not a Rogue. What was his secondary class? Or is it just Cypher? I think we just kept him as a Cypher. I don't remember. I honestly don't remember. Either way, what was he called? A barbarian? Oh, right. A mind hunter. Yes. A ship hunter as well, is I think what the Principi called him. Since mind hunter is the Glenfathan title, ship hunter is what they use when they're tracking usually traders to the Principi or someone of immense value to the Principi. The witch multiclass, yes. But if I recall, the captains of the Principi specifically referred to him as a ship hunter. And there was that other Orlan we ran into who was given the same title. So it's very much a thing where I guess ciphers among the Principi are called ship hunters, which I guess makes sense. If you're tracking ships across the ocean, having someone who can sense thoughts and emotions from a long distance is probably very useful. His subclass also sucks due to the random nature of a wild mind. That is somewhat true, yes. But he's still a cipher, and you can get a lot of mileage out of the cipher's abilities, as we found out. You can get a lot of mileage out of the cipher, even when their subclass sucks. Let's be honest, I did not dual class with Paladin very well either. I forgot to use so many abilities most of the time. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. I fucking sucked at using that dual class. It did not work. Barely used your paladin stuff. Indeed. Seraphim, good character art. He starts out as very one note on purpose. He is not sure he can trust you, and you're not sure you can trust him given the relationship with the Principi early on. I think we had a slightly better relationship with him simply because we went for the diplomatic playthrough on the first time by keeping a balanced relation between all four of the major factions. It made for a cool story. Oh, it absolutely did. In hindsight, I absolutely would have stuck with pure Cypher if I could have respec'd into that. But it was kind of cool for how we were role-playing, I will admit, yes. Having those paladin abilities. My character is so full of willpower to fuck the gods, to flip them off, that he has become a paladin Cypher in his attempts to do so. Is great. Did have multiple great lines if you're an Orlan. I did show you a screenshot. Yes, you did. He does have some additional interactivity if you're Orlan. Overall, I do like him. He really starts to come into his own once you do his side quest and everything related to the Crooksburg slavers. And I think there's a reason that of the four political aligned companions, he does not leave you just for siding with another faction. And that's largely because it's very obvious, even from the beginning, that his relationship to the Principi is already incredibly strained. It is already incredibly tenuous. He definitely believes in the ideas of freedom that the Principi are supposed to champion amongst their own ranks. But it's also very obvious that he is not convinced that the current Consuela, the Council of Captains, has the ability to keep that going in a Deadfire that is becoming more politicized and a Deadfire that's becoming more central. The Hawana are building a navy to compete with their Imperial adversaries. Both of the Valians and the Rautaians have introduced massive warships that the Principi can't fight. Not head on, at least. The old blood, the old blood are too willing to slave and the new bloods are too murderous. Yep. He doesn't really enjoy either that much. Exactly, which I think is why in his ending he says fuck you and fucks off. He probably gathers up any other Principi that he's met that have a similar mindset to him and he sets sail on his own adventure. And quite frankly, I love that for him. It would have been fun to have him show up as a cameo in Avowed. Like, yeah, we've docked in the Living Lands for a few days to pick up supplies. And then, like, after you complete Act 1, he's gone. That you didn't kill, you mean? Yeah. Seraphim's a bit too moral for the Principi. Yeah, he wants to be the gentleman pirate. He actually does want to be the gentleman pirate. Like, yeah, I'm going to raid people. I'm going to take what I want. But I'm not going to kill people for no reason. I'm not going to brutally murder people just because they annoy me. I'm not going to put people in chains because I've been there and I would never do that. And he does it quite well. Yeah, no, he's the exception that proves the rule. Like in history itself, there are not really gentlemen pirates. They don't exist. Aside from one or two who kind of played into that reputation. But Seraphim honestly believes it. He honestly believes that he can essentially create a kingdom of a ship where he is the captain. He will rule. His word will be law, but he will treat it justly. And he will do what needs to be done to provide for him and his, but not over much. He will not just go on random killing sprees for no reason. He'll not hit a ship just because he didn't like the look of its sails or something. I'm burning through gamer subs because I've been talking too much. There were gentlemen highwaymen. Think of Blackbird. Yeah, no, there definitely were, but people, it's one of those cases, Lord Bember, where people focus on those and they go, oh, wow, that's cool. It's like they were the exception. They were the massive exception. Even among highwaymen, that's usually an exception. I mean, you can even look at the classic cases, the American Wild West. You did have some who would play up the Robin Hood angle, like they'd steal from the banks, they'd steal from centralized money locations, a place like that, and they would purposely, they wouldn't shoot the guards because they're like, yeah, you're just doing your job. As long as you don't pull your gun, we're not going to kill you. There's no reason to do that. Everyone knows our faces. Hell, we want people to know our faces. It makes us more famous. They're more likely to surrender if they know we're not going to kill them. But for every one of those, you had 5, 10, 15 who are just like, yeah, no, I'm a murderer and a thief. Give me your shit. And if you don't piss me off, maybe I won't shoot you. Pirates had a similar thing. Now, pirates also, again, in history, were more willing to negotiate. If you struck your colors and they came aboard and it was like, oh yeah, we'll just take, half of everything in your cargo hold because we can't take everything. It would be, we don't have a ship large enough for that. We'll just take half. And then you just go on your merry way and you can report this as a loss to your corporate / monarchical overlords, depending on who you were working for, whether it was one of the trading companies or directly under one of the crowns. Like, it's not that pirates didn't do that. It's just that we don't think of it that way. And quite frankly, when they were refused, when people did fight back, that usually didn't go well for anybody. Seraphin unironically tries to live up to the gentleman pirate stereotype, and he kind of has that attitude for it. He's open and casual with most of his conversations, both sexual and non-sexual. He just kind of talks about whatever the hell he wants. He's a very well-written companion in that he stays consistent, but it's very obvious he has an arc as working with you sort of severs the last of his ties to the Principi. Overall, he's going to go solidly into B tier, but he's going to be a high B tier. I actually put him above Maya in terms of story composition and the fact that he stays with you even if you side against the Principi. Hell, he stayed with us even though we brutally massacred 95% of the Principi. I recall the Salmonella video where he described pirates as using a method called brutality when people fought back. Yes. It was very Genghis Khan-like. Like, yeah, you surrendered. We got no problem. No one's going to get hurt. We'll just take our cut. You go on your merry way. Oh, you resisted. Oh, well, now we kill everybody. And we string your bodies up. And everybody knows that we're going to do that if they resist. But if you don't resist, you're fine. Now, of course, there were exceptions. You did have some like Blackbeard who, as his career went on, got more and more murderous and more psychotic. But those were usually the rarity. And that tended to happen more towards the end of the Age of Pirates when, well, quite frankly, the pirates realized that their days were numbered. And some of them decided to go out with a bang. All right. Okay, so I did notice in this design, the companions that show up in both games are separated. So we will be rating them on their own. This is Adair with his front-facing beard. So this is Adair from PoE 2. This is our adventures in the Deadfire Adair. And I'll be very honest, he's all right. But I wasn't really impressed by anything Adair did in the second game. He was okay. Like, he was solid. He was okay. But I largely only brought him to tank, and he didn't contribute much to the conversations outside of a few of the conversations with Aothas. His conversations with Aothas were interesting. And the fact that he did get to talk to Widewind when we brought him in the DLC was also very interesting. That does help because, quite frankly, he's a bro, he stands as a tank, he loves animals, and he helps you get to the end. Yes. But in my opinion, he wasn't, I don't know, is that enough to get him to A tier? I think it puts him in high B tier. I almost wish, hold on, can I can't really add, all right, He seems to meet his peak in Pillars 1. Yes. I mean, there are some interesting character moments. The entire thing with his side quest regarding finding a lost lover who turned out to have been pregnant, which very much, it was Adair's kid. Like, I think that also helps explain why let me put it this way. If they do a Pillars 3 and Adair's like, hey, I want to adventure with you again, that would be bad in my opinion. I actually like the idea that the canonical ending for Adair is he found his estranged son and he's ready to finally really settle down. Even if it is in the Deadfire, which, let's be honest, Adair didn't seem to be too much of a fan of the environment of the Deadfire. But I think he'd be willing to do it. And in a world where Aothas has definitively returned in one form or another, it kind of makes sense that he would want to hang out with the rest of the Aothasians in the Deadfire and kind of try to keep them, well, for one thing, prevent them from going off the fucking deep end like they were very much doing so at the end. Didn't that kid claim someone else was his dad? Yes, but it wouldn't surprise me if the mom didn't give the kid the full story. So I mean, especially if she was convinced that Adir was, you know, on the other side of the fucking planet and would never come to the Deadfire under any reason. It was kind of fate / total happenstance that Adir happened to be involved. Not exactly something that anyone could have planned for. Overall, he's a weak B, quite frankly. He is. I don't know. Like, he's solid, don't get me wrong, and you can very much roleplay. There are at least a lot of dialogue options where your character, when he's traveling with Adir, is just like, damn, you remember what we did back in the Deerwood? We're going to have to do more of that shit. And Adir's like, oh, shit, here we go again. I do appreciate that. I do. He's a reliable, solid clip. Yeah, yeah. But it doesn't make him amazing. It doesn't bring him to the forefront. And I think there's a reason that towards the end, I was starting to use Pallegina more as a tank, although that partly was more to do with the combat encounters. That said, I do love, both from a thematic point of view and everything else, that his dual class is Swashbuckler, that you can go full pirate in the second game by making him a fighter rogue. And he actually seems to do really well, even as a tank with that, because the rogue gives him access to a lot of really nice abilities that he can use to supplement his fighter arsenal. His interaction with female Orlin is amazing, even if it is an optional thing. Yep. Again, part of this is purely subjective based on my playthrough, Tenwin. Based entirely on my playthrough. And in that regard, I'm going to put PoE 2 Adir in a low B tier. I just don't think there was very much there. He adds a bit to the Eothasian conversations, which is nice. He adds a bit to the Jodi conversations, also nice. But it's like Adir, he doesn't really spike in quality. He just kind of adds a little bit to everything. And I think that's what keeps him from being a truly great companion in the second game, even if he is good old reliable. I won't deny that. Takehu. Jesus fucking Christ, what is it with Druid companions? I'm just going to put him up here. He is lower than Haravius from a personal perspective. I think Haravius is a slightly more interesting character. I think Haravius's dual loyalties to Whale and Galawain make for a more interesting story compared to Takehu's. Do I want to be responsible or do I still want to be carefree? That Andra is kind of pushing him in the direction of. But he's too goddamn useful. And quite frankly, aside from his constant need to hit on my character specifically, I do like a lot of his conversation options. I like the conversation that he brings regarding a pro-Hawana viewpoint. And quite frankly, taking him and Maya in the same party is actually interesting. Fishman OP, he's very likable. Yep. Like, we're going to get the comparison later when I get to PoE 2 Pallegina and Jodi, which, look at that. They're right next to each other, even after I was moving everything around. This will be interesting. Because you expect those two to go off against each other. You know, the atheist paladin and the devout fucking cleric. There are no peasants among the Hawana, looks their power show. To be fair, you can point that out to him. You can actively point that out to him. He does kind of think about it. It's the same thing, as I said, comparing these two's arguments to Maya and Takehu, where these two just kind of agree to stop talking to one another. They know they piss each other off, so they just stop talking. Whereas Takehu at least acknowledges that Maya loves the Rauatai and her people just as much as Takehu loves the Hawana. And Maya comes to the same conclusion. She understands that Takehu is doing what he does and she initially does seem just as annoyed with his flippantry as everyone else. But once Takehu starts to, if you do push Takehu in the direction of accepting his responsibilities, of accepting what Andra, or Nagati technically, that aspect of her, since the Nagati side of her personality does seem at least somewhat motherly, somewhat caring for her people, compared to regular Andra from the first game, who was just a total fucking bitch. Never letting that go, Andra. Never. Not in any game that you're in. Ain't happening. You were a total cunt throughout the DLC, and I am never forgiving you for that. You also threw a moon at us. It hit Abaddon, but it was thrown at Aora. Moving on. But my point is that Maya and Takehu seem to come to an understanding. Hell, even look at their portraits. They kind of look like they're meant to be facing one another. A a island Amawa, but raised among the Rauatai. She has the sand brown skin of the Huana, but she is a Rauatai into the core. Whereas Takehu, because of his godlike nature, has the blue markings of a coastal Amawa. And yet he is hardcore, uncompromising, pro-Huana and pro-Nekataka. He will never waver from that. They are his people, and he will never betray, even for all of his flippantry, even for all of his unserious attitude at a lot of times, he will never turn against them. You can't make him. There's nothing in the world that would make him turn against the Huana. Just as there was nothing in the end that would turn her against Rauatai. And in the end, I think they do come to respect one another from that. They may disagree. They may fundamentally disagree. The Huana and the Rauatai are going to be geopolitical rivals now if you follow through with any ending that favors the Huana. That's just a matter of fact. But I also think, based on what we saw of Maya's ending and Takehu's ending, if there was ever going to be a reconciliation between the two major Amauan civilizations, these are the two who would spearhead it. Takehu does not want Rauatai to be harmed by the Huana. Just as, quite frankly, in the end, Maya doesn't want to harm the Huana themselves. In fact, part of her entire reason for being in the company is because she, at least at first, honestly believes that they're doing what's best for the Deadfire. I mean, yes, you can call it, what is the word? Patronizing. You know, she sees the Huana as lesser. You could probably a cultural supremacy issue, imperialism, colonialism, all that. But as opposed to the leadership of the Rauatai company, of the Royal Deadfire Company, who do seem to still see the power politics involved in controlling the Deadfire, Maya's on the ground. She watches these Huana villages as they either get destroyed by natural disasters or overrun by the Balians who are strip mining islands. And she goes, why, if they're just going to get conquered anyways, why wouldn't I want Rauatai to at least help our cousins? And I think Takehu at least understands that perspective. He just doesn't think it's valid because he thinks the Huana can stand on their own. And if we follow through with their ending, as we did in our playthrough, they do. Especially once they found Ukaizu again. It gives them a centralized point that allows them to begin to rebuild the Deadfire properly for the first time in centuries. Oh. And for that, I'm going to give Takehu an A. I think he does a bit better of a job at growing as a person compared to Maya, or at least maybe him being more obvious with it makes him a slightly more interesting character to bring along. Combine that with druids being powerful as shit. And yeah, I'm going to put him solidly an A, though definitely behind Harabi's. These two meeting should never happen. No town would survive. It would be insanity. I would not want to be anywhere near a place where these two met. Sounds like a horrible idea. All right, and here we have the second of the Avowed companions, Giada. Interesting implications as far as animancy goes. Interesting lore implications regarding Sopadal and the Living Lands. But, and this is a big but, quite frankly, she doesn't have much of a character arc. And she doesn't really, I don't know. I didn't really like most of her conversations. Though, again, that might have been because we were unmitigatingly pure adherent in our outlook. We were still willing to help people, but at the end of the day, our envoy was pro-Adir. Period. End of story. She does complain a lot. Again, I can understand that. She has a very abrasive personality. In that regard, very similar to Facina. She is very much used to being the smartest person in the room. And in some ways, she absolutely is. In regards to animancy, there's a reason her family was so highly regarded by the other animancers in Fior. She is undoubtedly highly skilled in that field. Amazingly skilled. The ending slide, if you push her in that direction of trying to balance animancy to make it more usable for the common people and to make it more usable for the regular folk, and having her design animantic equipment and animantic designs that work in harmony with things like Delimgon and other things like that. In other words, it sounds like she's developing ways to use essence without just literally pumping it out of the ground oil well style, basically. And quite frankly, that ending slide gives me a lot of hope for doing exactly what our watcher has been talking about with animancy in both Pillars games, which is it doesn't need to be outlawed the way that Adir does it, but it also shouldn't be allowed to run rampant the way that some adherents of animancy almost militantly demand that it be allowed to do so. There is room for control. There is room for discipline. And when you do that, animancy can work miracles, and indeed will work miracles. We know what the Ingwithans did with it. But even not going that far, it still allows a great deal of control. I like her ending. I like that she actually has at least something of a character. I found her implied abilities to be a little odd. The other companions were clearly inspired by classic classes, but her class seems to be Animancer, which previously isn't something a class was centered around. That is true. That is true. The closest we had was Cypher, but Cyphers have a very different subset of abilities compared to traditional Animancer. For that reason, she's going in a low C, but she is one of those characters, maybe not to see her specifically in a future game, but I would love to see the effects of her philosophy later down the line. Of an Animancer within Animancy, who is actually, goddamn, I hiccuped again. Sorry. An Animancer within Animancy, rather than someone from outside of it, who is pushing for Animancers not to stop, but to consider their actions before doing their experiments. Not out of morality's sake, like the Adirans like to argue, not out of fear's sake, which the Adirans also like to argue, but out of a genuine concern for we will make more progress in the long run if we are careful with what we do and we back it up with our data and experiments. At least Avowed never did fill the space with sidekicks. Each companion is a full attempt at a character. Oh, yes, it's a full attempt. Even, we're going to get to Yatsley. I think you all know, based on what I said at the end of Avowed, that Yatsley is the weakest of the four, but we will get there. Overall, Giada, low C tier. I'm going to put her above Constantine. She's about equal with Facina, in my opinion, overall. Again, I don't want to see Giada herself in the future. I want to see like references to her spearheading a new line of Animancers, which is basically, again, part of the problem with Animancy is that attempts to control it have always come from those who do not practice it or understand it. Take even Aloth, for example, the Leaden Key. Well, they understand, Thalos understood perfectly what Animancy can do, but the rank and file members and people within Adir who largely set the laws regarding Animancy have always been those outside of Animancy, either being very fearful of it or being very moralistic and very religiously inclined towards it, which most of the religions say, don't mess with it. We don't want you doing that, especially the Wodicans. Having a group of Animancers, especially Animancers from Fior, which is a unofficial colony of the Valians, because it was established by Valians who left because of that control, be the first to say, look, we're not saying to stop, but we are saying that maybe we should check our fucking notes twice before we go off and do crazy fucking experiments that could scare the living bejesus out of everyone in a 1,000-mile radius. And maybe, just maybe, stop messing with necromancy as much. A push by a dedicated Animancer and a group of Animancers within their society to do that will probably have more beneficial effects on the practice of Animancy than any attempt by outsiders to try and control it. It's the same thing we told Aloth in the first game. Animancy should be allowed. It has amazing things that it can do for people. We see that with the Brackenbury Sanitarium. I'm going to go ahead and stop. We got the ad in progress, but you get what I'm saying. In fact, I'll be right back. I got to refill my gamer subs. We've been talking way too much. Ah, all right. See, yeah, see what I mean? Like, I almost used up the entire ad time just getting a refill. If it was the 3-minute one, I'd be able to do that easily, maybe even use the restroom. But I don't know. We'll figure that out later. Nothing I can do about it now. But back to what I was saying with Giada. Internal regulation, internal people who actually understand animancy actually gives them a chance to properly reform the practice rather than, I mean, let's be honest, we don't need any more whatever his fucking name. I'm so bad with names. It begins with a G. The guy who made the Devil of Karak. We don't need more of him running around just being like, yeah, I want to take people's souls and shove them into machines. People will remember my name. I'm so amazing. Like, I think Giada saw that with her parents, where they were delving a little too closely into that side of animancy with how far they were pushing things. And again, it's not like she's stopping. She certainly isn't. I mean, the ending slide shows her having Galvino. That was it. I keep wanting to say Giacomo, but that's the person who worked with Pallegina. I don't know why I remember his name and not Galvino. Maybe it's because I hate Galvino. He was a bit of an ass. But I think you get what I'm saying. It's like, I know people will say, well, you can't expect them to self-regulate. They have too much incentive to go off on it. But I think that's why Giada's mindset is so important. She comes from a city-state that was already pushing boundaries. It was founded by a Skainite animancer, for God's sakes. A guy who literally entire modus operandi in his early practice was break the fucking rules. Don't just bend them, break them. And yet to come out of that society and say, again, we're not telling you to stop, but we are telling you to be more mindful of what you're doing. And I do think that the Valians especially need to hear that before they piss off enough people, because let's be honest, the Valians are so constantly, like, they're very much running a game of realpolitik, where they're constantly playing power politics with everyone around them. We saw that with Pallegina's mission in the first game. We see that with the entirety of the Valiant Trading Company in the second. The Valiant Trading Company, or the Valiant Republics, are very much setting themselves up to suddenly become an enemy of everyone. The Deerwood doesn't really like them. The Pearl Coast doesn't really like them. The rest of the Glenfathans, the second that the Valiants think that they can pull a fast one on the Glenfathans and try to get access to their Adra, the Glenfathans are going to fucking murder them. You know, someone in Fior has invented an essence strap-on with an attempt to create female and female pregnant. Okay, Tenwin, I didn't need that mental image. Thank you for that. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? I was just reading that and I was like, where's he going with this? What the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ. But you get what I'm saying. The Valians prove me wrong. I can't. You know I can't. Shut up. All right, let's move on. You all get what I'm saying in regards to the Valians, animancy. It's still going to be a big deal, and obviously animancy is going to play a big role in whatever happens to fix the wheel after the events of PoE 2. So I just think that having Giada out there in the world is an interesting world-building aspect for Valiant animancy in particular. But we will see if it leads anywhere. In the game itself, her abilities are a little weird. Her dialogue can be a bit aggravating if you're playing an Adiran character. I should kick your ass for making me read Essence Strap on. But overall, mid-C tier, pretty much right there with Facina. Could have been a bit more. I think if we had found more stuff related to her parents' experiments over the course of adventuring with her in Fior and in Shatterscarp, we would have gotten more. But that's neither here nor there. Next up, PoE 1 Aloth. PoE 1 Aloth is an interesting character. He's your first real view of what awakening is in Aora. He's your first real attempt to look at what's going on to you once you realize that that's what's happening to you as well, and realize how much fucking worse things are going to get because your brain is showing you, like, he gets little flashes from Isomir, little moments where Isomir takes over. You're having full-blown, straight-up delusions in which multiple memories that last implied minutes, if not hours, just shut you down in the middle of functioning. Like, he has the equivalent of minor blackouts, but at least his body's still functioning during that. You just straight up stop and stare into the abyss while everyone else tries to figure out what the hell's going on with you. And again, the implication being that at a bare minimum, you are like that for like 10, 20, 30 minutes. and sometimes, if not up to an hour, is terrifying and should be terrifying. Then, of course, I guess I should have marked this stream spoilers because we're going to be talking a lot about all of the character stories anyways. But regardless, the revelation that he is an agent of the Leaden Key, and indeed was recruited directly by Theos himself to act as a spy on Animancy and on you eventually, though not intentionally by that point. And it's also very clear, let's be honest, he probably was on the short list to get sacrificed at some point by Theos if he needed more people to die to turn on those machines. Theos did not seem to have a very high opinion of Aloth. I can't imagine that he was going to keep him alive for anything. Ugh. That said, that's kind of his major points in the first game. He is a wizard. He is a sorcerer. He's solid in that regard. He's capable in that. The late game spells are obviously incredibly powerful. Once you give him Console Hot's hammer, he becomes a brutal combatant. Let's be fair, 90% of the Leaden Key was on the list. Yeah, pretty much 95, 99% almost. There's a reason we don't really fight any of them. Theos expends them like one would bullets in a fucking gun range. Overall, Aloth from the first game, he's a hard one. I'm just trying to think. I'm trying to think, like, how honestly do I feel about Aloth from the first game? Overall, he's probably in the same area as second game Adir. Interesting implications, interesting ideas, very useful in combat. But I think the banter was done by other companions better. Quite frankly. Like, his interactions are good. He does provide some interesting ideas on awakening, but it doesn't really reflect on your awakening as much because of the very unique nature of whose soul you awoke as, that being a former inquisitor of Theos from the ancient past. I don't know. Isomir provides a little bit of comedic relief, which is always nice. And Matt Mercer puts in a amazing effort on Aloth's voice. Does a very good job of transitioning occasionally between trying to be emotionally distant from everyone and, oh my god, that's magic, I want to know more about it. I'm going to put him above Marius, but below... No, above Maya, but below Seraphim for the first game. I do think if we'd had more with Animancy in the first game, because he does have a bit more dialogue if we take him to the Brackenbury Sanitarium and when we bring him to the trial where the Duke ends up getting assassinated. Console Hot fanboy. Yeah, that too. He does have a bit more there when he's dealing with Animancy. But overall, he's just solid. Solid. You know what? That's just the best way to put it. He's solid. He's above average, but he's not amazing or great. I just think he's solid. Unfortunately, that's also kind of the highest he is because my opinion of him in the second game kind of mirrors Adir in the second game as well. I don't think they used him quite as well as I would have hoped. All right. Okay, moving on to Zawa. Zawa is kind of interesting because he does provide a lot of world building regarding the Examinal Plains and the Nalpasca and all that, but it's almost deeply ironic given that he's a monk who doesn't really care about the world that much, that all of his world building is kind of pointless. Everything he tells us about the Nalpasca and their enemies and their culture and all of that doesn't matter because they're all already dead and or being culturally assimilated by their enemies. It's kind of strange to have a companion who tells you so much about his people, so much about his lore, about his character backstory, about the monks of the Nalpasca and their people and all the enemies they fought for centuries on the Examinal Plains. And none of it matters. None of it. Like, you'll never go to this place and see any of this because it's all long gone. This literally happened. Like, he's an old man now. His people were conquered, like, what did it imply? Like 30, almost 40 years ago when he was a young man? Like it's gone. It's all been wiped away, and it's all been wiped away like messages written in the sand with the tide coming over it. Which, given that we encounter him in a DLC that's all about Andra, is, now that I think about it, surprisingly on point. Why does Zawa have more to do with Andra and her ideas than fucking Maneha does? Jesus Christ, I just found another reason to be angry at Maneha. Zawa, how did you do this? I wasn't even thinking about this. Fuck. A tragic character at the core, which makes his hilarious lines even better? Absolutely. The dichotomy between there's another one with the dichotomy. He has all this history and all of it's useless. He has all this great, funny dialogue, but it's covering up a person who fundamentally, at their core, is broken. The man is a drug addict, not just because it's the way the monks fight, but quite frankly, because I think it's the only way that Zawa has not offed himself. Especially after he finally breaks down and tells you that he already tried to free his people and failed. He not only failed to keep them safe from their enemies, but even when he returned years later, thinking that he'd finally found a way to rise up against the oppressors that had conquered his people, he discovered that what was left of his people didn't care anymore. They'd already spent decades in bondage. They'd already been essentially culturally assimilated by their enemies. There was nothing left to save. Nothing left to rescue. Yeah, too late. It's interesting to see the failed hero archetype as a companion. Usually you get them as an enemy, as an antagonist, even an anti-hero kind of role where they oppose you, but then you eventually beat them and they leave and they just kind of get put on a bus and, they exit the story because their story is told now. I can't even think of another companion where it's a straight up failed hero. The closest equivalent I can think of from another RPG is Mass Effect 1 Rex, wherein he finally tells you the story of how he tried to get the Krogan to work together and failed because of the actions of his own father. And even then, you spend the next 2 games helping Rex out and helping him regain his status, if you side with him, as a hero to his people. You don't get that option with Zawa, or at least we didn't. I think you can convince him maybe to try again, but I don't know how that ends. At least with the way you can unfuck Rex. Yeah, you can unfuck Rex's story. Yes. As I said, I was specifically referring to Mass Effect 1 Rex, when he finally tells you the full story about his father and the relationship with the other Krogan clans and what happened. And you can hear the hurt in his voice when he talks about, like, we went to the one place where violence is never supposed to happen among the Krogan, and my father hated me so much he was still willing to fight me there. You kind of get the same thing with Zawa when you do finally get to his final conversation, and he talks about going back and trying to free his people and realizing that there's nothing left of them to save. That it was classic, like, tribal Bronze Age warfare. They were conquered. The fighting age men were killed. The non-fighting age men were either brutally killed or sold into foreign slavery, and all the women and children were kept as slaves of the conquerors. Their culture was wiped off the map in a single generation. And let's be honest, it's a concept that people in the modern day can't really fathom because of the sheer scale of modern culture. Billions of people, hundreds of millions of people, even some of the smallest nations have millions of people. The idea of that culture disappearing almost overnight on a human history timescale, at least, is something that is almost existential horror. We can understand that Mother Nature will destroy our buildings and all the great achievements and all that, but we can at least see a continuity of culture, a continuity of people, of ethnicity, of various other more biological and spiritual almost ideals. Not that someone hasn't tried Glances of the 40s. Oh, absolutely. Again, I'm not saying. And there's a reason that left such an impression on world and human history. But I'm saying we can't fathom it because the last time a culture, a true culture and ethnicity of people was erased in less than a generation is simply something that we can't fathom. And even an attempt to do so elicits such a reaction from us that it's understandable why we don't want to contemplate it. And yet, there were periods in human history where this was startlingly regular at a time when cultural groups and ethnicities and other such dividing lines were far more narrow and far more confined to individual tribes or small collections of clans. It's very human in its existential horror because it's something that nature doesn't do. Like, we can kind of comprehend the idea of a species going extinct, but it's also something that we know academically has happened literally millions of times to animals before humanity even crawled out of dropped down out of the trees or even was created by, you can even go creationist. It still happened. It still happened. Even if you go by creation mythology, it still happened. God flooded the world according to fucking Genesis and all that shit. Like, you can still have a concept that nature or God or something above you is capable of unleashing that destruction. But for it to be human, to know that humans can just go in and annihilate a culture down to its very foundations, wiping out every single evidence of it. And I think that's partly why I had my watcher push Zawa in the direction of, if everything is gone, then what you owe your people is to ensure that their memory is not forgotten. Write the book, teach students, even if none of them can become up to the same measure as your people, you can at least pass on what you know, which is far more of a legacy than anyone else of your people has right now, because, quite frankly, they're no longer your people. Zawa does a great job of just, he's a really well done character, because as I said, the stuff he contributes to the world building is largely pointless, but that's on purpose. And I can't think of a character that does that, purposely giving you all this information on culture and ideas and identity and everything that he went through, only for all of it to be pointless. And the real lesson of his character is what to do with that legacy. He is quite solidly an A tier. I would even put him above Haravius. He's not quite as useful from a gameplay perspective, but I don't know, that theme, that very human existential dread of the annihilation of everything you know, not the world, but your world, in a sense. Zawa did not live through the apocalypse of Aora, but he did live through the apocalypse of his people. And then add together with a genuinely funny personality and an interesting view of Monk. Yep. Everything he did in regards to that was very interesting. I'm going to solidly put him in A tier, and I think he's great. And honestly, if I knew more about how to build the monk class, he probably would have been more effective in combat, too. That's entirely on me. Oh, I think we're finally halfway through. Yeah, we've only got one row of companions left. Oh, I was not expecting this to last as long as it did. I thought we'd be done in like an hour and a half tops. Oh, boy. Okay. Game 1, Pallegina. Still fanatically loyal to the Valiant people. Still solid as a companion. She feels, and the sexiest portrait, oh God, hands down. Hands down. This is such a downgrade. I don't know what does it about this view. Funnily enough, the other character that I kind of found attractive as well, Yidwin, has a very similar kind of portrait, but her head is angled down and glancing at you, whereas Pallegina's is above you, which also kind of makes sense. I always kind of saw in my head that Pallegina was the tallest member of the party. Like, just in my head, I always imagined she was always a couple inches taller than everybody else. The Devil of Carrick portrait kind of does it. Clank, clank, clank. Game 1, Pallegina. She does, I think, have a bit of a weakness in the sense that her side quest, despite how important it is for her character, especially going into the second game and setting everything up for that, feels really weak on its own. She's taller than Maya, Takehu, and Kana. Well, I'd say she's the same height as Kana. That would actually be kind of cool, that she's the same height as an Amauan. I find that idea just kind of interesting. She's just naturally fucking tall. She's just naturally really fucking tall. Because what? Most of the Amau are 6 foot or a little bit above 6 foot. She's a freaking Amazonian. Yeah, no, I got no problem with that. Okay, but in all seriousness, the one weakness I think she really has in the first game, her psycho sort of boils down to a binary choice with there's a lot of lore, but not much context. Like, she's just kind of asking you your opinion on what she should do for this. And you don't really have the option to really delve into why the Valians are making this decision, aside from, oh, the Deerwood is having a momentary lapse in military. God, I hiccuped again. A momentary lapse in military strength. Let's take full advantage of this. This doesn't even get into the fact that, quite frankly, again, my opinion, binary choice completely changes depending on the ending you choose. Yep. Without much context. The only character with that. Yep. Her side quest is notoriously weak, in my opinion. It doesn't provide much context in regards to her character. It does shed a bad light on the Valians, in my opinion, if they're so willing to turn on the Deerwood so rapidly due to the Hollowborn crisis. And again, personally, from an in-lore perspective, I still think it's stupid as fuck. The Glenfathans are not going to be friends with Animancers. Again, this gets back into the way Animancy works in the Valian Republics. They're way too eager to go after Audra deposits. And in the Deerwood and in Air Glanfath, pretty much all of the Audra deposits are right outside or right inside Ingwithan ruins. You cannot tell me that during the Adiran colony phase, when the Deerwood was a formal royal or imperial colony, I should say, of Adir, that the Valians didn't occasionally slip across the border and then blame it on the Adirans. I mean, how easy would it be for a Valian group to leave the Republics, go into Air Glanfath, fuck around with stuff, and then if any of them get caught, claim, oh, we were hired by the Adirans. It safeguards the Republic. And here's the thing. We know from the lore that the Valian Republics developed a sense of nationhood way before any of the other colonies in the Eastern Reach did. They were already setting themselves up as an independent power, partially because Old Valia was already collapsing. You really going to tell me that the Valians couldn't pull off false flag operations to piss off the Gladfathans and push them against the Deerwood? Again, absence of evidence, not evidence of absence. Correlation does not equal causation. I'm not saying they did, but given the Valians' attitudes towards the Gladfathans, and quite frankly, towards anyone who they regard as like not as advanced as them, including the Deerwood, would we really be surprised? Now, am I saying Pallegina would agree with those motives? No. In fact, based on what we see in the first game, she would think it would be equally stupid. But she's also loyal to the Valians no matter what. She might think it's stupid. She might tell her superiors that. But when they still give the order, she does it. For that reason, I'm going to put her solidly in the middle of B tier. She does have some weaknesses. The Paladin class also in the first game, in my opinion, doesn't play very well. And I think that's also partly why I didn't take her as much. I had a better time using Adir as a tank in the first game than I did Pallegina. She just couldn't take a hit as well, even with the self-heals and the self-buffs. It's just not as effective as a class, in my opinion. And the side quest really drags her down what is otherwise, in terms of her banter with other characters, in terms of her dialogue during other quests, solid. And she's the only other companion, aside from Adir, that when you play like a diplomatic character, really feels like she's a personal friend. Like, your politics don't align. Your national ideologies don't align. But you respect each other enough, and you fought side by side long enough. Pallegina honestly feels like a friend when you are with her in the first game. At least she did to me. It's why I felt very bad about her ending. It's why I wanted to help her in the second game. I honestly felt like an asshole the way she ended in the first game, and knowing that I had pushed her in that direction, that I had been the friend that she trusted, who had just, quite frankly, given her the wrong advice. It was what my character believed. It was in accordance with my character's principles. But I genuinely felt bad when I saw her ending slide. It's why the moment I saw her in the second game, I'm like, I'm going to make it up to you. I'm going to do everything I can to help you. It's why one of the only places that I save scum was the Giacomo fight, where we had to save him from all of those godlikes who wanted to kill him. I was basically of the opinion, no, this is a canon event. My watcher is going to save this man come hell or high water because he owes it to Pallegina. She stood with him when very few others would, just our companions from the first game. She's back again, willing to stand with us despite everything we did with her in the second game. My watcher is going to fight for this because she is my friend. not just a companion. She is my character's friend, and I am going to help her with this. And even though she still felt like she could not follow us in the final battle, my character would understand. Again, he gets it, especially in the second game, since my character has essentially come home. He's from the Deadfire. That's how we chose the backstory for him. That's what made sense for him. Well, honestly, I did it for the stat bonus in the first game, but it worked out so fucking well in the second game. I'm just going to run with it. And that's sort of my whole point with that. Pallegina, as I said, alongside Adair, really felt like a friend that my character was working with while adventuring. And I wanted to do everything in my power to help. I know that I think, Ten, when you said that she has the chance to show up if the Valians are the ones to try and stop you, which I imagine if you side with the Principi, it's probably either the Juana or the Valians that try to stop you. Or if you side with the Royal Deadfire, it's definitely going to be the Valians who try to stop you. Seeing the godlike semi-shirtless was interesting when you decided to put on the Juana guard. Yeah. As I said, I did have the human body type, so I think I headcanoned it as my character's family would have come probably from a shipwreck or something in recent generations, and they just got assimilated. Like they had no reason to go wherever they were fleeing from or wherever they were coming from. They had no reason to go back, so they just assimilated to the Juana culture, and he just grew up with that. She will always show up at the Valiant side against you. Who sides against you depends on your actions. It isn't dependent on your acting choice. Okay, so it's probably based on your reputation. And because we had mostly equal reputation, it probably just picked the Deadfire company then. That's good. I'm glad I didn't have to kill her. I know you say you think that might be why she won't show up in the future. I hope that's not the case. I hope if they do a PoE3, again, I would love to see Pallegina come back. Like, Adair, his story is fully done, but Pallegina is so tied up with the gods and animancy. If they do want her to make an appearance in the third game, I absolutely think they should. Still wondering why the Principi didn't show up when you butchered that. Well, the Consuelo was a few seats short that day. They couldn't come to a decision. There weren't enough captains left. It's something based on rep, but I'm not sure in what way. As I said, again, part of this is subjective. It's just based on my experience, so we're just going with my headcanon for that. Next up, would have been Two-Eyed Pim if you did. There was one left. Yeah, literally one. Devil of Karok. Amazing fucking companion from a combat and mechanics perspective. She is fucking amazing as a rogue. She's the only DLC companion I think I still kept using after the DLC because she's just that fucking good. She scales well. She does good damage. She's pretty much built out of the box to be an amazing crit fish build where she just constantly is trying to get critical hit damage on every single one of her attacks. The rogue's abilities are very useful. They're very good. She has solid armor despite being essentially a light armor class because of the way she's a mechanical being. We'll keep talking once the ad plays. I'm just going to say it. She is at the very top of B tier. She is almost in A. She is the gatekeeper to A tier. She is that good. She's not quite as good from a banter and lore standpoint as Zawa and Takehu. She's not quite as likable and like lovable as Haravius and just being all around good. She is, though, at the top, the tip top of B tier. Absolutely. Her entire backstory, she is such a. Oh, we're in an ad. I'll wait. I'll wait just 1 second. 1 second. So the people who don't have a subscription, don't worry too much about it. Yes, thank you, Stream Elements, for spamming that immediately after you sent the announcement. I'm sure that's great. Thank you. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling, especially if we're doing a just chatting stream like this, or what looks to be what will probably be about half of this stream just being just chatting. I'm definitely feeling like the 3-minute breaks every hour would be more fitting because the 1.5-minute breaks keep interrupting me when I'm in the middle of talking. I'm definitely, I need to figure out how to do that then. Again, I was able to figure out how to set it so that it's always 1.5 minutes on Twitch, but every time I tried to do, like I tried initially to do 3-minute ads and I had to keep doing them manually in order to do that. And I wasn't able to do that while in gameplay because I would inevitably forget and then it would autoplay 1.5-minute ad and I'm not going to run another fucking ad right after that. That would piss people the fuck off. Ugh. Come on, finish up. Oh. Whew. I think this is the most I've talked straight up, aside from when we really got going in some of those Pillars 1 streams when I was really deep diving on what my speculation was regarding the Ingwithans. Because I can feel it in my chest that I haven't been talking this much usually. Also, that was the only time I talked that much because Pillars 2 had all the voice acting, so I didn't have to worry about talking as much. All right, back to where we were. Devil of Karok. Brilliantly combat character. Dry, sarcastic wit most of the time. A little murderous for my taste, but that was partially because we were playing a very diplomatic character. If you were playing a much more like honest and cruel or honest and passionate character, I could easily see you having a better time with the devil than I did. And it is very interesting story-wise because she finally gives us another perspective on the invasion by Widewind into the Deerwood. I do kind of wish there was more dialogue between her and Adir, honestly. Because because he gives us the first account of that town. I think it's Cold something. I can't remember what the full town's name's called. And he's just like, yeah, they let him through. And so, the town got destroyed later because everyone was convinced that they betrayed the Coldmourne. That was it. And then you get the devil's perspective, which is just like, what were we going to do? We were one town with a few hundred people against an army of thousands of soldiers, fanatics and under Widewind's command. Of course we let them by. It's like, what the fuck else were we going to do? No one else was around. We were one village on the border. We didn't even have a proper militia. And I get that. I still remember when Adir first told us that part of the story. It's like, wow, I mean, one town, I'm sure they couldn't have done much. But then the devil provides so much additional context, as well as what happened afterward. It's the same reason they were purged. They were an easy target. Yeah. Yeah. The purge of the Eothasians started with Coldmourne because the people of the Deerwood were convinced that Coldmourne must have been harboring Eothasian loyalists because why else would they let Widewind through? Now, at the same time, it's also because there were towns, I can't remember, there was another town that was mentioned after Coldmourne that was the opposite. They were a small town, but they chose to fight. And so Widewind wiped them off the map. To which many in the Deerwood would say, hey, if you're going to be, loyal to the Deerwood, that's what your people should have done. But of course, it's always easy to say that when you're not the one standing on the front lines and your family is not about to get wiped out by a religious fanatic cult. Definitely something that whole hindsight's 2020 bullshit from later. The devil provides a lot of needed context. She provides a lot of needed information on that. The fact that she's a golem, that she is a vessel of a soul that is artificially created, honestly gives a lot of insight into why people hate animancers. Galvino is basically the poster child of why people think animancy is fucking insane and why they wouldn't want it around. Galvino not beating the allegations of being the worst fucking animancer, optics-wise, that you could possibly ask for, short of an actual goddamn necromancer. That man is on a single-minded crusade to make everyone hate animancy. It's even more funny when you consider how the Purgers reacted when you came for them. Oh yeah, you should totally stand up against the enemy. Devil shows up. What the fuck is that? To be fair, a lot of that was because they couldn't recognize her. I imagine the devil was a little more easy to handle psychologically when she was still flesh and blood. Her new form, though, I can imagine why some people would just straight up shit themselves. Like, oh yeah, this thing's coming after me with a pair of knives. It's the kind of the same thing with Lodwyn. You see her with the mask and the fiery eyes behind it in Avowed, and it's like, no wonder people are scared shitless, even before you find out she's a skeleton. Though, of course, if you played the second Pillars game, you know damn well that she's a fucking skeleton under there. But overall, yes, the devil is top of B tier. Adds some interesting lore building. Also, the devil character's ending is genuinely beautiful. Abso-fucking-lutely. That was the last thing I was going to mention. You fight vessels all the time. Goes to show these purgers aren't real soldiers. Well, she is a vessel with all the combat capability of her previous life, Lord Brownbear, don't forget. But getting back to Tedwin's point, yes, the ending, the good ending where you tell her to finally let go. You've finally given her closure, and you tell her that now is the time to let go. And she eventually just walks into the ocean. And there she goes. And it talks about how for the first time in years, she can feel something because her whole body's being moved by the currents of the ocean. It's a full body motion, but finally it at least simulates feeling for the first time in years. It's definitely one of those things where it's like, would I have loved to have seen her one last time in the second game? Maybe since the game takes place a few years later, she's getting ready for that moment. I would have loved it. It would have been an amazing send-off. But at the same time, her ending slide being the last thing we ever hear of her is also wonderfully poetic for her character. It's a fully complete character arc, and it needs nothing else. And I'm glad it doesn't. And again, from an in-universe perspective, I'd like to imagine my watcher found out later and paid his respects, given the fact that, again, my character was from the Deadfire. He's from a culture very based on water, Ningati, Andhra, and all that, despite his own personal feelings regarding that god. But overall, it's just a beautiful character moment, and it's really well written. And I really have to give props to for all the shit I just gave the DLC's writers for Maneha. Zawa and the Devil carry it hard on the character motivations, which only makes Maneha stand out worse. Everything I talk about makes her stand out worse. I almost wish I'd created an anti-S tier down here at the bottom, but we'll just take bottom of F tier for right now. Oh, let me get a sip. Hold on. Devil and Zawa are amazing considering the contrast. Absolutely. I can also see why, given the fact that you recruit them both before you find Maneha, like the expectation for Maneha must have been so high because you can recruit both of these guys in the first part. You only recruit her in the second part. And it's like, I can only imagine people like, wow, these companions are great. I can't wait to encounter Maneha. And then nothing. Fucking nothing. The curtain is pulled back and there is fucking nothing on stage. All right, moving on. Yidwin. Part of the problem with her, as I said, this is entirely subjective. I have a weakness for white-haired waifus. I even said as much when I wasn't sure if I was going to romance Maya, considering I wasn't going to romance Jodie, I was like, well, maybe I'll just headcanon that I'm in a relationship with Yidwin because she should have been a full companion. She easily could have. A Cypher vampire? Oh my God. Her personality is great. I can't remember the voice actress's name, but she's also the narrator, and she's one of the critical role cast. I know her first name is Ashley, but I cannot for the life of me remember her last name. Does a fucking amazing job of Yidwin and the narrator. Let's just throw that in there. Voice acting quality across the board for it. She has just that right amount of sarcasm whenever she's dealing with stuff related to Rimmergand or her people. She delves more deeply into the acidic side of her personality, but otherwise she's genuine, she's interested, she's just as much of a scholar as Aloth or Facina and just devoted entirely to animancy and cipher abilities. Her understanding of the soul, her usage of abilities to become a vampire, all of it is really well done. We just didn't get enough, even with the DLC, where she's kind of the opposite of Vatnir. Still combat problems in the DLC for her because she's just not really built for it as a rogue cipher. But her dialogue and everything is related to the Snow Elves or the Glamfelin, I think is what it's called. All of her dialogue related to Rimmergand, understanding the Beyond, very well done. She is the strongest of the sidekicks. I'm going to put her alongside Kana as higher in C tier. The Glamfelin, yes. It's definitely a case where I just wish we'd had more. She could have been a full-blown companion. They got so close to getting her as a full-blown companion as well. She really should have been. That's just my final take on it. I really think we could have gotten more out of her, and it would have been a very interesting time to have done so. Kai is going to go. I'm gonna actually put him where it is first, and then I'm gonna justify it. He stands with Kana at the top of C tier. I'm putting him in front, but I actually consider them pretty equal. They are solid on character writing. Avowed's companions as a whole, as I said, are a little bit weaker. I am actually putting him below Marius. I'm not sorry with that. Kai comes off as sometimes a little too jokey, but he actually, no, I'm wrong. Never mind. He's going in above Marius, and it's purely, this is entirely subjective. It's purely because of his side quest in Shatterscar. You all were there. I had to stop for a few moments because everything Kai talked about in regards to his relationship with Tama and losing someone when you're not done telling them how you feel about them, regardless of the context. Because you can easily read his conversations that he talks about Tama as them being lovers or them being in a romantic relationship or anything like that. It doesn't matter. It's the closeness that matters, not the nature of that closeness. As someone who recently lost a family member and someone who's had health scares for other family members in recent history, it fucking hit me like a knife to the stomach. It hit me like a gut shot. And there's no other way to put it. It might be a case where some people don't gel with it as much, or they haven't had that experience, or they don't gel with how it was written. For me, though, it was nail on the head perfect. It single-handedly carries him solidly into B tier. If he was better overall throughout the game and had a little more mechanical value, which unfortunately we kind of had to ditch him in favor of Marius for story content and Yatsli for mechanical content, he would probably rank up higher above Maya and Pallegina. I never got the feeling that him and my envoy were truly friends. They were still kind of co-workers, though he respected Kai. It's not the same as the Watcher and Pallegina, where I actually saw her as a comrade and felt really bad for her ending. But it's purely a subjective player influence on this. That quest, I don't know if it came across, and it's going to sound a little bit disingenuous because I'm not using a camera. You don't actually see my face. I'm operating through the medium of being a VTuber. And I don't have that many expressions on the model that I can use as toggles, so it was a little hard to tell. But I was really close to having to take a break. Like, full-blown, like, I'm going to need a few minutes. I'll be back in a second. Like, I was very close to having to stop for at least a little bit. My recent history, my recent family history and stuff, said family member who we lost was only buried late last year. If you remember, I had to take a break in late October or early October. God, was it early or late? I can't even remember now. Where I had to go and deal with a funeral. That was that issue. That was why I did not stream around that time. And it still affects me. Like, and I hadn't showed it on stream until that moment, pretty much. And I'm just going to say it's partially entirely just because of that he gets put up there. But I do think that quest is really well written. Again, it's one of those cases where you have to treat, this is, I think, a problem that people had with Avowed in general. They didn't want to take it seriously. They wanted to go in it and be the jackass Dragonborn who runs around and kicks people over and then laughs at them when the guards try to take them down. It's the same problem I had with, again, going back to Marius's issue as well. They just heard the complaints and they didn't acknowledge Marius as a person, as an NPC that your character is interacting with. If you do that, take Marius's talk about his professionalism seriously. Take Kai's discussion about the loss of his friend / lover / brother in arms, whatever relationship you want to read into it, or what they say, depending on your dialogue options, of Kai and Tama. Treat it seriously with the way your character would in-game. Now, yes, you can be flippant with him in-game, and I'm sure his dialogue reflects that somewhat, where he probably tells you off a little bit. But as someone who wanted to portray it as an actual character in the world, as an envoy of the Adirian Empire, I treated it seriously. And I think Kai's dialogue throughout that portion of his side quest is heart-wrenching, precisely because I've dealt with that exact feeling that he tried to describe of holding an image in your mind of what that person is and knowing that you've run out of time to tell them how much they mean to you. It's, again, it's a very subjective thing. If you haven't experienced this, I can understand that Kai's writing might come off as, oh, they're just trying to elicit a emotional reaction from you. Like, some people might see it as manipulative with the way it goes about. But for me, it hit the nail on the head perfectly. And for that alone, Kai gets solidly into B tier. Because in my opinion, in my reckoning, with how I experienced it, it is perfect. The way it's written and the way Kai, I got to give props to Kai's voice actor, who did Garrus Vakarian in Mass Effect. He's done a variety of other voice work. He nails the underlying hurt in one's voice when one thinks about those moments. Using real life feelings to write emotional stories just drawing from your own feelings, that's not manipulative. It's not, But I can see how if you approach the game dispassionately, or if you approach the game from the perspective of, I want a Skyrim style game where most of these NPCs are nothing more than NPCs to me, I can get why they would call it manipulative. They would basically be like, oh, he's just trying to get me to cry. He just wants me to cry over his sad past, and I don't care. If people don't put themselves in the universe, and I do think people have a problem with that, and to be fair, games like Skyrim have caused that to a certain extent. People don't put themselves in the universe of the Elder Scrolls. They're just, I want to run around Skyrim, kill some shit, and mess with people. And if you do that and that's how you want to play the game, fine, go right ahead. It's an open sandbox game. I ain't going to tell you not to do it. I've done it too sometimes. But in a game like Avowed, where I actually feel like I'm trying to play a character to what some people would call a manipulative or cheap writing, I think is really well done. And that's kind of all I can say on it. Kai's dialogue, from my perspective, was amazingly well done. And I have to give exceptional props to the voice actor for delivering a really good delivery on everything related to Tom. And Kai's relationship with Tom. I have to give him top tier props for that, because it came across as genuine in a way that even a lot of the other dialogue, except for Marius and his panic attacks when we finally get back to his village, that was another high point. Just don't. That's all I'm going to say on the matter. I think that's good. Kai is solidly in B tier. He's your bro throughout most of Avowed, and that delivery and that quest alone sends me. Like, it's near perfect. That side quest is near perfect. Sagani. Interesting here. Sagani is kind of a polar opposite to Zawa. Or not opposite. She's another side of the dice, so to speak. She gives you a lot of world building on the Nasitak, on the boreal dwarves that are not the boreal dwarves, the non-Pargrunan dwarves, the ones that don't travel, who live on the Nasitak island between the White That Wends and the larger rest of the continents. The interesting thing is she does so much lore about them, about their people, their way of life, how they act, how they hunt, what she teaches her children, why she was chosen for this job, how much she cares for her family and the relationship, the close familial ties that her people seem to share with the Pargrunan, but in a very different way. And yet, it's not surface level. That's not the right way to put it. It's all just so mundane. That's not to say it's not well written. It's actually really well written. I love the fact that Sagani is almost the most normal person in your party. Adir is a former war veteran. Aloth is a cultist infiltrator. Durance is Durance. We'll get to him. Grieving Mother is Grieving Mother. We'll get to her. Pelagina is the operative of the Valian Republics, whose past as a godlike gets more explored in the second game. Kana is a scholar and an amateur archaeologist looking for the history of his people. We've been over Zawa. We've been over Devil. We're just going to ignore Maneha. But you have Sagani, who's essentially she's a hunter and a housewife. I mean, not housewife in the traditional sense of she stays in the home, but like, it's very obvious that her relationship with her family is one of being the mother to her children, being the wife to her husband, being a regular person. Now, it's a regular Nasitak person, but it's a regular person nonetheless. Compared to everyone else in your party, and Horavius, of course, how could I forget him? She's just on this polar end of the spectrum. A hunter wife, yeah. She wants to do this job because culturally she knows it's important. Culturally, she knows her people want her to do this and that they need her to do this. Even if she personally doesn't quite believe in the culture or in this particular practice, she understands why her people need it to help them. And that kind of fits in. She's very collectivist in that sense, at least in the sense of her tribe. Everything is done for the tribe, for the family, for the clan. Which is why she feels she still has to do this, even if personally she obviously does not like the fact. She makes it blatantly clear she does not like the fact that she has been away from her family for this long, from her husband, from her kids, that she isn't able to be there when they're growing up. I think it kind of implied her children were, I think, in their maybe early teens, late tweens kind of thing. I would say probably in the age range of like 8 to 12, 8 to 13, something like that. I can't remember if she gives exact dates. But she's missing out on 5 years of them growing up. And you imagine that even after she finishes with you, it's going to take her a few months to get back home, to find a ship that's willing to take her down there. Not many people go to Nasitak for that reason. We don't even know if there's many large settlements on the coast. Like even the Glenfelin have a few large settlements on the coast of the White That Wends because of shrines to Rimmergand and other such cultural sites. I'm sure the Nasitak dwarves have some, but not many. Like, she's a normal person in a world and an adventuring party that is largely made up of larger than life characters. And her dialogue reflects that. But she does also come off as very motherly to the party as a whole. She has a lot of kind words for the rest of the party when they're not being dicks or trying to take the wind out of each other. I've noticed that a few times. She only really was really harsh with, I think, Haravius and with Durance. Was it Durance or was it with Adir? She had a few words for a couple of people, but by and large, most of her dialogue and banter was very much her either giving practical advice, much in the same way Marius does out of her experience, or when you pet her fox. Yeah. To be fair, she warns you about that. The fox just bites you, but that's the fox, not anybody else's fault. It's a wild animal still. I think she has to basically be like, Adir, it's a wild animal still. Why did you pet it? And Adir's just like, but it's fluffy. Did I believe Durance called Sagati a whore? And I imagine did Durance call her a whore? I don't think he did. I don't remember if they had any banter. That's something I'd have to look up. I need to see what banter I didn't see in the game. She doesn't stand out because of that, but it does. Well, no, stand out's the wrong word. She doesn't have any of those truly high highs that some of the really good characters, Haravius, Zawa, Durance, when we get to him, or Grieving Mother. That's another one that's coming up. She doesn't quite hit those high highs, but her character is consistent. She is the mother of the group. She's being the very normal person of the group. In that way, she is actually in contrast to the Grieving Mother, because Sagani doesn't lie. In fact, that's actually a really good comparison. Sagani is in that same role of trying to be the mother figure, trying to be a mentor figure, even to people who don't necessarily need mentoring. But Sagani doesn't lie. She doesn't cover up the fact that, yeah, I don't think this cultural practice is the best choice, but culture is what binds my people together, so I'm not going to go against it. I want to be with my kids. I'm not going to cover that up. And once we're done, I mean, she makes it blatantly clear. Once my quest is done and I'm done helping you, I'm gone. God's willing, we will never meet again, because I do not want to leave Nasitak ever again. And if I remember correctly, she becomes one of the high, like essentially elders of her people when she gets back, because she carried out this quest. She can help lead them. She can help be not just a mother to her children, but an instructor and a mentor and a leader to her people as a whole. For that reason, I'm going to put her solidly at the bottom of B tier. Again, almost purely because of vibes. I'm dead serious. Like, she just feels comfy. She feels nice. She's a normal person trying to carry out a task that's been given to her in a world where she doesn't quite understand why she would need to do that. Now, of course, out of character, knowing what we know about the wheel, knowing what we know about animancy, knowing what we know about souls, it's possible that her tradition is more important to her people than we realize, and more important than she realizes. Overall, yeah, again, it's just a case I give her a B tier. It's low B, but it's largely just based off vibes. It really is. Let me take a sip. She feels comforting. She feels like everyone else is worried about your watcher over the course of the adventure for very practical reasons. Very, oh my God, you zoned out there. What happened? Oh God, how are we going to catch Theos? How are we going to do this? How are we going to do that? Sagani seems like the only member of your companions who would actually just sit down and be like, hey, you okay? Adir's one of the only other ones who would do that. But even Adir would, I think, be of the mindset of, Adir would look at, like, physically, because he knows he can't do anything mentally to help you or emotionally to help you. He would be there as a rock, but he knows what he can't, like, help you with. Sagani, though, strikes me again as the mother kind of figure, where she would actually be like, hey, I don't understand what you're going through, but you don't really understand what I'm going through, and you were willing to listen to me. So what if you just need to vent, do it. I'm not here to judge. I don't know if I can offer any advice, but I'm willing to listen. again, very motherly, very it's kind of a funny thing that you have a character who in a lot of other titles you have a hunter woman, hunter woman, she knows how to live off the land, survive on her own. And yet she is very blatantly the most feminine of the female companions. I'd go so far as to say she's probably the most feminine of all the female companions we have in the game. She's motherly, she's caring, she's empathetic, especially towards those she sees as a friend. She knows when to put her foot down, but also when to listen. It's a surprising take where you have this character who very easily they could have gone she's also very pretty despite probably being the older one. Yeah, no, she looks perfectly fine. Like she's a dwarf, so there's a little bit of difference with the way the physiognomy of the body and everything, or physiology of the body works and all that. I feel no urge to make horny comments on her. She feels real. There we go. She feels real. In a world of magic and insane soul manipulation, gods rising from souls of mortals and the wheel and reincarnation, Sagani just strikes me as a woman trying to make her way in the world and deal with it as it comes. She's normal, she's real, she's motherly, she's empathetic without feeling like she needs to smother somebody. In a way, again, she's not only the polar opposite, she's like the opposite of a lot of characters. She's more motherly than the character who was a midwife and someone who helped care for infants. She's more feminine than Pallegina, despite Pallegina having the striking Amazonian beauty that multiple people comment on. And she's more down to earth than almost anyone other than Adir. It's definitely one of those cases where it's like, again, I kind of relate it to in-universe with my Watcher. Would my Watcher like go out of his way to seek her out or something like that? No, but if he found himself in Nasitak, he'd at least look her up. He'd at least thank her for being there for him in that first adventure, for being there when they were having to deal with the end of the world and this woman who, after we dealt with the issue in Erglonfoth with the spirit she was trying to find, could have easily said, hey, thank you, but that's it. I got to go home. She was still willing to stand with us until we were done, until that adventure came to an end. She had connected enough with us and maybe with some of the others, maybe Haravius to a certain extent, not in any way that more in a almost frenemy kind of way, because her attitude with Haravius was very much like, your mother would be very disappointed in you. To which Haravius probably rolled his eyes and was like, yeah, you don't know my mom or most of my people. But I like that she felt real. She felt close. She felt, again, I keep returning to the word motherly, feminine, empathetic, but in a way that you wouldn't expect from a woman who's hunted and fought to survive her whole life. You don't know my mom or my people. They're already disappointed in me. Would she be disappointed or obvious? We haven't met his mom. I don't know. I mean, his people are, so I have to assume at least some are. His family certainly didn't stop him getting exiled. Moving on. And here we have, I think you already know where this is going, the top of A tier, beating out Zawa ever so slightly. The Grieving Mother. We'll wait for the fucking ad to go away in a second. The Grieving Mother. The woman who puts into perspective, perhaps more than anyone, how soul powers of ciphers, animancers, and other such things work in this universe on the power of perception of reality, on the power of belief, on the power of being able to manipulate one's mind and one's soul. The Grieving Mother is such an interesting character because in a way she's not really a character. And I'll get to what I mean once the ad is gone because I need to go to the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Had to pop my back when I sat down. Okay, and the ad's just about it. Good. There we go. Grieving mother. And yes, I just saw your comment, Lord Bradmer. An island of a character. And in a way that kind of makes her less a character. She is very much an exposition machine in regards to the Hollowborn crisis, in regards to how animancy and cipher abilities work, into how soul magic in general, in all of its different flavors, can affect things around them. Because in a way, actually, in a way, she mirrors Zawa to a certain extent, the failed hero, or at least the failure. Because as we uncover her past, as we uncover what she did at the beginning of the Hollowborn crisis, we realize just how badly she fucked up. And I do enjoy, and I'm glad we had this character interaction, that you can force her to look at it. And it was very telling because I feel like role-playing a honest watcher, using the honest traits a lot in the conversation options, really helps sell that, quite frankly, to my watcher, for a time at least, she would have pissed him off almost as much as Theos. So many other people in Defiance Bay and elsewhere, all throughout the Deerwood, but it's a mix of lies and truth, and that happens. People lie, little white lies, but even my character had to tell one or two, as hard as I tried to avoid it. But she mirrors Theos in that she was more than willing to manipulate everyone in order to maintain her sense of control over the world. Even if it, like, Theos is the whole world. He's been doing this for thousands of years. He's been doing this for hundreds of lifetimes. Sometimes he's purposely thrown away a life just because it would help serve him later. We saw that in the backstory, or the flashback in the second game, where he just sacrificed whatever body he was currently in just to make a point, just to stress that he would still gain from his death, just so he can come back around the wheel another time next time. When you realize just the grand scale manipulation, but then you have someone like Grieving Mother. She only interacts with you. She only tells her backstory to you. She has no banter with anyone aside from, as you said, the occasional moment where people are like, why is this random woman just following us around? And why does she seem to disappear every time we get into a fight, only to reappear afterwards perfectly fine? Like, hers is that manipulation, that grand scale manipulation from much like Theos, at least I think Theos somewhat, from a sense that they're doing the right thing, that they have to do this, that not doing it would result in something far worse. And just as with Theos, you can kind of confront him with that, and his fanaticism blinds him to his fanaticism, and also a bit of a sunk cost fallacy. I mean, he's been doing this for almost 3,000 years. There's no way in hell he's giving it up now. But with Grieving Mother, we get the opposite. We get a microcosm, and we force her to look at it. We force her to say, in the end, you might have had the best of intentions, truly the best of intentions, but you still lied over and over and over again, and the lie grew and grew and grew. And eventually it popped. Eventually it all came down. And instead of facing that, you only fled again. You continued to lie. You continued to use your abilities to hide. Now, yes, I get why. By that point, it was a matter of self-preservation. Those people were going to lynch her. Like, let's be honest. That town was going to tear her limb from limb for what she had done. And as much as my character tried to find diplomatic solutions, and I myself preferred not to engage in violence, I understand why. Imagine dozens of parents waking up one day to realize that the child they thought was perfectly healthy and perfectly fine is a soulless husk that can't even tend to itself. It's like taking care of a person in a coma with none of the proper equipment to take care of, and worse, you think they're fine. It's one of the most disgusting fucking ideas I can imagine. Just thinking of how many people woke up one day and realized what had happened to them, what this person had done to them. I know the word gaslighting gets thrown around a lot ever since it got popularized as a term, a legitimate medical and therapy term for how people manipulate others. but it has been overused, I think, in recent years. That's the nature of the internet. Go look at anything on Twitter, and people will be reusing the words in ways that they were never meant to. That's neither here nor there. But the grieving mother is such an amazing case of the failed hero turned villain almost as a NPC companion. But it's like, we're so used to like, oh, you recruited the guy who used to fight against you and he's this badass or whatever, and he was fighting you for these reasons and he's got these convictions. Think Loghain from Dragon Age, or to a lesser extent, Kreia from KOTOR 2, though you don't know it until the very end. And in a sense, hers is a reversal. You recruit her before she becomes an enemy rather than after. But you get my point, I think, I hope. But the grieving mother is someone who is deeply, again, not evil, but deeply villainous, I think is the way to put it. She's very much antagonistic without being intentionally evil. And overall, I love that. I loved her writing. I loved the fact that we were the only ones who interacted with her. We were the sole person that she was willing to place their trust in because we were the only one who could partially see through her illusions. And that also made us the only person who could force her to confront what she did. The thing with Grieving Mother would have happened in the Deerwood, so a lynching was in the cards if she hadn't fled. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. As I said. Again, when she left, I get why. She was a dead woman walking if she had stayed there. You have to talk her out of running away from her problems again. Yes. You have to tell her that the only way this is going to stop, the only way that she's going, and this is perhaps the most important thing. This is why I say she's villainous and not evil. She's antagonistic, but not evil. Even in the early conversations, you can tell she despises what she did. Part of her still sees it as necessary. You can kind of lean into that where you're like, oh, well, you were just, doing what you could. But if you make her confront it, her dialogue and the way the voice actors gave the lines, she becomes more and more frantic because I think deep down, she knows you're right. And she's known that you were right from the beginning. But you have to put her feet to the fire. You have to force her to look at it and stop looking away. She doesn't want to believe that she hit rock bottom. You have to make her see you've already hit rock bottom. Stop digging. The only chance you have at forgiveness, the only chance you have to try and make things right is if you start addressing it and pushing past it, moving past it and doing what needs to be done. And what needs to be done, firstly, is helping me deal with Theos and then finding a way to make up for the lies that you told. And as we saw, most of that is just no longer using her abilities to lie to people, something that had become habitual and normal for her. It's amazing to see a magical talent like the Cypher's abilities used for something as mundane as lying. Not illusions. I mean, yes, she is using illusions, but what I mean is anything that someone does long enough becomes normalized to their brain. Be that overeating, be that being violent, being aggressive. Once you normalize something, your brain defaults to it as a pathway to deal with your problems. And for Grieving Mother, that default was deflecting, lying, and running away. And the only way she becomes a decent person again is by forcing her to confront that and forcing her to address it. It's very rare. Like, there's often a theme in a lot of RPGs where the player character kind of acts as a therapist to their NPCs. Let's be honest. We kind of do that with Marius and Kai in Avowed. You do that with pretty much all your companions in Mass Effect to one extent or another. And a variety of other games have similar issues with their companions. Grieving Mother is one of the few where I felt that not only were you playing therapist to her, but it was actually really well done. When you have a high resolve and you go with a lot of the honest options, you can really roleplay it as honestly trying to fix her. And not in the, I know I just used that line and we're going to make them, I can fix her, that kind of thing. But in I'm talking not internet irony, horny comment. I'm talking genuinely, you have the opportunity to fix her, to actually get her to address her problems. And being a watcher, someone who has awakened, and playing a Cypher yourself, I think is an amazing combination when talking with her, because it really puts you in the mindset. It really puts you in the mindset of using these mental abilities to force someone with the same abilities to address what they've done wrong. I also think her conversation is very important if you're playing an honest or deceitful watcher, if those are one of the two you've chosen, because they really help sell, do you believe in what you're saying? Are you deceitful just for the purposes of being deceitful? Are you honest just because, oh, I want to play the diplomat? Or are you being honest because that's how you want your character to be? I'll be very honest. I wasn't fully sold on the honesty shtick even by the time we recruited her. Part of me was thinking, well, my character can still lie occasionally, but as we conversed with her, I became more and more convinced that this is a theme of the game. And once we discovered what the Inguithans had done, once we discovered what the entirety of the pantheon of Aora was, I was only more convinced about it. That the endless lies, the endless talk of, well, I lied for the greater good, or I lied for my personal benefit, or to help others and my personal benefit, is the problem that Aora is facing throughout its history. The Pantheon exists because of lies. The Inquisition existed because of lies. The death of our previous awakened self was because of lies. The people of Ukaizo were lied to and tricked. The Inguithans lied to maintain their power and their cultural hegemony, and the gods continue to lie every time they talk to their followers, no matter how much they believe it's the right thing. In some ways, that's why at the end, I didn't even try to talk Aothas out of what he was doing. It was in character for my watcher to go, no, Aothas, I have problems with you. I have problems with you and all the gods. But in this, you're right. Break the wheel, end this eternal lie, and force us to confront it. If my character had tried to talk Aothas out of it, or had tried to vow vengeance in the name of the gods or something, it wouldn't have just been out of character given my character's relationship with the gods. It would have been a directly flying in the face of the advice my character gave to the grieving mother in the first game. To try and change that afterwards would have been breaking character in the worst way possible. The grieving mother might have had some issues in the first game, but her ability, or rather her existence, and talking with her that reinforces how your character should act if you're in the mindset to actually, role play, is vital to the game as a whole and to the journey of the watcher through the 2 games that we played with them. In that respect, and for that reason, above all, she is at the high point of A tier, above even Zawa. Again, if you do not approach her conversation seriously, if you're just picking dialogue options to pick dialogue options, or you're not really reading what she's doing, then this character isn't going to seem as important to you. And I understand why. But if you're playing it from the perspective of someone in universe, and again, if you're playing a very honest character for that reason, which again, I think lying and the lies of people is a massive theme within both games, I feel that she stands out above the others because she forces you to really think about it. And she forces you to say, are you being honest and deceitful just because, oh, this dialogue option gives me X result, and of course I'm going to pick that? Or did you pick these traits because that's what you actually, either in real life or as your character, believe? By and large, because of the themes I mentioned with the Pantheon and the Inguithans and all that, I definitely think that the honest approach matters more to the character, and that playing an honest character in these games helps explain a lot of why the watcher needs to go after Aothas in the second game. Not just because the gods told them, not just because of all this, but because this is a chance to show the world, to peel away the lie. Yes, it's going to hurt, just like it hurt Grieving Mother, just like it, in a way, hurt Theos. I mean, you can return him to the wheel, you can do all sorts of things to him. I think my character made the right decision, but some people do, some people are a bit more vindictive than I am. But in the end, it's only through conversing with Grieving Mother that I think you can make a truly informed decision regarding everything that happens to Theos in the first game and what happens to pretty much everyone in the second game. I always imprison Theos. I can understand, again, Lord Bramber, I can totally see that. especially if you're playing a rational character alongside Honest. It makes perfect sense that after everything he's done, he should be imprisoned for what he did. At the same time, I consider returning to the wheel, stripping his soul of all of its memories, of all of its experiences, all the things that make Theos Theos, as being more just, as being right. It's one of those things I can't even really quantify it fully. I just feel that that's correct. The lie has been stripped away. The lie of Theos, of the Inquisition, has been removed. The soul that's left, that core being, and it should be remembered, according to Lady Webb, every single person who became Theos started as a normal person with dreams and desires and their own life ahead of them. And then Theos' soul awoke within them. And all of that, all of their hopes, their dreams, their desires, gone, erased, removed from existence. It's only right to finally end him then, to send him away, to do what should have been done, because that's what the wheel was made for in the first place. But that's enough. We are already coming up past 3 hours and we are still not done. And we still have the big boy yet to go. In fact, I'm just going to go ahead and do this. We're putting Durance at the end. Like we're ending with the top tier. We're ending with the top tier. You all already know what's going to happen, but we'll get there when we get there. Game 1 Adair. Game 1 Adair, the man who stood beside you through thick and thin, the man who did not question going after the greatest threat the world had ever seen up to that point, the man who only asked that you inquire into his brother's death, the man, the myth, the legend, the fucking asshole sometimes if you're playing an Orlin character or he's traveling with Haravius, but also, again, much like Sagani, one of the most real people in this world. I mean, what's one of the first lines he says to you? Yeah, I fought a god. We blew him up. But how do you, right out of the gate, the man has some of the best dialogue in the game from the perspective of just the ordinary guy. In a world of magic, in a world of soul manipulation, elemental wizardry, and insane bullshit, Adair's got a sword and a shield, and he's going to beat the crap out of you as much as he can while his friends absolutely body you. He's our bro. He's our friend. I don't miss him. I feel like he was weaker in the second game, but that's partially just because he's such a constant rock in the first. He's going up here near the top of B tier. From a personally subjective opinion, he's higher than Seraphin, even if I think his writing is a little bit weaker on character motivation. I will always feel bad that we could not find the true answer as to what happened to his brother. And I think that is partially why he ends up staying in the Deadfire later, because I don't think he really ever felt truly at home again in the Deerwood after the war. The fundamental human fighter. He ain't going to win the fight, but he's going to make sure that the people who do are going to have the time to do it. Again, in case you haven't noticed, this is kind of a recurring theme with B tier. B tier either has really good writing or it's pure vibes, with a little bit of both sometimes thrown in. But Sagani and Adair and B tier are very much just pure vibe, where you just feel like they're there for you, no matter what happens. In combat, out of combat, they feel like that is going to be the case. Again, that's why I'm perfectly fine, even though I ranked him lower with Pillars of Eternity 2 Adair, I'm fine with his story ending there. He's found his son or surrogate son, depending on how you want to view the implications. He has found a home. He has found the fellow Eothasians, people who share his faith, but who also need a guiding hand. They need someone down to earth who understands why they follow Eothas, but also not to do crazy shit like they were starting to do with, well, Eothas walking through the Deadfire. It's kind of ironic when you think about it. Remember the Book of the Forgotten Sanctum that makes Adair the Saint? Even there, he does exactly that, holding the line so that others can win the battle. Yep. And putting himself on the front. Like, let's be honest. Let's be honest. If you remember that book as well, there's also a vast difference in attitude. We saw Widewind's final stand, and it was very much 12 people think they can stand against the incarnate of a god. Whereas the version where Adair was somehow the chosen of Eothas was much more, Yeah, it's 10 guys on the bridge. You guys hang back. I don't need any of you guys getting injured, taking out 10 guys. I can handle this. Don't worry. It even came across that way, that even if Adair had been what Aothis wanted him to be and become the person who, quite frankly, would have set off the chain of events of everything that happened in Pillars of Eternity, he still would have been Adair. And that's a powerful message. Adair, I don't want to say he has no character arc, because in the second game, you can kind of push him in that direction of taking a more fatherly approach. In much the same way that Sagani kind of became the team mom in the first game, Adair still kind of feels like a team dad in the second, more so than he was in the first, where he was just kind of your bro. He feels like he's the kind of guy down in the hold who's keeping track of everything, making sure the crew is okay, making sure the animals are okay, obviously. He's not everyone's friend, but he's also a bedrock that anyone could turn to if they need a helping hand or if they need someone to talk to. And I think by the end of that, even as he leaves you to stay in the Deadfire, in the ending we got for him, he's now comfortable doing that around others, not just the people he's close with, but other people who he knows he can offer advice to and help. And in a way, that kind of makes him the most fervent follower of Aothis that we've seen. He actually is following the idea that Aothis brings hope. Adair wants people to have hope for the future, hope for everything around them, hope for themselves, that they get through these trials and tribulations. And also, quite frankly, based on what we saw with his conversations with his potential son, hope for himself, that he can finally settle down and have a normal life, or at least as normal as Aora allows for people like him. But yeah, I think high B tier, partially just due to purely to vibes and purely, again, I also think I'm kind of drawing upon the two of them together. I am trying to rate them separately, but it's really hard. I would say if I rated them together, he still stays in that high B, very close to the Devil of Karok, if not slightly beating her out just from vibes alone. It's hard. I was debating this before we even started. I went with dividing them up just because they do show up separately, and it does allow me to do Pallegina a little bit differently as well when we get to her, and Aloth. Jodie. Jodie was interesting, and I can't say that part of me wasn't disappointed to learn that the only reason that Yidwin was not a full written companion was because they decided to flesh out Jodie first, because she was also originally going to just be a sidekick. I'm not sure what we got out of that trade, I'll be honest. Yeah. I know we needed a priest companion. Like, that was kind of a foregone conclusion. You need at least one spellcaster from each of the major spell trees because there's just too many good spells in most of them. You need at least one good spellcaster in a party, and preferably more. I mean, if you really want to break the combat encounters, I'm sure if you took nothing but spellcasters, you could probably make that work really well. But I think part of the problem is that, quite frankly, they pushed the romance angle with Jodie too hard. Almost from the beginning, you just feel like they want you to romance Jodie. And quite frankly, I didn't want to, like, at all. My Watcher, just like the way I played my Watcher, she came across as coming across way too strong. Like, my guy was not into her practically throwing herself at him from a emotional standpoint. Maybe not a full-blown, like, physical or, sexual standpoint, but from an emotional standpoint, she latches on to the fucking Watcher and like a barnacle to the fucking hull. She does not let go. She was farm girl horny. Yeah, that's kind of the way to put it. It's not overtly sexual, but it wouldn't take much to make it overtly sexual, I guess is the way to put it. That's why I immediately, like, my mindset was like, okay, I've already decided I'm not romancing you, so I am just going to shut this part down. Yeah, heavy little sister energy. I leaned into that to help justify why my Watcher would not go for it. Like, oh, Jodie, so cute. I think of you like a sister, not a lover, not a sexual companion of any kind. And I think that's for the best, because I know some people probably like the yandere style character for her. She can kind of slip into that if you go dark, which we accidentally, I'll be honest, I was very confused with some of her dialogue options as to what direction we were pushing her to until suddenly it was, oh yeah, she's going psychotic now. Sorry, Jody, I'm into MILFs. Jesus. But in all regards, some of her dialogue is good. Her looking at the alternative interpretation of Aothas as Gaun is very interesting. And I think fits partially with the religious schism and doubt that a lot of Aothasians had after the Saints' War. It makes sense why she turns towards Gaun rather than Aothas. Her ability to gather up souls, I do think, is also an interesting story bit, especially if you're not playing if you're just playing the Herald of Bareth, but you're not really leaning into it the way my character did, being both a death godlike and a awakened watcher and a cipher, so it kind of leans into the soul energy aspect of a lot of things. So I do think she plays a role there. Her dialogue is just not as well written. In isolation, it is. Her arguments with Pallegina, as much as I tried to play Peacemaker, are actually really well done and are perfectly on character for both of them. I get why they hate each other. I get why they don't get along. I absolutely do. That being said, we also come back to one of my most recurring problems with Jody. Or rather, perhaps the writing for the Raid Sarens in general, which is their concept of the beyond. Again, I get it. They are very much, let's be very honest. They are very Bible Belt, southern portion of the United States, down to their accent and manner of fucking speech, proxies for evangelical Christians of the American South. There is no sugarcoating that. I'm sorry. There's none. Writers, if you thought you were being subtle, you failed miserably. And if you were trying to be loud about it, you were too loud. But even there, part of my problem has to do mainly with their concept of the beyond and the way it's portrayed. Namely, that it quite literally is wrong. Like, I get it. Raid Saris is a theological, society, a theocratic, almost a borderline pure theocratic society. They were already very religious before Widewind, and they only became more religious after Widewind, even after he got blown up. But the fact that Jody is a cleric, and the fact that she travels with other clerics for most of her life, and none of them corrected her, or none of them were successful in correcting her, and we don't have an option to try and correct her, and no one else in our party who would know better, like, say, our sorcerers who know more about the beyond, or maybe our fucking other cleric who definitely knows more about the beyond, or Pallegina who knows about the beyond as well, or fucking, I don't know, Takehu who also has a connection to a god. We literally we had enough people to stage a fucking intervention for this woman. And there was no option to do so. No option to even try. Like, if you want to give me a scene where we sit her down and we have a long, drawn-out theological conversation, and she still ends up saying, no, what I believe I still think is correct, that at least would have been interesting, because it would have doubled down on her fanaticism. It would have doubled down on her religiosity. And at least I could understand that it's essentially a self-delusion. And I will continue this as soon as the ad is done. Is Vatnir better? No. Overall, I'm just going to go ahead and say no, but she is not much better. That is my problem. I will let the ad play. I will take a sip of my Gamer Sups, non-caffeinated. Otherwise, I'd be pissing more and more as this stream goes on. Oh, I need to breathe. I think I'm actually working up my heart rate from how much I've been getting passionate about some of these arguments. I can feel my chest tightening a little bit because I can do that. I have that happen a lot when I get really upset about something. Is I've noticed my heart rate spikes, and that's why I don't play horror games that much either anymore. Give me Dead Space. That's about the best I can handle. A couple of good jump scares, but lots of heavy ordnance to mitigate the jump scare in question out of existence, preferably. That's a game I could play. Dead Space the remake. I've already played it before, but I really like the Dead Space remake. Maybe I can play that on stream. Maybe October. Have you played The Evil Within? No, I have not. I've heard good things about the psychological horror aspects of the first one. I don't remember hearing anything much about the sequel, good or bad. And the ad should be finishing. You should in October? It'll be something we can think about. And the ad is over. Back to Jodie. Again, as I was saying, if we had had a moment to really deep dive on her character, like give us one or two conversations where we go deep like we did with Grieving Mother or with Durance, and maybe Jodie's insistence on her heterodoxy, in which it's different. Orthodoxy usually means the same. Heterodoxy, it's not quite heresy because she never strays that far. But it's very obvious that her interpretation of Eothasian and Gaunite scripture is not orthodox compared to the rest of the Dawnstars and Eothasian followers. If we had had moments like that, I personally would still not have liked Jodie. But her in-universe discussion, her talk, her lore, and her attitude would make more sense. Without that, she's much weaker as a character, in my opinion. She is going at the top of D tier. She is above Vatnir and Reke. She's actually, honestly, she's leagues above both of them. But she's still not, she's missing that component to really push her up into C tier and really make me want to talk about her and the implications of what she brings to the table. And it's a shame because, again, I think there was room there. There was room there to really deal with like the religiosity of things, especially given the fact that we know what the gods are lying about. Like, again, do I think Jodie would have believed us? I think she would have believed that we believe it, but I don't think she herself would have believed it by any stretch of the imagination. But the fact that we didn't even have the opportunity to do that, I think speaks bad. Either I'm really starting to wonder if part of it is just they wrote too much stuff for romance for her. It's possible that she gets a lot more stuff if you romance her. It wouldn't surprise me. But if you don't, she really does not come across as a very strong character. And unfortunately, being the only priest, we used her a lot in the game overall. But that's all I'm going to say on Jodie. A disappointment, but not like a horrendous one. Just, God, I wish there was more. I wish we could have had, like, Yidwin, I wish we could have had more, but it obviously wasn't written that way. Jodie, I wish we had more, and I think they focus too much on the romance aspect because, ooh, dark-haired, edgy knife girl with, let's be very honest, the religious goth girl. Someone on the writing team had that as a fetish. You can't convince me otherwise. That, or maybe someone on the writing staff was projecting a bit given their own childhood relating to religiosity. That is also a possibility. Moving on. PoE 2 Pallegina. Largely unchanged from PoE 1, surprisingly enough. However, this is perhaps the big thing because I don't think Pallegina had much of a character arc through the two games. But, big but, I'm going to rate her above Maya and Alof for the second game, and it's almost entirely due to the Giacomo quest. Because the Giacomo quest is the only time we see Pallegina vulnerable. It's well written, it's well done, and because of my own personal investment with Pallegina, I felt like I had to help her. I wanted to help her. She was my friend. We've been over this when I talked about the PoE 1 Pallegina. She is my friend. She is my watcher's friend. I want to help her. I want to make her life better. I realize that I made a mistake with the advice I gave her in the first game. I have to make up for that. She's still loyal to the Valians. She's way more outspoken about the gods, but given the fact that she was with us in the final stretch of PoE 1, that's not surprising. She learned the truth the same as we did. Of course she's going to be more militantly atheistic after learning that the gods have been lying to people for millennia. Of course she's going to be more pro-Valian given that the Valiant Republics is the foremost animantic power of the world, because she sees that as a way of directly giving the giant middle fucking finger to them. Set the whole fucking thing on fire is her opinion on the matter. And it doesn't surprise me, given the arguments that she gets into with Jody and all that. Okay, I forgot. I accidentally hit the button twice. So you're getting the fireball twice. Please go down. Please go down. There we go. I forgot that it resets. That's my bad. Too much fire. Well, normally I wouldn't say that, but we don't need to be burning down my fucking spaceship now, do we? But regardless, Pallegina's Giacomo quest, seeing her vulnerable, seeing her actually come to you for help, not just advice, straight up help, helps to solidify her character, in my opinion, because hers is perhaps the hardest to separate because there's no real clear character difference. Adair has his, I kind of want to settle down. I kind of don't want to settle down. I'm not sure what I want to do, because he did have that mayorship in Deerford, but he left that to go help you after Aothas woke up. Aloth kind of has the same issue. First game, he's much more, he's got the whole, do I deal with the Leaden Key? How do I deal with the Leaden Key? Are the Leaden Key just misguided, or do they need to be dismantled? But Pallegina, it's weird. Pallegina has less of a character arc, but because I was more personally invested because of my character, I'm more willing to rate her higher. It's an interesting dichotomy, and it's why I'm, again, this is where I once more reiterate, totally fucking subjective on this. I can understand why some people would not like Pallegina for that exact reason. Like, hey, she doesn't have much of a character arc. She doesn't really change any. But at the same time, because of how steadfast she is, because she's a paladin, because of my own personal investment, because I fucked up in the first game and gave her bad advice, I felt more emotionally invested in her in the second game, even if she did end up still leaving us because we turned against the Valiant Trading Company. I understand. Again, my character does not think less of her for it. I don't think less of her for it. I understand. And I would love to see her come back in another game. Her and Aloth still make sense as being companions. Adair, his story is done. I'm honestly convinced of that. If they want to start off the third game with us saying goodbye to him or getting a letter from him about his new life, that's fine. But I think Adair's story is done. Aloth is still looking for things of the Leaden Key, and Pallegina is still an agent of the Valiant State. They could both show up. I'm fine with that. Yahtzee. Now here's where we have the exact same problem. No character arc, and unlike Pallegina, I was not invested in her at all. I'm actually going to say if it was not for her mechanical advantages, she would not have been taken at all outside of required quests. The fact that you can only find certain pieces of loot, and my fucking loot-addled brain demanded that I find all of them as many of them as we could, I would not have taken her in the ending. I would have taken Marius and I would have taken Kai, because as you can see from here, they are worlds better in terms of story. I would have taken them to the end. And quite frankly, if I did a second playthrough of Avowed, even on my own time, I would take the scavenger perks from the beginning. I would break down everything, every piece of equipment. I would get everything upgraded as fast as possible. And then I would just ignore Yahtzee's illusion stuff outside of the required quests. And I would venture almost exclusively with Kai and Marius. I stand by that. I stand by that 100%. I would have no reason not to. They've got better dialogue. They've got better banter. They've got more insightful commentary on the regular things outside. Oh, shut up, Tenwin. Well, maybe I'll play a female envoy, huh? How about that? Huh? Fuck you. Didn't you say you could romance Kai towards the end? Yeah, maybe I'll play a female envoy and romance Kai towards the end. No, Marius would not be interested in any way, shape, or form. Marius strikes me as almost asexual with the way he talks. But again, okay, let's bring it back. We're talking about other characters. Yahtzee. No character arc. Really well-written banter. Amazingly well-written banter, quite frankly. I get why some people don't gel with her. I really do. I get why some people have labeled her a Furby. Or just a furry if they don't know anything about Orleans. I get it. I do. I think Yahtzee is one of those characters who, if you've played with Seraphine in PoE2, and you played a lot with Haravius in PoE 1, you know exactly what you're going to get with Yahtzee. The only difference is she's going to be magic themed rather than druid or cipher themed. She's going to be arcane magic themed. She has a very similar personality. If you put the three of them in one fucking place, I guarantee you they would find some way to have an orgy get going. Like, not even a goddamn contest. She has the same passion as Seraphine and Haravius, but unlike those two, she has a husband. Yes. I will also admit, this is also partially the problem. This is the third Orlin we've had like that. Okay, I get it. They're free-spirited and passionate and all that. Okay, I get it. Can we please not go 4 for 4 on horny Orlin next time? Some kind of other character trait, please. Something. Like, it's so funny. Pre this game's release, people complain because of Yahtzee and Furry because they're unaware of the Orlins. Complaints done in bad faith. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. That is part of my issue is it is getting a little old. Like, okay, Haravius, sex fiend. He doesn't give a shit. He's even done it in his animal form. He does not care. Seraphine, little more reserved than Haravius, but not by much. And more than willing to be open about just casual sex because, well, he was a pirate for most of his life. He doesn't fucking care. The only thing he's probably concerned with is, holy crap, I can actually have sex somewhere where people aren't going to just randomly walk by. Oh, this is luxury. And Yahtzee is much more, I'm only teasing, but that's because I'm in a steady relationship right now. Seraphine, Scourge of Hearts and booties all around the Deadfire. Yes. But again, my main complaint is we are now 3 for 3 on horny Orlin. Like, you can still have that as a side character. I'm not saying you have to get rid of it entirely, but if we get another Orlin NPC, maybe not have that be a central character trait. Like, I'd love to get, like, give me Pirates of Fond of Booty. What kind? Depends on the time of day. Yeah. Give me an Orlin version of Regil from Wrath of the Righteous. Give me an Orlin who just plays against type next time. Okay. Give me an Orlin who doesn't act anything like what you would expect from an Orlin. So that we can at least have a bit of a differentiation. Because, as I said, right now we're 3 for 3 on horny Orlin, and it's getting a little old. Yahtzee doesn't have much of a character arc. Villa, it would be hilarious if your daughter from PoE made an appearance in a future game. I agree. That would be amazing. I think that would be cool as fuck. Make her a good NPC, have like her abilities or something. I think honestly she would work better in an Avowed style game rather than a true free form game like Pillars, because that would just be a little easier to manage. Imagine a gold packed Orlin who seems to flip flop between being motivated by greed and motivated by professionalism. Yeah, something like that. Anything like that. Just I don't want to go 4 for 4 on horny Orlin. Can we please get at least some differentiation? Yahtzee doesn't have much of a character arc. Her thing at the end kind of comes down to a binary choice. Well, I guess it's a trinary choice. You have 3 choices. Either stay, become the librarian of the godless, become the apprentice of Frosty Bitch, whose name I can't remember. Or just go back to having, being in a relationship with her, let's be honest, husband. They're not married, but they may as well be. Giacomo. And living her life how she chooses in Fior. And of course, my character is like, no, you're a dedicated anarchist. Me giving you advice goes against your own fucking philosophy. So you make up your fucking mind, Yahtzee. I was very stern about that with her because it's like, no, Yahtzee, if I give you advice and you feel that I weighed your decision in some way, you will resent me for the rest of your life, even if you agree that you made the right choice. So I'm not even going to touch this issue. You make the choice. And as long as you're making the choice, I know you'll be happy with it because that's just kind of the person you are. And quite frankly, maybe it's just my old-fashioned romance sense, but even with all of her sexual, quote unquote, not seen, but definitely heard, sexual deviancy, she's in a dedicated relationship with a man who obviously fucking loves the shit out of her. There's something wholesome as fuck about that. I don't care that she probably rides his face every other day and leaves him soaked in his own sweat. I don't give a shit about that. It's a loving partnership between 2 consenting adults. It's fucking adorable that they're still that much in love despite their age. Good for them. I mean, I'm just being honest, Tenwin. I mean, you really think she doesn't? Ah, regardless. My point is, she's a fun character. I don't have a problem with her sexuality. Pinky, that honestly sounds pretty tame. I mean, yeah, I'm sure she's done far worse. I'm sure Giacollo's done far worse. Hell, I'm sure 20 years ago when they first met, and he was a much younger man, they probably got into all sorts of hijinks. Or what is it, closer to 30? It was at least 20. Whatever. We're getting off subject. My point is that she's in D tier largely just because Avowed did not do any favors to her and Giada character-wise. Yeah, 30. That's what I thought. Did not do any favors character-wise to them as far as character motivations and character arcs go. They don't really have any of those hard-hitting moments like Marius's panic attack or Kai's heartfelt fucking emotional speech about Tama. And it just leaves them in the dust, unfortunately. It really does. I almost feel like Giada at least had some potential to be fleshed out more and made upper, she could have been moved up to this tier with a little bit more writing. Yatsley, I almost feel like should have been just a constant NPC. Like, she should have been someone following you around and helping out, but not actually been a companion. I feel they could have written more for her in that regard. Maybe not. This is definitely an area where I'm very on the fence about it. It's also just kind of funny that Yatsley, as one of the first things you can ask her about, is a burn on her shoulder, and it really just doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, it's personal to her. She does open up about it eventually, but I think Yatsley had just a bit more hype than payoff. Yeah. Like, she's skilled. Even Frost Bitch, whose name I continue to forget, but it sounds similar to Rimmergand. I just can't. Ringrim, that was it. Ringrim. Fucking Frosty Bitch. Ringrim at least acknowledges, like, hey, you're not like the most talented of all mages, but your ability to dispel illusions is actually really interesting. I'd love to foster that talent. I mean, that's probably the nicest we've seen most Archmages outside of the letter that Arkmir sent to Faceta, where he's like, oh yeah, I can't teach you anything else. You're actually pretty solid. The Archmages all seem to have a problem with that, where they're like, oh yeah, my apprentice, the one I've been shitting on all time. Yeah, actually, you're pretty nice. Tane is nice too. Tane is too chaotic. He's nice because he doesn't know any other way to act, not because he's. That's the problem with Tane. Tenwin is he has golden retriever energy. Is he nice because he's actually nice, or is he nice because he's too stupid to be evil? There's a reason someone like that should not be considered an Archmage, but here we are. We have to deal with it. But regardless, Yatsley she's in D tier, but she's up there with Jody at the high end of it. I don't think it would have taken much to get her up to where Giada is, but I don't know how they would have put her up where Kai and Marius are. I just don't know. Her writing would have had to have been way better and hit way more emotionally. And it just didn't. At least not for me. Maybe somebody else could see it, but given the dialogue I have seen about Yatsley, even people who like Avowed seem to not like her. I didn't have a problem with it. But, I didn't have a problem. She's down in D tier purely from a vibe perspective. She just, if it wasn't for her illusion abilities, if I had everything upgraded before we got to her, I probably would have taken her for the Rimgrim quest and never again. Her dialogue in camp was more entertaining than anything she said outside of camp. Like, at least Kai occasionally had a few one-liners with Marius while you were out and about adventuring. Yatsley's best dialogue was all back in the camp. And it was largely her teasing Marius or her teasing Kai, which was funny. Don't get me wrong. I liked her banter. Her banter was top tier. But it was only in the camp. When you had her out and about, she largely didn't talk as much. Or didn't tease as much. Even when you were talking with her directly. Pillars to Alon. I'm going to be honest. I liked his internal conflict regarding the Leaden Key. I liked that how you ended Theos had a very big impact on how he acted. But aside from that initial meeting and sort of the initial conversation with him of, oh, what the hell are you doing in the Deadfire, my dude? He was really disappointing. Like, he didn't really do anything. He got a little bit excited when we ran into the various Archmages, and that's about it. Going off that story about the bleeding cult, he didn't learn much. Yeah. I mean, he tried. He at least tried to be more like, I'm not going to outright lie. I'm just going to be circumspect and not say the truth. Like, he was more of the case of, if I have to lie, I would rather be in a position where I just don't say anything, which is still an improvement. Don't get me wrong. But his character arc felt flat. He didn't really add anything to a lot of the dialogue. He was, again, that initial meeting was really nice. Like, I loved popping open that cage that the animancers were hiding in from the spirits, and him being one of the ones to walk out. And I was like, oh, hot damn, Aloth, what the fuck, man? How you doing? It's also weird because some of the dialogue lines they wrote for him, it really felt like they were trying to make him more friendly than the first game. Like, he trusts you now. He understands what you were doing. You've convinced him. But it just, I don't know. There wasn't enough of it. There wasn't enough reactivity. We didn't bring him on the right quests. I don't know what we missed, but he just didn't hit as well. Isilmir's interruptions weren't as funny. They weren't as, they didn't gel with other members of the party as much, aside from Seraphine and Adair to a limited extent. I don't know. His only other professional interaction on the opposite scale was he got along pretty well with Maya, surprisingly. But they're both people very driven by convictions to something that they also have problems with. They're not like Pallegina, who is totally sold on the Valiant Republics at all costs. Both Maya and Aloth kind of have an inherent core to their loyalty, while simultaneously knowing that the thing that they owe their loyalty to has problems. And it just felt like he didn't do as well. He's kind of down in C tier for me in the second game. Overall, he's probably low B, high C if you take both games into consideration, but so I want Pallegina to return in the third game because I love the idea of our watcher having a genuine friend and companion across every game they could possibly do. Aloth, I want to return because I feel like they dropped the ball in the second one, and I really want to see him do better. I want to see him improve. I want to see more of him and hopefully get better writing from him. It's like, it could be worse. It could be that they bring him in a hypothetical third Pillars game and he's actively worse. That's always a risk. But I'm willing to take that risk because I'm really hoping that they can do better. Especially as we find a solution. Most likely, the third game will deal with finding a solution to fixing the wheel, and that seems like something he'd want to be interested in, given his relationship with the Leaden Key and all that. I hope I'm right. I hope I'm right. And here he is. There was no other choice. There's another fucking hiccup. There was no other option. You all knew this was coming. I told you I'm an S tier purist. There is only one man who can make it into S tier in this game as a companion. Unmatched, unmitigated. Nobody else comes close. Durance. The epitome of making me as a player like a character while my character would despise him. And there is no way around it. Durance is abrasive. He's an asshole. He's a dick. He berates you constantly. He constantly goes on about how you're going to lead to the deaths of people. He disparages nearly every choice you make. His entire existence is to serve as a challenge to you, not to want to beat his ass to within an inch of his life and leave him broken on the roadside for somebody else to deal with. And I fucking love him. They took such a risk with a character who is absolutely meant to be despised, and making him not only one of your first companions, but one of the most capable companions and your best priest in the game. Well, not best priest in the games. I suppose he is better than Jody, I should say. You could probably make a custom priest that is better, but still. There is no comparison. He is the first one to really make you think about the nature of the world, the nature of the gods, their relationship with mortals. He drops hints to so much that happens throughout the rest of the game, meta-wise, in terms of the larger narrative of Aora as a whole. Not just your adventures in the Deerwood, not just dealing with Theos, not just dealing with the political intrigues, really making you think about the nature of this world as a whole. And he is the second reason, alongside Grieving Mother, that I feel that playing an honest playthrough in this game makes the most sense. because again, lies and deceit are the problem of Aora. The masks that people wear, that the gods wear in order to manipulate people for their own ends and for the greater good. Something that Durance himself has had to endure, as he believed it was for the greater good that he created the God Hammer. He became such a meme. Oh, absolutely. He's immensely memeable. How many times did we think, oh, what would Durance do if he was here? How many times did we have that conversation in Pillars of Eternity 2? At least a dozen, possibly more, where we would just be like, what would Durance respond to this? How would Durance think about this? What would Durance think if we dragged him into our dreamscape to talk to the gods? Like, that is the sign of an amazingly well done character. Durance in Avowed would have been hilarious. The funny thing is, Tenwin, Durance in Avowed would have made the people who keep comparing it to Skyrim even angrier, because they would be desperate to be like, why can't I kill this man? They would be pissed. They would be like, this is the kind of character we want to kill. This is the kind of, the worst part is some of the Pillars community would even agree with them. I've seen some of the posts. Some people want this man dead. Why do I love him at the same time? Exactly. Like, I do understand why some people say, oh, I hate Durance. I can't stand her. I do. I get it. But for every reason they list is the same reason that I think he's the best NPC that Obsidian has ever fucking written. And it should not have worked. I do not trust most writing staff to write an NPC that you will hate in-game but love as a player. From world implications, from his I give no shits about anyone attitude, to his banter with other characters, to everything. Imagine Yahtzee's complaint about the ruins with Durance in the party. Exactly. Oh. I don't have... some games people play OP and unchallengable, having someone constantly challenge them without being able to kill them would infuriate them. Yes. Yes. And the best part is, as we even see in his ending, he hates the gods. He hates Magrin. But he also knows that by being a mortal to challenge the gods, it is both his religious duty as someone to challenge them, to present them a trial. It is also his religious duty to embrace that trial and to see and to go forth as it. He is... What is that meme? It's the Christ meme where it's like, stop giving me your hardest battles, but you are my strongest soldier. Fucking Durance is, I am your strongest soldier, and I fucking hate you, Magrin. I'm doing this as much to spite you as to prove that your ideals are right, even if you yourself are wrong. I love it. And the little cameo, the tiny little cameo we got of him in the DLC for the Beasts of Winter, where we can interact with someone and role play as Durance for even just a brief moment, is glorious. There's no other word for it. The man has my eternal respect, even if in-game my watcher wanted nothing more than to plant his ass in the ground and leave him there. Durance is at the top. He will always be in my party at all times. His dialogue is great. His interactions with other characters are great. He only makes me wish we had him more. I wish we could have gotten more of him when we were dealing with Andra in the DLC. Durance is the kind of man to leave while flipping the bird. What if you've ever seen... I'm just going to keep talking through the ad this time. This is all just fluffing fucking Durance. Like, there's no real conversation here. This is just fluffing Durance. If you've ever seen the ending to Dragon Ball Z Abridged, where they do Trunks and Vegeta's relationship, and Vegeta flips Trunks off as he's heading back to his timeline, and Trunks flips him off. It is that relationship. I could imagine my watcher swinging back by Cade Nua before returning to the Deadfire to help his people rebuild Anokaizo, and him seeing Durance. They say no words. Durance just looks at my character,
huffs, flips him the bird. My watcher flips him back, and they never see each other again. It is shocking to me how well Durance is written. Again, I cannot think of a writing staff for a video game company who I would intentionally tell to write Durance as a character. I don't trust them. I don't trust any of them. Honestly, even after Pillars of Eternity 2 and Avowed, I wouldn't trust Obsidian's current writers to do it. I don't think they could. Durance is a once-in-a-generation NPC in the same way that every RPG since has been chasing the bromance of Shepard and Garrus from Mass Effect. You could have multiple games try to follow up Durance's character with a similar, I want you to hate this man in-game but love him out of game, and none of them would be able to do it. In the same way that people have tried to get the bromance of the Shepard-Garrus relationship and have failed at many attempts. In fact, I'd argue a lot of NPC companions in a lot of games have been emulating that ever since Mass Effect 2, and they still haven't managed to do it. Like, there are just some character archetypes that work, and they never work again. They break the mold. They break the mold. That's the best way to put it. They broke the mold when they made Durance. This is lightning in a bottle. You are not getting this type of NPC again. But I am so glad that he is here. I am so glad. And funnily enough, that's a great segue for us to finish, because I've heard similar levels of love given for a certain NPC in a game that we're going to be playing for the last 2 hours of stream. A certain lieutenant of the Revachol Citizens Militia. Because with that, folks, I'm going to go ahead and turn this off we're going to go ahead and turn, where's my mouse? I don't know where my mouse is. Let's go ahead and turn this off. This is my final one. I will be posting this on Twitter as well, because a lot of people seem to do that when they make tier lists. They post them on Twitter. We'll do that afterwards. Disco Elysium, or as I know it, do you want to make love to a sad old man? Yes, a great transition. We've just talked about the GOAT of the fucking NPC companions, and now we will be venturing into Disco Elysium, where again, I have heard similarly good things, hey, Flugel, good, about one lieutenant of the Revachol Citizens Militia. Give me one moment. I'm going to translate us back over to the starting soon screen while I get everything set up. I was hoping to time this a bit better with an ad, but hey, we don't really have an option for that. So give me one moment. Let me turn this off real fast. Thank you all for joining me for the just chatting portion of the stream. Give me 1 second while I get everything set up for Disco Elysium, and I will be right back. See you guys in a moment. Okay. You're gonna have to let me know about the sound, because the music is a little hard to parse as far as how everything's going. Now, if I remember correctly, so first off, this is not entirely blind. I did play through a bit of this game about, oh god, at least 2 years ago. It's a little louder than you. All right, one moment. Let's go ahead and just drop that down. Oh my god, that's still loud. All right. That's still peaking pretty loudly on my end. Hold on. Nope, not that. Filters. Nope, not that. Any plans for what game to play on Tuesday yet? It's either going to be Endless Dungeon or The Surge. I haven't decided which yet, Tenwin. Wow, that is... Okay, hold on. We're going to drop that by about 3 decibels. Okay. God damn, that is loud. I don't want to lower it too much because there is some really nice ambient music in this game that I do not want to lose out on, because I remember that being very good. Played about an hour of this game and ended up returning it because it didn't have any violence, but the writing was so impressible. I still feel like I can pick up where I left off. Unfortunately, I don't remember much about the individual stories. I remember kind of vague story beats. Again, this was like 2 years ago I last touched this. Is the sound a bit better now? I lowered the music volume. I lowered the decibels on my end through the OBS system. I'm also hoping that this is just particularly loud. The option menu music always seems to be louder than anything we get in game, so I'm really hoping it's less after this. I do want us to start. I also, as you notice, I'm on the left side right now. If I remember correctly, all of this game's dialogue is on the right side. The writing will sucker punch you and kick you. Well, that is true, Flugel. From what little I remember, yeah, this game goes deep. This game goes deep. All of the dialogue is on the right side. Pretty much everything is voice acted, so a lot of this is just going to be my reactions. Let's just have the controller out. Why not? That looks good. A lot of, I don't think there's anything along the bottom of the screen, so we should be good to have the overall border line of everything. I'm also going to go ahead and increase the dialogue. Can I increase? Oh, okay. There's only... We'll keep it in the middle for right now. Oh, okay. We'll keep that in the middle. We'll adjust things as needed. We're only going to get about 2 hours out of this, so I want to get moving. This was a few years ago, so that's how much I remember. It's a bit better, but it'll probably be better once the game starts. Health stats are on the bottom. Well, that's not too important. You don't need, to be fair, Fluga, you don't really need to see those very much. I'm the only one who really needs to worry about that. Let me unpin this message now that I'm back. I'm not having any problems moving my mouse between screens, which is good, so I don't have to worry about that. Okay, let's dive in and see how this game looks. Now, one thing I do want to do is I want to copy the build I had before, which, or at least the starting stats that I had before. And the one I specifically remember doing, we're going to go over here to create your own, is I just went with 3 across the board. Our detective is average in every sense of the word. Intellect, raw brain power. Psyche, sensitivity and how emotionally intelligent you are. Physique, how muscular, how strong you are. Motors, your senses and how agile you are. And then we have this. Am I covering up too much? I am a little bit. Let me shrink down. Let me reduce my size here for a moment. I'm thinking, actually, let's hang out right here because the dialogue window is going to be above us and that shouldn't cover up too much. And now I'm not covering up too much of the screen. Logic, encyclopedia, rhetoric, drama, conceptualization, visual calculus, volition, inland empire, empathy, authority, esprit de corps, suggestion, endurance, pain threshold, physical instrument, electrochemistry, shivers, half-light, hand-eye coordination, perception, reaction speed, savoir-faire, interfacing, and composure. These are our 24 different statistics slash skills slash party members is kind of the only way to put it. If you have not seen this game, though it seems everybody's at least somewhat familiar, but for anybody who has not been here, These things are going to pipe up over the course of the game, and they essentially function as both your skills and your party members, making various suggestions as to what you should do. I guess we can read these real fast. Raw intellectual power, deduce the world. Encyclopedia, call upon your knowledge and produce fascinating trivia. Rhetoric, the art of persuasion, enjoy rigorous intellectual discourse. Drama, play the actor, lie, and detect lies. Conceptualization, understanding reality, seeing art in the world. Visual calculus, reconstruction of crime scenes, make laws of physics work for the law. Volition, hold yourself together, keep your morale up. Inland empire, your hunches, your gut feelings, the dreams and the waking life. Empathy, understanding others, work your mirror neurons. Authority, intimidate the public, assert oneself. The esprit de corps, connect to Station 41, understand cop culture. Suggestion, charm men and women, play the puppet master. Endurance, take the blows, don't let the world kill you. Pain threshold, shrug off the pain, they have to hurt you more. Physical instrument, flex powerful muscles and enjoy healthy organs. Electrochemistry, go to party planet, love and be loved by drugs. Shivers, raise the hair on your neck, tune in to the city. Half-light, let the body take control, threaten people. Hand-eye coordination, ready, aim, fire. Perception, see, hear, smell everything, let no detail go unnoticed. Reaction speed, the quickest to react, the untouchable man. Savoir-faire, sneak under their noses, stun with immense panache. Interfacing, master machines, pick locks and pockets. Composure, straighten your back, keep your poker face. Now, I do remember a few of these stats being very interesting. Namely, right off the top of my head, Volition, Inland Empire, and Esprit de Corps are all very important from what I remember. Shivers is also similarly important. And a combination of savoir-faire and hand-eye coordination as well as perception are also very important down here. Didn't see many from reaction speed or composure. But I have noticed that when composure comes up, it tends to come up hard. The few composure checks I remember tended to be incredibly difficult. Oh yeah, there's a whole... This is the first this is the first stream. Do you guys want me to read all of these? Because there's a lot of info in these. A lot. How about this? If you guys don't want me to read them, I will read them only when we level them up. Does that make sense? Would that be fair? So we're not sitting here for the next hour while I read all of this? Although, to be fair, there's not going to be much reading, if I recall correctly. A lot of this game is voiced. Like, most of it. That's fair? Okay. Anybody else? Or is Flugel going to be taking the reins as far as our decision-making process here? Go for it. I say the impression will be in mind when we see them come up. Go for reading it or go for not reading it, Lord Brownbear? You got to be clear on this. Do I need to make a poll? I can make a poll. I think I can make a poll. I don't actually know how to make a poll, but I can figure it out. Maybe? Chat, how did it say? Go for reading it? Okay. Well, again, reading it when I level it up or reading them all now, Lord Brownbear? Okay, this one's on me. I should be more clear. I apologize. Do you want me to read them all now? Or do you want me to read them as we level them up? When they show up, maybe. Might also be a good way to put it. Reading now? Okay. Tenwin has been strangely silent, and I do not know why. I'm trying to get everybody's opinion, and the one person I need to talk is not talking. All right, we're going with Brown Bear's suggestion. Going once. Going twice. We're reading them. Get ready. Settle in, boys. Ahem. I hit him in the base. I'm sorry, Flugel. I will try not to take too long. Logic. Logic urges you to analyze the living daylights out of the case, enables you to piece evidence together, detect inconsistencies in statements, impress everyone with your astounding conclusions, the bread and butter of many a detective. At high levels, logic will be able to solve even the most complicated of puzzles. You'll be very proud and thus susceptible to intellectual flattery, for those blinded by their own brilliance often miss important clues. With low levels of logic, you're going to have a hard time solving even the simplest of puzzles, even if you find the pieces. Good luck putting them together. And this is a reminder there are penalties for having too high of a stat. Your brain will essentially start focusing in on that stat's suggestions above others. They all seem to have a drawback if they're high enough. Yes. This is also why, even from the beginning, when I first played this game and I was reading these on my own, I chose an even spread. Encyclopedia makes you a know-it-all, turning your mind into a database of facts, enables you to draw upon these facts innately, offering a wealth of background knowledge of all things related and unrelated to the case. Who knows when the history of a cigarette brand could provide the breakthrough you need to arrest a murderer, or when knowledge of pre-revolutionary guns might save a life. At high levels, Encyclopedia shares this wealth of knowledge to an almost overwhelming degree. While it may give you crucial breakthroughs, it more often will clutter your mind with useless tidbits. With low levels of Encyclopedia, though, you'll be forced to work with only the clues in front of you. Without any background knowledge, copying is going to be tough stuff. Rhetoric urges you to debate, make intellectual discourse, nitpick, win. It enables you to break down arguments and hear what people are really saying. You'll spot fallacies as soon as they're used. What exactly did the waiter leave out of their testimony? What was that dancer trying to divert you from? Was that double entendre intended, or did you just get an accidental lead? At high levels, rhetoric will make you an impressively political beast, one whose beliefs are utterly impenetrable, which is to say, one whose mind will not change, one whose mind will calcify. With low rhetoric, though, you will have a hard time shooting down any arguments or nailing people to their testimonies that will be nigh impossible. Drama. Drama urges you to treat the world as a stage and on it to perform. It enables you to lie, to concoct the most elaborate and wonderful of stories, to take in ingenious personas and perform acts of stagecraft in an entertaining amalgam of faubourg and deceit. As well, it enables you to see through would-be actors, their false antics. If they lie, you know immediately. At high levels, drama may render one insufferable as a thespian, one prone to hysterics, bouts of paranoia, for to know the world is a stage is to know that truth is a vanity. But with low drama, you can't lie, or discern when others lie. As a cop who can't do either is a cop who's soon going to be lying 6 feet under. Conceptualization. Conceptualization has a specific role it wants you to play in the world, not of a cop, but of an art cop. It enables you to make fresh associations, to delve into world concept from Jean Carp's postmodernist Carperet to Revachol's arquebusier architectural style de Derrida, and even the concept of hardcore, and then importantly, to add your own contribution to these works. At high levels, conceptualization makes you go big. Thank you, Tenwin, for the bits. Hot damn, man. The inmate is running the asylum. Yeah, Lord Brownbear was here talking, Tenwin. You missed out on your chance to provide some commentary on whether we were going to read all these or not. Sorry, Flugel, but I was already kind of leaning towards reading them, so Lord Brownbear just provided... Oh, I see how it is. Now Lord Brownbear with the 201 bits. I see how this is going to be. I see how this is going to be. This will be interesting. At high levels of conceptualization, it makes you go big. Too big. Oh, wow. We actually... Oh, a hype train. Ah, damn. I think the last time we saw this was at the debut. Thanks, guys. Yeah. It is ostentatious, demanding, grand displays. Why live life when you can throw yourself into a live volcano? At low levels, however, you'll be unable to see the world in a creative light. You'll be unable to contribute to conversations in an art gallery. Only boring people will invite you to their dust parties. Visual calculus. Visual calculus verses you not only in the laws of the state, but the laws of nature. It enables you to create virtual crime scene models in your mind's eye. You'll see how a bullet shattered the glass, and from that trace its trajectory with mathematical precision. Okay, Tenwin's being the big spender now. 1,000 bits from Tenwin. Thank you very much, man. Hot damn. Fuck yeah. I need to get a sound alert for bits. I didn't realize you guys were going to be doing this. Hot damn, man. Thanks. You'll also count on many footprints. So many footprints. And at a glance, discern shoe size, design, height, weight, the gender of the one who wore them. At high levels, visual calculus makes the world reveal its secrets to you, but you may be so absorbed by your mind diorama you don't notice as the crooks steal your pants. At low levels, your mind's eye will be blind, and reconstructing crime scenes will be difficult without outside help. Nope, too rich for my blood, Jimbo. I'll see you later. I have always been top dog. Volition. Cool for sane people, well-adjusted cops, and the non-suicidal. Both here and when Brown Bear isn't home. All right, guys. All right. I appreciate the rivalry, but let's keep it friendly, all right? Volition urges you to be the good guy, to others, to yourself. It allows you to resist temptation, the bottle, the pair of legs, or at the end of an iron barrel which promises volition, or oblivion. Your girl chose the bear. Oh dear. Oh dear, Lord Brown Bear. Calm down, man. Volition gives you the will to finish the investigation, improve your morale, one of the 2 health pools in the game. At high levels, Volition makes you hyper sane. When you're about to get funky, it keeps you normal. It can be a bit of a party pooper, but at low levels, you'll have to deal with morale. Without it, you'll be a profoundly unstable cop, falling apart at the seams as you make irreversible mistakes. Inland Empire. Inland Empire is the unfiltered wellspring of imagination, emotion, foreboding. It enables you to grope your way through invisible dimensions of reality, gaining insight into that which cannot be seen. What's really going on? What do those enigmatic riddles mean for the world's fate? Don't worry, she lets you believe that, or at least that's what thy mother said. Ooh, 10-1's firing back. At high levels, Inland Empire animates the inanimate. You can have conversations with your clothing, conversations that may change the course of your investigation if you're not thrown in the loony bin. With low Inland Empire, however, you'll be a void of imagination and character. How then will one shape the cosmos? Empathy. Empathy breaks into the souls of others, forces you to feel what's inside, enables you to notice social cues that others might miss. Perhaps a hidden sadness you could coax out a little more, a strange joy from someone who should be bereaved, or a hidden resentment that could return to harm you later. Please take Inland, I need the tie. I was thinking, it's one of my considerations for our one starting skill point that we have. I do remember Esprit de Corps, Shivers, Hand-Eye Coordination, Volition, Inland Empire, Visual Calculus, and Logic are really good ones to have. Cadets 10 and Lord Bravo were sent to the brig for a week for quarreling on the ship. We don't really have a brig. We have like a repurposed storage facility, like storage bay. You're overestimating the size of my vessel, Lord Brown Bear. I am a simple man with a simple job that I occasionally do on the, that I occasionally bother to do when I'm not streaming. Hidden resentment can return to harm you later. At high levels, empathy really puts you in other people's shoes. You'll cry for their sorrows, punch walls to relive their anger, and be an even more unstable cop. But with low empathy, you'll be an ungainly beast unable to talk to anyone without upsetting them. Authority. Authority urges you to assert and reassert your dominance over those around you, enables you to understand the power dynamics of groups of thugs, know how far you can push a perpetrator, and how to establish control of a situation. At high levels, authority demands respect. Even a perceived slight could send you into a knee-breaking mood. With low authority, however, you're forever in awkward situations, like when you suffer a psychological breakdown after you yell at teenagers because they laughed at you. It was the only one sent to the brig, as he had been arguing with Tenwood's holographic double while he was enjoying a date with a sexy MILF short stack. Wait. The most fitting consequence is a forceful completion of Balin Wonderland. I don't even know what that is, but I've heard other VTubers and streamers complain about it, so I don't even want to touch it right now. Esprit de Corps is the very spirit of policing, the Kopfgeist. It enables you to understand your blue-souled sisters and brothers, not only by picking up subtle signs from your partner, but by witnessing flash sideways scenes as they play out in your precinct. At high levels, you'll be the very heart of the police force, not only willing and able, but obliged to take a bullet for your partner. Without it, you'll be flying blind, unable to understand the discreet remarks colleagues make in high-stakes situations, remarks that might just save your life. For misuse of the holodeck, how the hell did he even get access codes for it? Suggestion. Suggestion urges a soft power approach. If people think they want what you want, then you've already won. This skill enables you to implant ideas into the minds of others, make the citizens like you more, make gangsters turn on each other. Many crime rings have been broken by just a little doubt after all. But at high levels, it makes you affable to everyone and more resistant to their charms in turn. But the schmoozing and oozing will make you slimy, and everyone will know it. And you'll know it, even if no one else does. With low levels, though, you'll have difficulty getting any kind of rapport with others. You'll be alone during the day and at night. Endurance. Endurance is your metabolism, your circulatory system, improves your health, one of the 2 health pools in the game. It enables you to survive being a cop. Who cares you can't aim a gun if you can take a few bullets? Why be afraid of drugs that hurt your health if you're a very, very healthy man? At high levels, endurance enables you to take a few knocks to the head, enjoy a greater quantity of drugs, and shake off a few cardiac arrests. It makes you a powerful man who looks down on the weaklings who can't keep up. But a cop with low endurance is going to struggle. The body's frail, the flesh of a cop will be tested, and if it doesn't pass, it will die. Is durance just a play off endurance? Yes. Or, yeah, endurance, durable, to endure. Brownbeard, did you seriously not realize that? Like, that's literally what I was operating under the entirety of the game, was that was what durance was a reference to. Like, to me, that was obvious. Is it? Is it not? Now you know how the cheat code to type... Wait, now you know the cheat code to hype train fueled the rivalry of the oligarchs while entertaining the peasants. Yes. I don't know, Lord, but to me it was so obvious I never bothered to mention it. Like, but yeah, it's a play on durance, on endurance, to endure, to deal with a problem, to face it and endure it. Speaking of endurance, we also have pain threshold. Pain threshold ignores damage to allow you to push on, bloodied, crawling to the bitterest of ends. It enables you to negate damage you would otherwise take. Even mental pain, heartache, loneliness. In fact, these things can become a thrill that you seek out, that you perversely revel in. At high levels, it turns in and on itself in seriously unhealthy ways, full-blown self-destructive behavior. But with a low pain threshold, you'll suffer too easily. A slap from a teenager will make you whine and complain. Physical instrument is not only your muscles, your skeleton, it's your ability to use them effectively. It enables you to do a push-up, a sit-up, a knockout punch, a 360-degree spin kick. It's a one-size-fits-all solution to thriving and surviving in a physical world. At high levels, physical instruments break doors, chains, bones. It makes you laugh at the namby-pansies who can't. You'll be manned up, encouraging others to curl iron until they've manned up too. At low levels, you'll have a hard time arresting anyone who isn't infirm or dead. Indeed, engaging in physical confrontations could leave you in either state. In my defense, I played Pillars for the first time a long time ago, and I don't think about it back then. Fair, no. I've had similar revelations about games years after I've played them. Electrochemistry is the animal in you, the beast longing to be unleashed, to indulge and enjoy. It enables you to take drugs with fewer side effects. It enables you to better investigate lurid matters. If you need to understand a chemical breakdown or talk to someone blasted out of their gourd, understanding sexual dynamics, electrochemistry is there to guide you. At high levels, electrochemistry makes you a man of unrestrained pleasure, an unrepentant Lothario who leers at people with a bottle of speed and a plastic bendy straw in either hand. But with low electrochemistry, you'll be too innocent to be effective. Without a working knowledge of drugs and sex, the city will be difficult to understand. Shivers. They come when the temperature drops and you become more keenly aware of your surroundings. I don't mind talking during the ad for this because I'm just following it with my mouse, so anyone who wants to read it while I'm doing this can do so. It's not like we're doing anything else. It enables you to hear the city itself, to truly belong to the streets. It's a supernatural ability, where old wrongs play out in present time. Scenes across the city happen in front of you. Who's speaking? At high levels, shivers may make you seem mad to the outside world, but you're listening to the city. You don't listen to others. Your superiors may begin to worry, but with low shivers, you'll seldom hear the city speak to you. And if you can't hear the city, how can you save it? Half-light. Your fight or flight response. To sense the way situations are about to turn, it injects the palpable fear into your heart. Fear that urges you to act before it's too late, to act ever again. Fear that makes you frighten others. It's the aggression that lets you squeeze every last drop of information out of a witness. At high levels, it makes you ultra-attuned to the physical world. It is perpetual fear of your shadow, of someone else's name, of a scent on the wind. You'll be ready, always, to pounce, physically interrogate any passerby. At low levels, you'll find your survival instincts lacking, your methods limp-wristed. Those who respect violence will not respect you. Half-light, Flugel, half-light. But yes, who knows? Fucking, Valve has been hinting a lot of weird shit in recent years, so who knows if we'll finally get Half-Life 3. Hand-eye coordination. Loves the interaction between you and the things that fly through the air. It lets you shoot a coin, catch a coin from a mob boss, shoot straight, understand firearms intimately. Want to know the precise make and mark of a pistol? H&E coordination's got you. Want to shoot someone with it? Ditto. At high levels, hand-eye coordination makes you deadly. Supposedly, you've a weapon in your hand. Once you do, HE coordination will compel you to take the shot, even if it's not the best approach. At low levels, you'll be even more of a disaster in waiting, because when the gun goes off, and they do, you're probably going to hit the wrong target. Perception. Perception wants you to be open to the world, eyes, ears, nose, working at full capacity. What's the name of the last row category behind the chart? Motorics. So motorics, like M-O-T-O-R-I-C-S. Motorics. Here, I can... No, it's fine. Again, there shouldn't be too much down in the lower corner that I have to worry about too much. Thank you, no problem. It enables you to take in what others don't notice. That little wad of bills hidden away in a sugar bowl, the odor of a perp hiding beneath the floorboards, the gulp of a suspect after claiming they have nothing to hide. At high levels, perception takes in every detail of the world, enough to overwhelm all but the strongest of minds. But with low levels, you're going to miss out on everything. You can't arrest what you can't see, hear, or smell. Reaction speed is the agility of your body and mind. It's instinct. It enables you to dodge a punch, to dodge a knife, bullet, also sucker punch of the verbal kind. You'll be more streetwise, never lost for words or lacking a witty comeback. Your mental alacrity lets you connect little details on the fly, working in tandem with your intellectual skills. At high levels, it makes you your twitch reflex is freakishly good, but your body will often act before your mind. Innocent situations can turn bad fast. You're high-strung, overly alert. At low levels, you won't be the one shooting first, which also means you won't be shooting at all. Savoir-faire urges you to be better than you are. It urges you to be disco. Slip by others in Samaran boxing style, tumble out the back with an unexpected acrobatic. It enables you to move with silent footsteps, groove to the beat, to lift useful evidence off perps without them ever noticing. It makes you a cooler cop, whose athletic flair will certainly impress the citizenry. At higher levels, savoir-faire makes you the king of cool, which is to say, the most stylish douchebag in Revachol. Nobody will see you when you've already been seen, until you've already been seen, and then they'll get the full treatment, whether they want it or not. At low levels, you'll be a bumbling, feckless cop unable to catch a pair of keys thrown by your partner without losing your eye. Old man twerk, yeah. Interfacing. Interfacing wants you to connect to machines, to use, improve them, because that makes you a better human organism. You understand interactions with machines, be that how to repair the motor of a kinema motor carriage, how to analyze the way a suspect used a pen, or how to refigure electrical circuits. It even lets you steal a key off a keyring without being noticed. At high levels, interfacing isolates you from society. Why bother with people when you can talk to machines? Why bother with things like money when you can just pocket that display sandwich? At lower levels, however, you'll have a crucial part of the world cut from you. People use machines to commit crimes all the time. If you can't understand how a crime was accomplished, how can you solve it? Composure. Composure wants you to not crack, or at least it wants you to not crack in front of other people. It enables you to put up a strong front. It keeps your emotions hidden from the world. It helps you to read the body language of others, to sense the cracks in their own composure. As well, it keeps you looking good while you do it. You rock that disco outfit a lot more if you don't slouch. At high levels, composure makes you tuck your gut in, maintain that stern expression. Even lying in bed late at night when no one can see you, you gotta keep it up. You'll never be able to stop. With low composure, though, you'll always be the first to crack. Every cop has a point when all that fear and rage comes spilling out, and the ones who unleash it, well, they don't stay on the force much longer. Worse still, you won't even make the ranks of the fashion police. Now the question is, what skill do we pick? Because if I remember correctly, we get one. I thought we got one right off the gate. Yeah, there we go. Set signature. That was the button I was looking for. As I said, volition and endurance are our health pools. I distinctly remember logic and visual calculus playing a very major role in a lot of the stuff early on. Inland Empire, Esprit de Corps, and Shivers all have very interesting dialogue that I do not want to miss out on at all. Hand-eye coordination and savoir-faire and composure are sort of the big three down here, though perception also shows up a lot. That said, this is our first skill point. And my main concern at the beginning is getting... So there is one thing I do remember, and what I have seen referenced, though not spoilered, thankfully, but I've seen referenced by a lot of people, which is your relationship to your partner. You can level most of them, but setting them will make them more prevalent. I know. They're also capped by whatever your actual numbered skill is. So by having a 3 in these, we can only put 3 dots in any one of these skills at this time. Which means they max out at 6 as of what we are right now. Setting them will make them more prevalent. That too. The one thing I do want, not just because I think the writing is amazing from what I saw of it, but because it does feel like the right thing to do, is we want esprit de corps. Because esprit de corps helps us relate to our partner and to the rest of the force better. And there was a lot of really interesting dialogue that I do not want to miss out on. Because that is one of the few conversations, some of the stuff with our partner, Kim, is some of the most interesting stuff that we get in the game. And I want to, quite frankly, I want to end this game with Kim as a friend. Because that seems to be the vibe that you want to go for with him. And personally, everything I saw of Kim when I did play the first part of this game, I loved. So our first dot is going in esprit de corps. That is our signature skill right now. And it's time to begin. The Furies are at home in the mirror. It is their address. Even the clearest water, if deep enough, can drown.
There is nothing. Only warm primordial blackness. Your conscious ferments in it. No larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore.
Is it weird that this is the voice I've always kind of imagined our character has in the first place? Kind of that raspy, low.
Ever. Never, ever.
Never, ever, ever?
Never, ever, ever, baby.
Ancient reptilian brain isn't a meme? No. Brown Bear, welcome to our first character. We're just gonna keep on non-existing then, baby.
An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it.
Wait, what was that about X something?
An awareness creeps up on you. A mass lies hidden in your dead angle, soaking in some lurid acidic sauce. It's bloated and shameful. A ball of meat surrounding you. This is a terrible line of questioning, and it will only lead to more awareness of the meat thing.
1 second. I completely forgot to change our category. Disco Elysium set. Thank you. There we go. How are there only 31,000 people who follow looking for Disco Elysium? I've seen smaller games with bigger fucking following numbers. Holy shit. More people need to play this. Someone needed to pay their rent. Yeah. No, wait. What was that about an ex?
Ex-love. Ex-tenderness. It is foolish of you to resurface to the loss. Not after all the damage you've suffered to get here. Some of it irreversible. Stay. Sail with me through the abyss of pelagic zone.
I want to get off now. I need the pain, the light, and wanting things from people who don't want to give them to me.
Do you really?
Let me off this ride.
You wouldn't like it if I told you what was back there. Why'd you think you had to bludgeon yourself into oblivion? Or did you not sense yourself marinating? poured so much on yourself. Got a bit carried away, did we, Chef?
Fear and apprehension. You should ask what's out there first.
Thank you, Inland Empire.
I did this to myself? What's waiting for me?
There's this giant ball there. And evil apes. And the evil apes are juking it out on the ball. You're one of them. It's basically all just evil apes juking it out on a giant ball.
How big is the ball?
You can't even make out it's a ball when you're joking it out. It's that large.
And how small are the apes?
Infinitesimally small.
And this duking it out I keep hearing? What's that?
Vying for resources. It's just a stupid expression you picked up somewhere. The part of the presentation you want to take home with you is this. You have to beat the other evil apes in the face, or you lose.
I seriously heard evil apes are jerking it out on the ball. Careful, Tenwin. We haven't met electrochemistry yet. He's the one in charge of all the sex stuff in this game.
That's kind of sad.
Yes, it is. And you drowned in that sadness a long time ago.
What do you mean, drown?
You lost.
And there's the discordant music. Everybody say hello to our main character. Passed out, ass in the air, with nothing on but his socks and his underwear. Alright, how do I move them? I can't remember if the map moves on its own or if I have to move with it. This magnum-sized bottle of Commodore Red. Funny on every Saturday. I'll have you know, Tenwin, that I do not drink very much. And it's partially because I had exactly one experience like this and decided never to have that happen again. It looks like someone tore out the tape while the song was playing. Oh, good. I forgot that they added that feature. We have one shoe. Green crocodile leather shoe has a high heel and chrome embellishments. It fits your left foot perfectly. Now all you need to do is find the other shoe. They said you woke up naked with your socks and underwear in the middle of the floor, ass up. I mean, I would certainly hope I wouldn't end up that way without drinking, because that certainly sounds like a bad experience. Reel-to-reel tape player still on. Rolling empty. Give me the pants. Give me the coat.
You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants.
Fish 'em
It
out.
says, whirling in rags, on the aluminium keyring. There is a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. It should open the door.
That would be impressive to pull off without drinking. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we did... I don't remember if there's... Oh, that's the level up screen. We have nothing in theirs. Okay, so it doesn't go up. Give me the jacket. -1 to savoir-faire, tied around the thighs. Electrochemistry +1, tied around the crotch. These golden brown trousers are flare cut. Normal bell-bottom trousers would be boot cut. These are far from normal. They're someone's piss-soaked, cum-stained party pants. The disco ass blazer. +1 to esprit de corps, halogen watermarks. Looks like someone skinned this blazer off some long extinct disco animal. It's an enigmatic white rectangle on the back and the right sleeve.
This fan has 2 chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades.
Hey, man. He looks like a hippie. I mean, if what I recall is correctly, this is more like what happens when a hippie has to get a real job and deal with the real world. is probably the best way to put it. Pulling
The
the fan.
blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now.
Grab the tie.
You swoop up and catch the tie.
Yay.
Snap. It's released from the blade.
We almost failed that. We still almost failed that. Oh, because we have the pants on, so the savoir-faire was down by
What
one.
you have in your hand is a truly hideous necktie with 4 or 5 different patterns. The knot reminds you of a noose.
Do not turn on the light bulb. We are currently hungover, and I remember enough about the last time I had that happen to me to not want to deal with that.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in.
Please, Ty, talk to me. I think I have to put it on, but hold on.
The morning light hurts your eyes. It's hazy, but you see the ocean and some war-torn buildings.
Assess the damage.
What do you mean?
Damn
Assess
it.
the damage. How would you do that? What are you even trying to
We
do?
still had a good chance of that, too. Fucking hell. Inland Empire, +1. The necktie is adorned with a garish pattern. It's disturbingly vivid. Somehow you feel as if it would be wrong to ever take it off. It's your friend now. You will betray it if you change it for some boring scarf. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what it takes to get the tie to talk. I know that it can. I have seen some dialogue from it. You see bottles in the bathtub. Wine, beer, sweet liqueurs. Shirt. +1 to conceptualization, -1 to suggestion. This white satin shirt used to be fancy. It used to really catch the light. Now it smells like someone took a piss in the armpits. Pretty sure that door's locked.
A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off. Hot water sprays from the base, and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just the outline of a man.
Yeah. If you look down at the bottom left, you'll see part of the image, which is all obscured and everything. We will, at the same time, you're about to see the full version of his face, so I'm not too worried about this getting covered up in the past or in the future.
Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor.
Really? Nothing.
Really, all recollection of the person you are, the people in your life, and even the world you're in has drowned in a sea of blood alcohol. This was no mere night of drinking. It was a deluge of world-ending proportions.
Wipe the mirror.
As you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror. Abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it.
Maybe I should touch it first. You know, make sure there's nothing wrong with my face.
Yeah, there is definitely something wrong with it.
What? What's wrong?
Where to even begin? There is the bloatedness, then the swollenness. It's like there's an upholstery of alcohol underneath your skin.
My tongue is okay, right?
It's not. It's swollen and snail-like, wriggling between your fingers.
I'm so sorry.
Bet you are. Your nose feels like a small balloon in the middle of your face. It hurts when you honk it. It doesn't appear to be a particularly tiny nose either. Not with all the drinks it's absorbed for you.
Wipe the mirror. Now.
Behold.
Everybody say hello to the wonderful face of our character.
You have no idea who this thing is, do you?
This is the face of a late-stage alcoholic.
Too late. You clearly have rigor mortis on your face. Or wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face?
You
Why?
can. I'm going to remove the outline just for a little bit so you can all see the full art version down in the corner. I love how they, at least this actually kind of shows that he does look a little bit better than he thinks of himself as, but not by much. A bit of a drunk Santa vibe in the middle. Yeah, just a bit. All right, back to Behold, the second most handsome officer. I'm not making it. The face is making it.
Please stop. It's horrible. You're scaring yourself.
No. No.
You can't, can you? It's like it's not even voluntary anymore. You have worn that grin into your face, and now it won't come off. What does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey?
Superstardom, I don't know. It's indecipherable. I think it's supposed to look suggestive. I'm insinuating that I'm vaguely sympathetic. I think I'm sort of pulling it off too in a sad has-been kind of way. It's an expression of pain.
You are correct.
Oh. Encyclopedia, dig into your mind to locate the source of the expression. Attempt to stop the expression from happening. Electrochemistry 18. This is a white check. You may retry it. This is a white check. You may retry it. Well, give me them dice. Give me them dice. Roll, please.
Like the rest of
Didn't
you,
think so.
It comes from a bad place, somewhere in the past. That's all you know for now.
Yeah, we didn't even get close. How drunk do you have to be unable to change your face? You're asking the wrong person, Tenwin. This is one choice I do remember from my last playthrough that I will not be doing because it actually makes him look worse. That was one that I save scummed to get, and I regretted it immediately. All right, is there anything else we can click on in here? I don't think so. Yeah, we did a fucking number on this place, didn't we? I was able to stop the impression with a lucky roll. Again, the game left a strong impression. Oh, yeah. Like, what? I don't remember everything that I did. But everything that I do remember was good. There's something on the table. 40 cents. Yay. Or, sorry, 40 real. If I remember... Now, this... I do remember this. Yes, we have... Oh. The smell of the sea makes you dizzy. There's our other shoe. Oh. A gust of briny wind washes over you. -1 savoir-faire heals ridiculous size. So we're already taking a -2 to savoir-faire from our equipment. Great. +1 to composure. Awesome. Watchtower heals. They may have lost some of their luster over the years, but these green crocodile leather shoes fit you perfectly.
There they both are. Two identical shoes. Both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin. Reunited on your feet. Like two baby crocodiles.
How do they fit?
Good. They're balanced. Comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you right now, truth be told.
Nice. No tasks. I do like this. It keeps track of all the checks we can remake. That is so nice. How much? Right, we need 100 experience points to get another skill. Right. That is, I do remember one NPC conversation that really helps with that, if we can go find it. There's a conversation that makes it so that every time you click on one of those little green circles that we've seen around, you get an experience point. And that makes, like that, it gives you an experience point for clicking on it. Like,
hello, officer.
Oh dear, I remember this conversation. Calendar says it's March. The year's 51.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips.
Also, I love how stylized every single character's portrait is in this game.
Her eyes are brown, and her face is speckled with birthmarks. She can't be more than 28.
Officer? What am I, military?
No.
Then why did you call... I forget. They only voiced that part. The other parts need to actually be spoken. She seems perplexed by your question. Then why'd you call me an officer?
Because you're a police officer, sir.
You're shitting me.
I'm not. Unless you've been shitting us all this time.
She pulls on her cigarette. She takes another drag.
You've been here
all
for
this
3
time?
days. On official police business, no less.
And what business was that?
Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
Why don't I remember being a cop or anything?
Could it be because of the drinking?
She raises an eyebrow. The cigarette sizzles. Who in their right mind would let me be an officer of the law?
Don't be so harsh on yourself. They let almost anyone be a police officer.
Try the expression on her. Let her know that you want her physically. This one I do want to do because I have seen the dialogue for this and it's funny as fuck.
The words have already left your mouth.
I want to have fuck with you.
What was that? That's not even how words are used. What did you say? Come on, say it again.
She erupts in laughter, all the fatigue swept from her face. I laughed out loud at that. Yeah, I think that's the point. I said I wanted to have sex with you.
No, you see, that's not what you said. You said...
But she's unable to finish, consumed with laughter.
Come on, man. Pretty, please. One more time.
And this is why, and I want you guys to hold me to this. Don't let me save scum in this game, because the failures can be just as fucking interesting as the successes. Disco Elysium has nailed that in a way that I don't think any other dice roll game ever has. Outside of like a dedicated dungeon master who knows how to run with it. I said I want to have fuck with you.
Goddamn right you did. You crazy asshole, you. What kind of cop are you?
I don't even know if I'm a cop at all. I sure don't remember being one. Maybe I lied?
Okay, sir. I have to ask. Do you really not remember? Just like that? You drank so much you lost your memory?
She tries to think of a likelier explanation, but fails. I don't think there's any more to it. I'm a joke of a cop, or I joked about being one, and I drank too much. I'm also old. There's a massive otherworldly mystery afoot, and I'm at the center of it. Someone did me over. I got fucked bad. Curious how a failed speech check unlocked more dialogue. Exactly, that's what I mean. I don't think there's any more to it. I'm a joke of a cop, or I joked about being one. And I'm old.
I'm sorry.
She extinguishes her cigarette.
It's gonna suck for you later when you have to interrogate me.
Oh. I mean, correct, objectively correct, but now I'm very, very interested. What?
And for the record, no, I didn't do it.
Oh. Oh dear. Looks like she left a nice long stub in the ashtray. It's still smoking. And there's an ad, so I'm just going to go ahead and open this.
Fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it.
And this is why I hate electrochemistry from what I little remember from his dialogue. Fuck this guy. I forgot this one. Now, one thing again, this is partly because I do remember some of Kim's dialogue. I'm just going to go ahead and say it now. We are going to be doing this run with the intention of using no drugs. So, no alcohol, no drugs. I actually went for electrochemistry, right? I mean, you can make a build out of it. It makes the drugs do more in the game, but we are going for sober character. This is a guy who has hit rock bottom. As someone who has been in a similar position, not related to drugs, but related to other things, the best thing you can do is stop. So we're going to be playing him from that perspective, which is no drugs, no alcohol, nothing. I'm just going to wait for the ad to finish. This isn't very, luckily, because there's no action in this game, this is a game where I can afford to just pause for a little bit when the ads come up, because I'm not feeling like I need to keep going to get as much value out of it. We're just going to let it play. We still got an hour too, so we got plenty of time to get through the very beginning of this. There we go. Nah. Fuck that. I'm not even going to give electrochemistry the time of day. Do we knock on her door?
The door is closed. There is no answer. You hear the shower being turned on. Somewhere inside, a tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everybody in the world is doing something without you.
Swallow the
The
emotion.
door is closed.
Leave. No need to bother her. This is the weekend edition of the satirical newspaper Trompe le Monde. Oh, I should probably clarify. If I'm remembering correctly, there's a lot of pseudo-French in this game. I do not speak French. I do not pretend to speak French. I do not understand French pronunciation. I do not understand French grammar. I do not understand French at all. If I fuck it up, this is your disclaimer. I went for high encyclopedia. It was funny as fuck. That is the vibe I've gotten from encyclopedias. It will keep giving you just random shit. There he is. There's our boy. Why is the camera not? There we go. No frogs on the ship. Got it. Summer door closed for the winter. A big old karaoke mic just waiting for someone to sing into it. This place must be filthy. Just wait till you see the outside, Tenwin. We are, to put it bluntly, we are not in the nicest part of town. Oh, seriously? It's going to have me activate it from out there? Okay, fine. Fuck you, game. This is where the lyrics would be. Speakers connected to the radio. The music is seasoned with
You should
static.
totally sing karaoke here. The first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul.
My soul's cubic content is obscured by this fucking hangover.
Of course, at this point, precise measurements of your soul can only be performed from the outside. It needs to be heard through a PA system by other people.
What do you think I should sing when it comes to
You
it?
have not yet stumbled on the right lamentation, but it's out there. It'll come to you. You will wreak havoc with it. Don't worry.
Lamentation sounds good. They'll really get a gauge on my soul with that.
Serves them right. Wipe that smirk off their face with your sad, tragic song. Who's laughing now? No one. You have to find something tragic to sing first, though.
Well, we'll get to work on that. This is a water cooler. A large bubble rises to the surface. The menu has been wiped clean. Only the word Monday is written on it. The soft purr of an electric juicer comes from the kitchen. Someone is working. The door is bolted, and a sign reads, Kitchen reserved for personnel until 1300 hours. And I don't think we can get in there to grab those just yet. Nope. Sign reads, Mess hall reserved for union members. Doors open at 1600. The Royal Pinball Machine is unplugged. Or this Royal Pinball Machine, I should say.
A bespectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor. Looks like he's waiting for someone. You.
My favorite piece of trivia that I did learn about this game when I was kind of interested in learning more, but also didn't want to find too many spoilers. Apparently, this is literally just the first piece of concept art they drew for Kim. And then they just colored it. And they're like, yeah, nope, that's perfect. That's exactly what we wanted for the character. Like, this is perfect.
As you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting. If an assault were launched on this building right now, if the windows came crashing down and the whole world descended upon you, this man would hurl himself in death's way to save you. You are sure of this, but why?
And this, I got this without having Esprit de Corps as my marked skill the first time I came through this beginning area. This dialogue option is what initially made me like, wait a second, what? And part of me didn't put it together that Esprit de Corps is specifically referring to the cops, because I did not read all of the descriptions of these the first time I played. It's this description that is your first clue as to everything that's going on with Kim and why, quite honestly, even from what little I've played so far, why he is in some ways the most important NPC in this game. Who is he to me?
He is your half-brother.
Shake his hand.
Hello, I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
You realize he is waiting for your name. This is your chance to come up with a really good name for yourself. Get creative. Conceptualize.
No. Lying is how we got in this to begin with. I don't really know my name.
Okay then.
He processes that information, then disregards it.
It looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here?
No. No, I haven't.
Then we should ask him for a rundown of the area. Get me up to speed. I understand the scene is out back, right? It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews?
What interviews?
At the 57th, we like to prepare an initial list of persons of interest, and then just skim the surface. Prepare the field, get to know the players. You don't do that? Maybe it's not an inter-district practice.
I'm afraid I haven't.
Okay, we'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case. Have you removed the dead body from the tree?
Dead body?
Mm-hmm.
No.
So, the body is still in the tree.
I also love Kim's voice actor because already he sounds so done with our shit.
This is the first time you detect a weariness in the lieutenant's voice. It is obvious he would have preferred for the body to no longer be in the tree.
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner.
But I can't remember anything.
I can see you drank last night and the night before, and that you are still drunk now. But I have seen officers go through worse. Much worse.
He says after a moment of silence.
If you need something for your headache, there is a general store nearby. But as I said, the dead body should be our #1 concern.
Let me just a little bit further over. That way I'm not blocking anything of the major dialogue options. Also, I haven't been looking at my model. Is there? There's a tiny bit of lag. Tiny bit of lag, but it's not as bad as those other times. So hopefully it's not causing any issues. Let me know if it is, though. Please. Please do. This one's a little harder because I'm constantly looking to the right in order to read this, but you guys are all the way over here on my left. So it's a little bit harder for me to catch everything. Don't know if you realize this, but you look like a dragonfly. Oh, haha, Lord Brownbear. I never would have guessed that. I can't remember anything. How can you be so sure I'm from the police?
I was sent here to meet a detective from Precinct 41. You have the insignia of the Citizens Militia on your sleeve and on your back.
He points at your jacket.
I suppose you could be impersonating him. You could have gotten the insignia from the black market or forged it. But for now, I'm going to set those possibilities aside. I'm not from the Inspectorate General.
I remember I tried to hide my amnesia from Kim. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I don't know if it will help, but I'm not doing that. Insignia. The white rectangles, you mean?
Yes.
But they're white
They're
rectangles.
not just white rectangles. They bear a halogen watermark with the letters RCM and a pattern resembling the street grid of Ravachol West. I would ask you to step into the headlights of my motor carriage, but again, it's none of my concern. I just need you to do your job.
But shouldn't I have a badge or something?
You mean you don't have a badge?
Was not on me when I woke up.
Losing your identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I would advise you to locate it as quickly as possible. But getting the body down should still take precedence.
All right. Let's go.
After you, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is now in your party. You can talk to him whenever by interacting with him.
Yee. Can't remember which was better, if clicking was a better choice for moving around or if it was the others. What's over here? The bottle of rum has been knocked over. Beautiful, dark liquid spilling out. Hello.
A man in his late 20s with a thin, unimpressive beard notices you approaching. He drops the ledger he was holding and turns to the lieutenant.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm catching it out of the corner of my eye, and it looks like the movement's delayed, and it's bugging me now that I can't unsee it.
Mr. Gart, right?
The
You
lieutenant.
run this place.
Okay, that was an awkward pause. The lieutenant glances into his little notebook.
Yes.
He responds tersely.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41.
He looks to you, realizing he still doesn't know your name. I'm currently in between names.
Fantastic.
Kim is about to say something. Let him. Yes.
Right. Now, I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene. It also took you a while to call us and report the dead body. It was you who placed the call, yes?
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
He looks behind a pile of coasters, finding a slip of paper, and hands it to the
You
lieutenant.
said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
What, of Martinez? No, I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many, many cafeterias I manage.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
I didn't imply that. Detective,
Yes.
I have everything. You?
Oh, do I have questions?
Yes, he means, do you have questions for me, like a police officer would?
The cafeteria manager is clearly agitated again. Where exactly is the body?
Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there.
He points to the kitchen behind him. And how do we get there then?
That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through.
Do we know who killed him?
I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. That's your job.
All right, I have
The
another
lieutenant
question.
turns the page in the little notebook he's been scribbling in.
You mentioned the employee, Sylvie, her name. Why is she not here?
She went away because none of your business.
All right, fine.
Extra fine.
And you're the bartender?
No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager.
Okay, what's the difference?
I have 3 cafeterias I manage. 3. Get over it.
All right, that's
Let's
all.
go.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real.
What's a real?
Oh, excuse me. You owe me 130 real.
He pronounces the R with a mock aristocratic accent. Wow, Chinless here has a bad idea.
The IIR, or Inter-Isolary Real, is the global reserve currency. Whatever part of the world you're in right now, it's safe to assume he means you owe him some money.
Huh? I mean, I owe you money.
Wow, you're a genius. Yes, that's right. Money. You owe this establishment 130 real.
He points to the red ledger on the counter. Bad attitude. How the hell did I type idea for that? I don't know, Lord Brownberry. You got me. I just went around with it. I just went along with it. It didn't sound that far off, but now that you're saying that, I get why you think it's wrong. What do I owe this place for?
Let's see. 3 nights at a tariff of 20 real comes to 60 real. Then there's the window you annihilated. The hole in the window was the first thing I saw when I came to work. So don't try to tell me you didn't. That will be 40 real in damages. Another thing you've annihilated is half the bar. You've run a tab of 30 real. Actually, more, but we'll round it down to 30 for your hard work maintaining the stability and order of Revachol. That's 60 plus 40 plus 30 equals 130 real. And yes, real is still money.
But what is money?
What are you, a philosopher?
Since I woke up, I've been having trouble remembering basic concepts of reality.
Money is what grown-up people use to pay for things. Things like this hostel room or 8 bottles of potent blend and 9 packs of Royal Extra. We use it for everything, really.
Where do I get it from?
Are you serious? From your work? I don't know. You can take bribes, I guess. I'm sorry. I don't think cops can take bribes.
He looks at the lieutenant. That's a bad kind of amnesia. Yeah, but I'm playing into it because the world building that they do in this is really interesting, and playing it up as having amnesia, actual amnesia, does get people to talk a lot about things in this world that are related to what we know in reality, but not always the same in this universe.
Some do take recompense, but only to survive.
The lieutenant is dead serious. Is this money?
Yes, it is.
That's 10 plus 10 plus 20 is 40. So I'm down to 90, right?
No, you see, that's 40 cents. Cents are a form of currency 100 times smaller than the real. I'm not even going to take this. Come back when you have 130 real.
There's a tinge of sadness in his voice. 100 times smaller?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
The cafeteria manager stands silently, looking at the coppers on the counter before him. Isn't it evil? The order of magnitude between what is asked of a person and what they have?
In many cases, I would probably agree partially, but I also know that this game loves to try and throw you in one direction or another on the political alignment scale, so I'm going to keep that one to myself and just pick up the
There's a
coins.
shuffle of nylon as Lieutenant Kitsuragi looks for something in the pockets of his orange bomber.
Darkness rides? I don't know, Lord Brown Bear. I don't got a fucking clue. This game is also very poetic. I do distinctly remember some conversation options from when I played the first part of this game that I just didn't fucking understand.
That's Cop 4. I haven't offered to pay because I don't have any money either.
So, what happens now?
I'm sorry, but he has to pay. I can't let him stay here any longer if he doesn't. If he doesn't have the money by tonight, then...
He shrugs.
Officer, maybe you're better off working this from home for now. You live in Jamrock, right? It's not that far away.
I don't remember where my home is.
Officer, you really need to take this up with your station. I have a shortwave radio in my car. Call them, ask for assistance. We have to get this investigation started now.
A pattern of creases appears on Kim's forehead.
Good luck.
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it.
Oh man, missed Hobocop. I've seen some of the dialogue options for Hobocop Flugel, and I'm not impressed. I know a lot of people really love it from a funny standpoint. I wasn't impressed by the Hobocop answers in some of the people. I have seen, basically this opening sequence, I have seen some people play through because I did get through it, so I wanted to see how other people dealt with it. And I was not, I know, again, I saw a lot of people laugh their asses off at Hobocop. I did not personally think many of the options were that funny. I don't remember.
But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere.
Far away?
In time or space?
Both.
That doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money.
But I traced the way back to the street. The number on the building.
You can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time. Maybe a street or an apartment will appear.
Honestly, Kim should just stop asking about him. That is not something Kim is going to do. Long, lonesome way home. +1, temporary research bonus of +1 to encyclopedia. Factual memory returns. Let's rewind. Let's trace your drunken steps back home. Jump across the raised channel bridge southwest of here. Fall over, get up, get off the asphalt in 20 minutes. Shuffle your feet through the courtyard, scaring the little children. Go under the great raised motor track, the 881, until you reach La Domaine Ement in north. Oh god, there's more. In North Jamrock, the streets are frozen this time of year, caked with ice. Walk down the main to Perdition. There's a side alley there, and your footprints are in the mud. The VA for your skills is really good. Oh yeah, no, all the voice actors in this I enjoyed listening to, and I hope to hear more since I'm going to be going through the full game with this. So yeah, it's going to take us a while to internalize that and figure out what the hell happened. Let me see here. Oh.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already?
At least an hour.
Sweet Lord, a whole hour. And you haven't thought about rum and lemonade in all that time? You've truly extinguished all trace of yourself.
Should I be thinking about this? Drinking hasn't turned out too well for
Maybe
me.
you haven't turned out well for your drinking. Have you thought about that? Get a goddamn rum and lemonade into yourself, boy. Or better yet, lick that stain off the counter.
No. Fuck that, no.
What happened, man? You used to be cool. Go get your boring normal person drink then. It would go well with those cigarettes. That's a great combination.
Badge missing, sing karaoke, investigate the body. May I find who made the call, pay for damages, find booze, and drink it. It wants you to lick what? So remember we checked the... It said there was a beer bottle here and there was rum leaking out of it. It literally wants us to lick the rum off the counter. If I remember correctly, we can do something with this guy. Sleeping dock worker. A man is sleeping on the table wearing mud-caked boots and rolled down overalls. The back of his shirt reads Wild Pines, encircled by a logo with a tree.
On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
Lieutenant, do you know who's this?
No idea. Looks like he works for Wild Pines, the logistics company who owns and operates the harbor.
Okay, but if he works for the dock, why is he sleeping during the day?
Possibly because there's a strike going on in the harbor. There's not much to do aside from drinking and sleeping.
Where did it say he had them? On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
The man
Pills.
does not mind. You probably need them more than he does.
You've just picked up some magnesium. This item is stored in the bottom left corner of the screen above your character portrait. Use magnesium to heal your morale if you have morale damage.
Let's try to wake him up.
You gently
Nope.
shake his shoulder, but nothing happens. This man could probably sleep soundly in a ship's engine room.
Yep. Dude is blue collar as they come. He has learned how to sleep anywhere. Hello, ma'am.
Hello, sweetie.
The elderly woman turns to you with a smile.
Wait, who's Sweetie?
Who's Sweetie?
Why, you are, officer.
I'm no Sweetie. Look at me.
You're a handsome man, officer, with your mustache and your chiseled jaw and that silly dimple on your chin.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce myself.
She slaps herself on the forehead.
I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
Probably the only character who'll say you're handsome. One of the nicest characters in the game, if I recall her dialogue. Her eyes glitter over the rim of her glasses as she looks up, smiling.
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on the spot.
Well, would you like to roll with me and my partner around here?
Whatever do you mean?
Well, you could be my wheelchair partner in fighting crime, ridding backyards of corpses and catching sequence killers.
Sequence killers? Oh my. But I think you already have a partner, sweetie.
A partner who'll need you to help him get a corpse down from a tree.
What does too much esprit de corps do again? I actually don't remember. I know it has a downside. I'm just trying to... At high levels, you'll be the very heart of the police force, not only willing and able, but obliged to take a bullet for your partner. Basically, if Kim runs into problems, high esprit de corps means we will try to deal with it, even if we're not actually capable of dealing with it. Partner needs you to help him get a corpse down from a tree. Kim, of course. God, I had you.
Yes, and it seems to me that you do well to stick close to him. He has the look of an upstanding officer of the law, someone you can lean on. And, sweetie, you are looking unsteady. And even if he weren't there, I don't think you'd have much use for me.
Why? 3 heads are better than 2.
Nah, you're probably right.
I really would like to help out, but I don't want to slow you down. If it weren't for all the stairs and potholes in Martinez, I'd join you for sure.
She looks out of the window wistfully. And, you seem to be in a chair.
Yes, dear. I'm a paraplegic.
Maybe she has esprit de corps? Yeah. If I recall correctly, Lord Bember, I did, again, this was another thing that I looked up as far as trivia regarding the early game. Lena this game was going to have multiple different companions. Lena was going to be one of them. They actually said part of their problem was getting the animations to work properly with her rolling in a wheelchair across the map. And eventually when they cut her and I think another character who might have been a companion, they basically left that part in with the esprit de corps as a joke.
A paraplegic is someone with limited or no ability to use the lower half of their body. Paraplegia is caused by spinal cord injuries, like falling from a great height, or a grenade explosion.
Did you get it fighting in the war?
No, dear. I'm not quite that old, although I was injured in the line of duty.
Mountaineer. Final answer.
Nothing so glamorous, dear. Though when I was young, I dreamt of planting the Revacholian flag on some figurative peak.
Well, what'd you do then?
I was a training and development manager at a rapidly expanding mail-order shoe company.
Huh. Wouldn't think to buy shoes over the mail.
You'd think it would be a safe job, but I had to be everywhere, and, well, once I happened to be under some faulty scaffolding. I was lucky. This was almost 20 years ago, and I was compensated exceptionally well. One can only dream of such payoffs nowadays.
She runs her hands over the chrome wheels of her chair. Well, I'm sorry. It was rude of me to mention it. Let's move on.
That's quite all right. I'm used to people asking questions. I know they're thinking about it anyway.
Well, I don't know if you've noticed, but I don't know where I am or what I'm doing. Anything, really.
Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. But surely things can't be that bad.
Her eyes follow your movements with some concern. Ma'am, I think I drank so hard I forgot literally everything.
Oh my. You know where we are, right?
This is the Whirling in Rags cafeteria, but that was on my keys.
That's right. And where is the Whirling in Rags cafeteria itself located?
I have no good goddamn idea.
We're in the city of Revachol, dear.
She flashes you a very worried look. And I don't know diddly squat about no Revachol. What kind of place is
How would
this?
I even begin to tell you? Revachol is the most beautiful city in the world. We're fortunate to be here, you and I.
And there's our ad. We'll just take a quick break. Leave this on screen. Okay, so Flugel, you and Brown Bear have definitely played at least some of this. Tenwin, is this totally blind for you? Because some of your comments make me think it's totally blind for you. Okay, yeah, that's definitely a minor bit of lag. I can see the OBS markers not moving properly, but the actual model doesn't appear to be having any problems outside of a few... I don't know. It's weird. It's not doing it like the other one where it was having trouble. She mentioned a Revacholian flag, a city-state. See, in this case, I do know a little bit more about that one because one of the dialogue options I did when I first played this game did explain more about Revachol. I would rather not mention it now because I don't want to spoil you guys on it either. Suffice it to say, technically, it's part of the reason I wanted to get back to this game because there are some interesting world building aspects to this. Tenwin, totally blind. Oh, okay, then yeah, no, Lord Bramber, if that's the case, I ain't saying much of anything because Tenwin is going into this totally blind. If anybody else comes in that's totally blind, I don't want to ruin it for them either. We'll try to keep it limited to what we've already seen, okay? The ad done? Oh, the ad's done. Oops. Let's get moving.
I haven't seen very many other cities personally, but everyone says so. Revachol is a rare jewel. This city used to rule the world, though it has seen better days.
There's a pause as she studies your expression. You look quite lost.
Speaking of history, you know what year it is. Yes?
Then my questions will be mere speculation. Fair enough. To be fair, it must be, to go off of that line, Lord Brownberry, it must be slightly more than just a city if this city used to rule the world is to be taken literally. I highly doubt you could do that with literally just a city-state. The calendar upstairs said it was the spring of 51.
That's right, dear. How splendid. Here, take this pen. Knowledge should always be rewarded.
Oh,
Her
thank
relief
you.
is palpable. She was getting pretty worried about you there, but now she relaxes her shoulders.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government?
Radios are being used to control people's minds and distort our reality, concealing our true masters, foreigners and women. Ah, yes, we can go right into the racism and the sexism already. Great. No, thank you. Cops, we're living under the cop regime. We're governed by intelligent machines that perform calculations to determine the freest market. Everyone hustles and grinds like a badass visionary. Our leaders are fierce warriors who traverse the plains on steeds. Civilization cowers before us. Did she catch you only knew because you read somewhere? No, she didn't. I only mentioned it because I did read it up there. I'm pretty sure if you don't read that, you don't get that option in the dialogue. Some kind of democracy. I'd like to think it's a dictatorship of the proletariat, but something tells me it's not. Cops. We're living under a cop regime.
Actually, we are not. You could say that about almost any other nation, but not Revachol. Try one more time, officer. What mode of government?
Some kind of democracy?
Nope. Sadly not. Revachol is what's called a zone of control, under an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have no government of our own, and what democracy we have is market-driven.
He thinks carefully. But if there's no government, then how are there cops?
Oh dear. And you were doing so well. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of law enforcement has been a complicated matter since the revolution.
She shakes her head, suddenly very worried
But
again.
we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not the best person to explain the big things to anyone.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
So, how did I do?
You were doing quite well up until the end there. It does look like you're having trouble remembering things. History and places. Remembering reality in a word. It's very odd.
A sigh. The lieutenant buries his nose in his notebook.
But maybe a fresh set of eyes is what the world needs. And while I'm no doctor, such bouts of amnesia are often temporary, so I wouldn't worry too much.
What is this revolution you mentioned?
A defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something new, something different. The rest of the world didn't like it, so they came and ended it. This was 42 years ago.
What does that have to do with there not being any cops?
It has something to do with everything. I really don't know how to explain it better.
Well, who could tell me more?
Someone more educated in sweeping matters. Maybe you should ask.
He turns to the lieutenant.
No, I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be a guide either. I'm a detective.
He looks away.
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez.
Well, I gotta get going.
Of course, dear. Good luck with your case.
He gives you a small wave. All right. Welcome to Martinez. I love this soundtrack. Oh, wait.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic.
What am I looking at?
Cop habit. You look at everything. This isn't case-related, you think.
What kind of vehicle drove through here?
Hard to say. Your vision is blurred and you're having difficulty concentrating thanks to your relentless hangover.
What a shithole. Yep. Try to reconstruct the moment.
No,
No.
these tracks are not interesting at all. Let the street sweeper just sweep them away.
Not now. Get a reality lowdown. Try perhaps a rich person. Rich people are educated. What else do we have? We have the green monkey pen. A pen with a green ape head on one end. The ape has closed its eyes, a kind expression adorning its face. It seems to be meditating. Oh dear, I remember this NPC. Tenwin, if you're going into this truly blind, you're about to have a real treat. Smells like spoiled meat and curdled dairy. A human being decomposes.
The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth. You seem to be holding your breath.
Look down.
A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in, even through your clenched nostrils.
What is that? Why is it so bad?
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
The lieutenant raises a white piece of linen to his nose.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you'd expected. More fever than odor. It fills your mind, flushing you from within.
Try to walk away. Nope. I hate that they nailed the sound effect for throwing up like perfectly.
Too late. It's impossible to keep in. Your body curls and pushes it out, burst by burst, until a pool of vomit lies under your feet and your throat stings from the stomach acid.
Sorry.
It's okay. Happens to everyone. Keep it.
The lieutenant hands you his white handkerchief. Thanks.
The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head.
Okay. Where do we get it?
There is Frit nearby, east of the hostel. They usually have a small apothecary. If they don't...
He points to the greenhouse.
There's a greenhouse here, and a gardener with a wheelbarrow on the corner of the whirling in rags. If she works here, she might have something for the smell.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
Yep. Oh, okay. We're not going to get this guy just yet then. I forgot his dialogue doesn't really open up until you do get past this check, so. Also could have sworn... No, we're still a long way from that one. There it is. Kim's car.
Before you stands a motor carriage. The bodywork is covered in blue and white livery, bearing the number 57. Vapor emanates from the large engine on the back of the vehicle. It hasn't had time to cool off yet.
I also got to say, I love the design of the vehicles. As someone who's not a car person, I would hate having to drive something like this. But from a world building, like just alien kind of perspective, I love the fact that they don't look like normal cars.
This must be the infernal machine that tore you from oblivion.
Open the
door.
door.
In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox under the seat, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
What are we looking at? What is this machine?
This is the Kupris Kinema, my motor carriage. You can use the toolbox and the radio if you'd like.
He nods at the cabin.
Motor carriage, motor carriage. Something bad with a motor carriage. A dark lump rises in your throat.
Do all the policemen in the RCM have such cool motor
The
carriages?
Caprice Motorcar does provide most of our patrol vehicles, yes.
So why do I have a sinking feeling when you say the words motor carriage?
Nothing. It's probably nothing. Forget I brought it up. Please proceed with the carefree lollygagging.
Can we drive somewhere?
No, I'm afraid not. We have a murder case on our hands, remember?
He straightens his spine. All right.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a
Tap
hook.
on the fuel
As you
preheater
tap on
gauge.
the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
There's no use pressing the heat button. It won't start without the ignition key.
He says and jingles his keys.
Translation. We're not going anywhere right now. Alternative translation. Don't even think you can drive my MC.
There's authority. I was wondering when he was going to show up. Run your fingers over one of the steering
The white
levers.
suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm.
Pull out the pull-out
The metallic
toolbox.
drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work is work.
Take the red
The
tip pry
pry
bar.
bar feels nice and cold in your hand, heavier than you'd think, useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids.
Take the rubber-handled chain
The
cutters.
handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap go the cutters in your hand.
And take the hand crank
It's
flashlight.
robust, weatherproof, and well made. Police issue. Blue lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss.
Push
The
in.
pull-out toolbox slides
There we go.
back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers and the radio on its hook.
Pick up the
The
hook.
frequency
Radio.
tableau lights up, and the green button labeled Prime Line glows like a feline eye. And then you hear something. The soft purr of electrical kittens. Radio waves cast far and wide over the metropolis. A woman's voice greets you through the static.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st Precinct here. I'm putting him on.
Operating the radio is easy. Just be confident. You've probably done it 1,000 times.
Morning, Alice. This is 41st Precinct Officer speaking. Nice to meet you.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Connect me to the 41st Precinct. I have something I need to report.
Just a second, officer.
He puts you on hold, the static crackling softly like a bonfire, and after a while you hear an old man greet you on the radio, his rattly voice oddly familiar.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in. Over.
A scrawny old man sits in a dusty cubicle, smoking, with a large white rectangle sewn on his vest. In front of him is a box-shaped apparatus with an array of wires and antennas. The radio switchboard. The man uses relay code. You got this. You're a cop, and cops know relay code.
10-4, Station 41. Urgent business, over.
10-4, message received. 10-5, relay message. What's your status? Over.
Reporting in, over.
10-18, state your message, sir.
This might sound odd. There's personal details I need to discuss.
10-4, your badge should have most of your personal details. Look over that. Over.
I don't have my badge.
10-9, over.
My badge? I can't find it anywhere. It's gone.
10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation. I need to 1022 the captain. Over.
Is it him? What does he want?
A dry voice asks in the background.
Says he lost his badge and needs to report it.
He what? He lost his badge?
Who is this?
This is Communication Officer Jules Pidieux, sir. Over.
No, the other one.
You mean your partner? Over.
What is he saying?
He's asking who you are.
I'm his goddamn partner.
It's your partner, Satellite Officer Wittmar, sir. Over.
Did he lose his memory along with his fucking badge?
The man in the background sounds like he's losing his patience. notes.
Who lost his badge?
Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
The man says, fighting off laughter.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective who would not lose his badge.
Apparently you should have a French accent. To be fair, Kim does not have a French accent. And neither does Chester McLean, for that matter.
Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
Aha, an officer lost his badge, like I'm the first cop to ever misplace the damn thing.
He says this has probably happened to other policemen before him and laughs sarcastically.
I do remember most of the dialogue with Jules here, and the fact that he repeats literally everything you say is kind of aggravating, but also hilarious.
Oh, goddamn it. Is he fucking kidding? The whole station's gonna be dicked for this.
Satellite Officer Vicmar is wondering if you might be joking and adds that this tarnishes the reputation of the entire station. Over.
This is the face of a man who has had to do this his entire life, literally relaying messages between two people who can't otherwise talk to one another.
Mullen dicked us.
Come on, just tell him to stop. This is
He's
serious.
asking you to stop, says this is serious.
Of course it's serious. He lost his fucking badge.
Satellite Officer Vicmar concurs, losing your badge is serious. Over.
Can we please move on? I want to get it reported and be done with it.
10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Thank you.
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge. What's going on? Super Cop here lost his badge.
He lost his what now? His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
Could you all just please stop saying that I lost my badge for a moment?
He asks you to please stop saying he lost his badge.
Why? Did he find it?
The room at the other end of the line erupts in volcanic laughter.
Sergeant Person was wondering if you found your badge yet. Over.
You don't have a comeback. Sorry. It's hard to think like this.
Yeah.
He's not replying. Looks like he's still looking for it.
You can hear more laughter in the background. Enough. I've got more to discuss.
10-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
The animated conversation in the back is making it difficult for him to hear
New
you.
heights even for Captain Sober. Ask him. Ask him if he's lost his gun, too.
The speaker gasps for air, and the room roars with laughter.
Sergeant Person wants to know if you lost your gun, too. Over.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you?
Uh-oh. Oh. Oh god, it's not here.
Okay, it's gone. Your gun is most definitely gone.
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over.
Convince them that I didn't lose the gun.
Even before you
Yeah,
can
no.
get the words out, everything gets scrambled in your brain.
No, of course I didn't lose my fun. I mean my gun. Fuck it, I didn't lose my gun.
He says he didn't lose his gun. Or his fun, whatever that means. Ask him to describe it. His gun. Not his fun. Just the gun will do. Satellite Officer McLean requests a description of your weapon. Over.
Oh, request a description, huh? We'll give him one. Describe the plasma gun.
For starters, it's massive, got flare cooling vents along the front, hydrogen flasks sticking out the side. Regular goddamn murder weapon, you know how they are, bang bang. Kim, what are you packing?
It's a single-shot kill A9. An armistice, to be precise.
It's a single-shot armistice kill Jane A9. Over.
Says it's a kill 9mm armistice.
Armistice? What, is he a fucking... Clearly he doesn't have his Villiers anymore.
Dear God, he lost his gun. Oh my, I can't.
The man succumbs to laughter again.
This isn't really a laughing matter.
Mac can face a giant of Coco Nur by himself, but Disco here made him piss his pants. Oh, I can't. Fuck. He lost his... Ask him if he still got his wiener. I'm not going to.
Thank you, Jules.
Ask him.
Oh, God.
Sergeant Orson here is wondering if you are still in possession of your genitalia. Over.
Your genitalia. I love the accent. Pick 2? Oh, I was absolutely going to do that. I left it at his mother's after I fucked her in the ass. Tell him that.
That's a negative. Not going to say that. Over. What's he saying? Share with the class.
He said he sodomized your mother.
The prick ate Mama's vanilla waffles at the captain's birthday party. Some nerve he's got.
Sure her vanilla waffles were the only thing he ate?
Oh, good. We turned it back on him. Good.
Shut up, Chester. This isn't funny. This is my mom we're talking about. Tell him to apologize right now.
Sergeant Orson requests that you apologize for the claims that you made about his mother. Over.
Hey, if you don't like the fallout, Torson, don't fuck with the Firewalker.
Like he says you shouldn't have antagonized the Firewalker in the first place. Who?
The disbelief in Vikmar's voice is overwhelming.
Satellite Officer V.
Firewalker.
I'm afraid he might be referring to himself as Firewater, sir.
No, Walker. God damn it, Jules.
Firewater? He's lost it. Fuck it. Tell him to find his goddamn badge and gun. That's the only thing that matters. Satellite Officer V.
I heard him, and I'm on it.
10-4, affirmative. Officer is in pursuit of his firearm.
Oh, God,
The man is obviously fighting back tears.
Officer, do you need further assistance? Over.
I am in dire need of financial assistance.
10-4, I hear you. I don't have the authority to grant your request, but... What does he want now? He's asking for money. Is he fucking kidding? I don't think he is.
I love the dialogue in this game.
Don't give that asshole anything. He's just gonna drink it all. Right. That's a negative on the additional funds, sir. Over.
It's paramount to the investigation that you give me money.
He says it's important to the case. He isn't getting a red cent. You can tell him that. Request denied, sir. Over.
I'm not even gonna have a place to sleep tonight if I don't get the funds.
He says he's in trouble. Doesn't have a place to sleep. Well, I guess he'd better crack the case before sundown then. Vigmar said...
Oh no, I'm not gonna go that far. We're not gonna be complete sobbing breakdown. We're just a little desperate. I want to go home. Please come and get... Yeah, no, that's a bit much. Fine, I heard you. No funds.
Anything else, sir? Over.
10-10. Over.
Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
The static ends with a loud click. Then everything is silent in the
18 kilometers to the south, in the 41st Precinct's relay booth, a small crowd has gathered around Communication Officer Jules Oldboy Pidier. Around a dozen cops. The small room is filled with cigarette smoke, abuzz with laughter, when Officer Judith Minot enters. Her left arm is in bandages, and her hair trimmed short.
What is going on here? Did something happen?
She asks, startled. Jean Vicmar turns to her and says,
What happened is my partner made contact. It's not good. He's lost his badge and his sidearm. He seemed confused, delirious even.
Vicmar stops to think.
Mac, the torso Torson, is finger-fucking his fist, laughing hoarsely and apparently telling some dirty story to his partner, Chester McLean, near the entrance.
Yeah, Mullen was fucked, all right. Sounded fucking drunk to me.
Yeah, Mac's right. This was some gnarly shit there. I mean, before he started begging for money, it was...
Enough! None of this is funny. It's fucking sad. That's what it is. He's a cop. He's one of us, goddamn this.
Commotion begins to die down. All eyes turn towards Satellite Officer Vicmar.
We must help him.
Minot looks down at her neatly polished black shoes. There's a quiet firmness to her voice when she speaks.
Yeah? How do you fucking plan to do that, huh? Get him off the drink? Go jogging with him in the morning and get him on carrot juice? He's a lost man.
I just know we can't give up on him when he's at his weakest. He wouldn't.
The crowd in the room has started fidgeting uncomfortably, a few trying to slip out unnoticed.
Mac, man the door. You know what he told me? I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. Those were his words.
Vicmar gestures to Torson to block the doorway before turning to Minot. He sighs heavily and turns to address the rest of the room.
This shit does not leave this room. Not a word of this to the captain, or anyone else. We'll give him a couple of days to pull his shit together.
I guess I can hold off the report for a few days.
Could you light another cigarette?
Good. Okay, everybody. Nothing but a prank call here. We all got our laughs. Now get back to work.
Vicmar turns to the others and speaks.
Far north, on the other side of the motorway, the officer quietly hunches with his hand in the motor carriage.
I think, funnily enough, that gets us right to the 6-hour mark. I think that's a good place to stop for right now. Let me go ahead and make a hard save. Go ahead and tell my ad not to run, because there's no point in putting you all through that. A 4-hour tier list. I'll be honest, Tenwen, I thought we'd be done in about an hour and a half, 2 hours at most. I did not realize that once I got going, I would just keep yapping. Holy crap. So that's what it feels like to just talk and talk and talk and never stop. Holy crap. I mean, I've done it before in my life, but that's the first time I've done it online. Whew. You got to make a whole essay of discussing the Aura's companions. I did. Gonna have to get this uploaded right quick. This was our first Disco Elysium, our first real, like, just chatting stream, so to speak, as well, considering we did that for 2/3 of the time. Thank you all for being here, and thank you all for putting up with me talking for almost 6 fucking hours nonstop. God damn. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Maybe that's something we can do. Maybe if I ever get around to doing the Rogue Trader. Well, Rogue Trader doesn't really have that many companions because it's only one game. Something we'll have to think about. Maybe that's something else I can do at the end of doing an RPG, is doing a tier list and some final thoughts on the game overall. Something to consider. What, you think I follow VTubers to not hear them yap? I know. It's not that I don't think people don't follow VTubers to hear them yap. It's that I don't feel like I'm entertaining enough when I yap to be worth it. CRPG tier list? Oh, God. We're going to need a couple more to be finished before we go doing that. And I'd probably have to go back and play some of the classics. Planescape Torment, Arcanum, Fallout 1 and 2, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 in order to round out that full tier list completely. And then I'd have to be very careful to not do it too much based on modernization and things that make things easier, because otherwise, whew, that's going to attract the grognards among the RPG community right quick. They are not going to be happy if I just make it on, oh, it's more modern, so you rated it higher. Fuck you. But thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me. I will see you all tomorrow for more Disco Elysium. As I told Tenwen, Tuesday's probably going to go back to being a flex day where we just kind of do something to change things up. Probably going to be Endless Dungeon. Might be the Surge, though. Depends on how I feel. Not sure yet. We did have fun with Endless Dungeon last time. I'm just not sure how... I'm not sure if I can give... I don't know. It's one of those things where I definitely enjoyed it more than I thought I would, but maybe we'll see about streaming. The Surge might also be a good choice. Just because Souls-like, giant robots, killing things with massive sci-fi weapons. Not a bad idea. I have no idea how the game's mechanics individually work, though, so we'll have to see about that. Anyways, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me. You all have a glorious rest of your weekend. Let's go see if we can find somebody to raid real fast if anybody's willing and able. The Surge is very Eurojank. That is the vibe I have heard from it, yes. Let me go ahead and pull this up. There's a couple of people playing Disco Elysium, but nobody that I recognize or know. Wubba-dubba-dub-dub. No, I'm not really seeing anybody. Why does it keep... Okay, now I'm getting recommendations to raid into people who are from Poland. I don't speak Polish. I don't even understand. They're even playing the game in Polish. How the fuck am I supposed to raid into something like that? That's not going to help. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that Disco Elysium is popular with Eastern Europeans, though, given the nature of the game. Oh, there we go. We're going to raid right back into WBPL, the Black Pants Legion. We usually do that on Sundays. They're one of the only people I know of on Sundays who's actually streaming. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and raid in the WBPL. Looks like they're playing Subnautica right now with their VTuber who's on staff. We're just going to go ahead and raid into them. It's a bit grindy, but some of the Dark Souls games are that anyway. If we get stuck, I can always do an off day with Endless Dungeon or something, Tenwin, and then on like a Tuesday or a Saturday when I'm not streaming, I can do a bunch of grinding and get that out of the way so we're not wasting too much time with that kind of thing. Anyways, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me. I hope you all had a lovely time with our tier list and with Disco Elysium. We'll be continuing that going forward. And hopefully around the time that we finish Disco Elysium, I'll be able to finally play Baldur's Gate. It depends on if they feel cooperative about releasing that last fucking patch so I can actually play the class that I want to. I will see you all tomorrow, and I hope you all have a glorious rest of your weekend. Have a great one, guys. I need to go drink some additional water and get something to eat. Bye, and have a good one.